Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to Silverstone for the traditional curtain closer of the 750 Motor Club's racing season, the Birkett 6-hour relay race, the 74th anniversary of its first running in 1951. Here at a chilly, a little bit damp and drizzly and grey Silverstone today for the Birkett 6-hour relay race, where the final practice session is just coming towards its end. The race due to get underway at 11:45. It's a 6-hour relay race for teams of 3, 4, 5 or 6 cars or drivers, and with the main prize being for the Handicap award, where Rutec Racing are looking to retain their title from last year. I think 2 of the 4 drivers from last year's winning outfit are back to try and defend their title. There's also the scratch racing competition as well, which might not be quite so intense this year. Last year it was decided on the last lap by less than 1 second in favour of the RSR team, headed by John McLeod. But this year there's less representation from the radicals among the 67 car grid, so it might not be quite such an intense finish for scratch, but still, nevertheless, we should be in for a real treat. 6 hours of racing getting underway in a little over half an hour's time. Here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the traditional Grand Prix circuit here, not the historic version. That's not been used for quite some time. My name's Ian Soman, here in our commentary box, just on the inside of Woodcut Corner. Marcus Pye will be joining me on commentary as well during the course of the day for the 6 hours. There is the circuit that we're using today. 5.8k, so about 3.6 miles in length, this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, full track being used, and it's a great opportunity for some drivers who probably don't get to race on it very often during the course of the year. And do we have a weather forecast as well? We do, and it's sort of saying overcast and a bit of rain. There has been a bit of drizzle, that seems to have stopped again. So I think it's just going to be a bit of a grey day, not particularly windy, not particularly warm, and it might be a bit damp at times. That's what the weather has in store for us at any rate. Right. It is, what are we at? About 8 minutes past 11, 37 minutes or so away from the start of the race. The cars are starting to assemble, where they do that on the runway here. They don't use the main assembly area, such as the number of cars, 67 cars to take the start of the race. They assemble on the runway on the infield. So let's head down to our roving reporter for this weekend, for this event. Lewis Beals is on the runway and he is ready to speak to some of the drivers who are going to be taking the start of this race.
Thanks very much there, Ian. Yes, I'm on the runway, and you can see we've got a couple of caterhams lined up at the moment. What happens is that qualifying is actually just taken part. All the drivers have to do is do 3 laps. The grid is formed from the handicap, so the fastest driver will start in pole, the second fastest team, etc, etc. And as Ian said, this is a team race. In the old days, you either had to have a sash or a baton, which their drivers had to change, so when they came in the pits they had to hand it over. But today it's done by electronics, with each car having a little transponder. So each car has a transponder, so they can much easily track each of the cars. Better put that back in my pocket, otherwise I'll get told off if I go in the pit lane with that. And at the moment we've got one of the leading cars, the car 42, car number C. You can see, look, it's got a C, and on the programme that's Richard Carter. We'll have a quick word with Richard. Hello Richard, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Raring to go.
So, yeah, I take it you've got a teammate behind you in the 52 car?
That's right, that's Charlie. He's done very well. So quite a surprise to be up the sharp end here, but we'll take what we can.
Well, yes, it's all done on handicap, isn't it? So you must be one of the favourites to be up towards the front.
Well, that's nice to hear. It's very flattering. Thank you.
So what type of catering have you got here?
This was originally an R300, but it's got a 2.5 litre engine now, and it's putting out 260 horsepower.
fairly awesome piece of kit.
Yeah, it's very nice. A lot of fun to drive.
I bet it is. Okay, thanks very much there, Richard. We'll go back. Here's the 52 car. I've got to turn the page of the programme. And it's car E. Oh, there we go. And that will be 52. In fact, it was on the other page. And yeah, it's Charlie, isn't it? It's Charlie Redmond. Hiya, Charlie. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
So, have you done it before?
No, this is my first time doing it. Dad did it last year just by himself, and he's been generous enough to share the drive with me this year.
So, a bit nervous?
Yeah, a bit nervous. Don't know what the clouds are saying, but hopefully the rain holds off.
Are you on all-weather tyres?
Ish. Yeah, sort of. They've got a bit of tread on them. They're not slick, so hopefully it'll be all right if it does get a bit wet out there.
Yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? If it gets too wet, you have to wait to be called in, and then I take it the team have got full wets on another car.
Yeah, let's hope so.
That's what tends to happen in the pit lane. This is where the team manager and the tactics comes into it. As you can see, sort of they've got some tread on the tyres. I take it we're on Yokohamas. Yeah, we're on Yokohamas. They're sponsoring the event today. And let's have a look. Look, this car, it looks like that's on full wet. Oh, wet. So we got good treaded wet tyres there, and we've got sort of, well, I take it we could call them intermediates, couldn't we, boys? We could call them intermediates. So they've been cut, probably cut slicks. Now, back in the garage, a good team manager will have a car waiting on full wets and another one on slicks, and then make a decision on the track conditions when they call the cars in. On this with this particular team, with the 42 car, but what will happen is there'll be someone waiting there again with slicks and wet tyres and maybe intermediates. So he'll then call whichever car he wants to come forward. This is what happens where the tactics of the Birkett comes in. And right out front, this is our pole position man. This is car number 18. The three JS's. And it's James Pinkerton. Oh, hi James, how are you?
Right, stop talking. Hello, sorry, hang on.
Now this man here,
The pits are talking to me, I can talk now.
this man here doesn't know me, but I know who he is.
Hello.
You're Jasmine's partner.
I am, yes. How do you know?
I'm Lewis.
Oh, hello, nice to meet you.
I'm the one who taught her at college.
Oh, wow, okay. Small world.
It is indeed, James. Well, James, good to see you here. Are you new to the Birkett?
Absolutely, so this is my first time competing properly since 2020. So, been a few years out, but I do quite a bit of driving with development stuff.
Yeah. That's for radical, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Are you back working for him?
I am, yes, yeah.
So where's Jasmine? Is she here with you today?
Yeah, Jasmine is currently at the Hilton, so she's going to watch the race start from the balcony, and then she's going to come down later.
I look forward to seeing her.
Good. Right, cool.
Thank you very much. Here's James. Well, there we go. Look at that. Yes. In previous life, I was a teacher, and Jasmine was one of my top girls, top students, shall I say. And James is her partner, and we've got a very, very nice radical here on pole position. And with James is John McLeod and Joe Stables. And John McLeod, I think he's a 6 times overall winner. So, yeah. And James, I know, works a radical, so this looks like it's a radical works car. Let's go over to the 62 car. And it's 62B. B, Warren Allen. Hello, Warren.
Hi, how are you?
I'm not bad. Yourself?
Well, it's great, isn't it? Beautiful day today.
Well, it's the typical late October day, isn't it?
And it's just started to drizzle, hasn't it?
Are you? What tyres you on?
We're on 52s, Yokohamas. AO52s.
Yeah. Treaded, yeah.
Treaded.
Yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they, in the wet and the dry?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a dry race. But I can see some motorsport wets on this fast car here. And there looks like some very fast cars behind me. So I'm going to have my hands full for the first 5 laps, I think.
Have you done the event before?
This is my 6th time.
You know your way around here, then?
Well, I try to stay in the top 10, if possible.
Well, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good. Whatever it want. Yeah.
Can I just say a quick hello to my son Charlie? Hello, buddy.
Well, that's the best way, isn't it? So anyway, good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
And you. Well, you go to 152s. They're really an all-weather tyre. They are. They are actually a very, very good Yokohama tyre. They are. Yeah. Yes. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, we're on. We're definitely on wets on the Radical. So we are the Radicals on wets. 42s on wets, 52s on inters. These are sort of all-weather tyres, I have to say. They're pretty. The 52 is pretty good in the wet and pretty good in the dry. If you run 48s, it's not quite so good. If you run 50s, don't try and run them with any water on the track. Absolutely horrendous. And now we've got the 33 car. And that's 33B. 33 over the page. Jazz for Sapra. Jazz, how you doing?
All good. Not too bad.
Yeah, what tyres you got on?
We got Drezers on.
What are they? Slicks, wets, intermediates?
Intermediates, I
think that's a good choice, don't you?
think it's going to be a bit damp out. There was damp for qualifying as well, so we just left it on them. You know. So.
I think that's a good choice. Done the event before?
Yeah, we done it last year, and the year before as well. It's a good event. You know, it's the last race of the season, really, isn't it? Everyone gets together, have a bit of fun.
Well, I hope you do have some fun. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's the 33 car. And that's the Intersport Racing with Kev Clark and Brian Branson, both we know before John Stack, Aldo Ritter and Anthony Unit. So there, we've got 44 lining up here. Not really sure. It looks like that's Chris Freeman, I think. Let's have a quick look with Chris. This is a TCR car. Yeah. Chris?
Hello, you all right?
Yeah, well, TCR car. Car looks lovely. I love these cars.
Brilliant cars, aren't they? Lovely to drive and that. I've never drive themselves, to be honest.
Yeah, you're on groove tyres. Good choice,
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah, AO52s are a good tyre and that. All weather as well if it rains.
Yeah,
Should be good as
52s
well.
are. Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yokohama done a really cracking job with them, haven't they?
Oh, undoubtedly the best tyre on the grid, really, I'd say, for these. And like I say, for all weather, it's just great.
Yeah, I run a race car myself. We run 48s, which is not very good in the wet, and then we're running 50s that are awful in the wet.
Yeah. We've always, even when it absolutely pelts it down with rain, we always just leave the 52s on. We hardly ever go to wets anymore. Just keep the 52s, unless it's torrential then. But to be honest, personal choice, I don't even bother wets anymore. Just use these.
Yeah, no good. Anyway, have a good one.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Thank you. Very nice, very nice. A TCR car. Then we got the 27 car, one of the other caterhams. These will be at the sharp end in that top 10 of cars. Car 27C. That's Philip Jenkins. Hi, Philip. How you doing?
Yeah, all good, thank you.
What tyres you got on?
Just got the standard Toyo racing tyres that we run. We don't have a slick tyre available, so we're stuck what we've got with.
Yeah, what sort of caterham is this?
This is a 420R 2-litre Durotech.
Yeah, it's pretty rapid.
Yeah, pretty lively. They're not the fastest car in a straight line, but hopefully we make up a few places with our cornering speed.
Do you use these tyres in the series?
Yeah, these are the regulation championship tyres, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, have a good one.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
There we go. Yeah, so there we go. And then, we've got another radical at the front. So James Pinkerton, I know, is a sort of a works driver. Neil?
It is.
Hi, Neil. How you doing?
Very well. You good selves?
Well, we're not too bad. That's a very nice looking car you got here.
It's very pretty, isn't it? A Radical. Not used to this. We ran a Radical for a few years ago, but last sort of 10 years we've been in single seaters, and this year we campaigned a Lamborghini, a GT3. So it's a bit different, but it's fun nonetheless.
I know. What tyres you got on?
What tyres? We've got Hancocks, and they're brand new slicks, so it's going to be a bit greasy the first few laps, I fear.
Yeah, slicks.
Yeah, slicks.
I'm going to check. Yeah, you're on slick. Oh, that's a brave decision, Neil.
No, it's going to come in, mate. If we can get them turned on, we'll be fine. If they don't, it's going to be half a dozen laps. So.
Wait, for our viewers, what do you mean by turned on? I know what you mean, but tell the viewers.
Yeah, look, these slick tyres in these conditions, it's like an ice rink till you get the heat into them. So. You'll see on the formation lap, I'm really going to try and energise the tyres. You see these guys weaving from side to side. That doesn't really get the energy. What you do is hold the brakes and really load the tyres up. That gets the heat into them to get them turned on. Once they're turned on, they'll be fine. But I think today it's going to be 2 or 3 laps before they come in.
So we're going to have to watch. James is on full wets there.
Yeah, he'll go well until they cook, and then he's done.
You think he'll come in, he'll make an early pit stop then?
His tyres won't last, whatever, it's 45 minutes. Not in these conditions, no chance now.
Okay, Neil. And this is the beauty of the technical stuff, or that tactical stuff behind the Birkett, isn't it?
Yeah, Birkett's great. Look, a Black Bull donkey can turn up and race. It's just great. The camaraderie's great, you know. Let's hope we have a good run. We've got the team behind us. Let's see what happens.
Good luck.
All the best, mate. Nice talking.
Yeah, and you. I'm really looking forward to seeing this battle between the 24 car and the 18 car. Right, just behind them is a very rapid BMW in the 48. I've got to turn the pages of my programme. Yeah, 48B. Graham Crowhurst. Plenty in the tank. Oh, Graham.
Hello.
Oh, you're up in the head at the fast end.
Yeah, I've got a nosebleed with this far up. Normally this is a radical position.
Yes, they are, but there's only a couple of radicals out there. But also there's some really quick caterhams as well you've got to contend with.
Yeah, we know we're going to be slow off the start. We're on slicks, all the lads on treaded tyres. They're probably going to get a head start on us, but we're just going to go with it and just see how long we can get away with it, because we're only on slicks or wets, and it's not the right conditions for wets, because you'll just absolutely shred them.
A difficult choice then?
Yeah, it was one of them. I might come to you in about 20 minutes when I'm pitting, because it's not the right decision. Equally, we could have done it the other way around and gone wets and been doing the same thing. So it's a bit 50-50, but it's just a bit of fun with some friends, and hopefully with a good result at the end of it.
Okay, Graham, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. That's Graham. Did we speak to Warren? I don't think so. Have we spoken to Warren? Oh, we have. There's a big nod. And Jazz we spoke to. We spoke to these two guys. Oh, engines being started up. So looks as though it's time for me to remove myself from the collecting area and handing you back to Ian and Marcus in the studio.
Yokohama.
So thank you very much to Lewis Beals down there in the assembly area on the runway, speaking to several of the drivers who are shortly to go out onto the circuit for this Birkett 6-hour relay race 2025. 67 teams that we have this year, and are arranged. We've seen the Radicals at the front and the team at the very back of the 67 car grid today, which is Northwich Motors Racing Division, is a team comprising Mazda 2s and Toyota Yaris T-Sports. So there's a real range of cars on the grid. As ever with the Birkett, there is the scratch race, which we'll be able to give you live updates on the live timing for that, and you can find that also if you want it on the 750 Motor Club website or via tsl-timing.com. But there's the handicap race, which is really the main award in the Birkett 6-hour relay. We'll get, I think, half-hourly updates on that. We'll share those with you as soon as we get them. And the handicap basically is where each team has a number of credit laps that will be added to the laps that they actually complete within the 6-hour race duration. The scratch race is the first car to cross the line after 6 hours. The handicap result is laps completed within 6 hours. The team that's on scratch is the car on pole position. That's the 3J's team of Radicals, so they have no credit laps. And if I look at the team at the back, team 16, the Northwich Motors Racing Division, they have 42 credit laps, which will be added to their the laps that they complete during the course of the race. Last year on scratch we managed through various safety car periods to get through 146 laps of racing, with the team on scratch being credited with 150 laps once their credit laps were added. You can see, those of you watching on the stream, we can see the marshals assembling on the start line ready to receive these 67 cars, and there you can see the cars still in the assembly area ready to be released out onto the track shortly. A reminder that obviously we've got the commentary going out here at the circuit at Silverstone, all around the circuit today. So hello to all of you here at the circuit, and we're also streaming live on Alpha Live via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/live, and via the YouTube channel as well, 750 Motor Club YouTube channel. I can see that several of you have already sent in some messages. Ruben wishing good luck to everybody, so Sally Jarvis. Del Boy wants to wish good luck to the MG Owners Club Alliance, Team 25 and 35 the brake lates in their MG ZRs. It's their first time at the Birkett. Andy Kitson is wishing good luck to all as well, and Whitaker is saying send it Mark Enoch in the Team 67 car. There you can see the cars heading now out of the assembly area onto the Wellington Straight, underneath the vehicle bridge up towards Brooklands Corner. They'll around that and Luffield, and then they will form up on the grid on the start and finish straight and go back around Woodcote Corner in the case of the cars at the back. And then when everybody is there, the safety car will set off, and they'll go off in single file effectively for what will be a 6-hour race. The clock will start at that point. I'll say my name is Ian Soman, here in our commentary position on the inside of Woodcote Corner. Alongside me, as he has been on so many occasions for these races, is Marcus Pye. Marcus, good morning, as it still is to you. Welcome along again to Silverstone and the Birkett Relay, and this is always one of the highlights of the racing calendar.
Yeah, good morning, Ian. Good morning, everybody, and indeed it is. We've been covering this event for so many years now. And I remember seeing it for the first time, I think back certainly in the early 1980s, but possibly even in the later 70s, when I first really started to see a few more 750 Motor Club events. But goes all the way back to that first one in 51, doesn't it? When I think it was Hamish Orr Ewing and his team of Bentleys were the successful team. In those days, the circuit very different to the current Grand Prix one, because if you could imagine, as we look from Copse Corner now down towards where we're on the inside of Woodcote effectively, and the cars are forming up outside here. If you could imagine that the circuit goes from Copse down through the old Maggots to Beckett's, then down to Stowe Corner, and then does effectively a 180-degree turn, and then comes one long runway up to Copse again.
Yes.
So it was a very, very narrow circuit in which cars were proceeding in opposite directions at reasonably rapid pace even back then. I think the weather was pretty foul back in 51 from what I remember seeing some photographs of it. And now I think the maximum today is going to be about 10 degrees ambient. A little bit of the circuit was anointed with some sprinkles of rain a couple of times this morning, but towards the end, I think in the E session, the 5th or the 6th, there were one or two drivers able to put in some pretty representative times.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the conditions did change throughout the morning. Certainly there was a little bit of drizzle. You can see that from the way the headlamps are reflecting on the circuit. It looks like there is a bit of dampness glossing the circuit there as the cars form up on the grid. The car on pole position, it's a nominal pole position because we don't get a traditional racing start for the Birkett these days. Is the 3J's car. That's Team 18, that's the team of Radicals, and James Pinkerton it is that's going first for that team. John McLeod, a multiple winner now of the Birkett, and Joe Staples are the other two J's within the 3J's team, and alongside that car on the front of the grid is, I think that's the Random Racers 2, which is Team 24, and we heard there from Neil Glover with Lewis Beals just before the start of the race. He's in a Radical SR3 as well, but that Random Racers 2 team also comprises a Porsche Boxster and a Holden Commodore, so probably with the best will in the world is not going to take it to an all-Radical team, albeit who knows, reliability could come into play. And then we get back to tin tops on the second row of the grid, Mark. So not as many Radicals and sports racing car teams this year.
No, that's right, and that's going to put a different dimension on the scratch element of this race. You'd say that if it was purely dry, the Radicals would run away and hide, but without direct comparison, it might be a different story this time. But of course, the whole nub of the Birkett 619 relay is this handicap result, in that literally anybody, any team of the 67, did you say? Yeah. Has the potential of winning it if they live up to their expectations.
Yeah. Andy Kitson, he says he can remember being at the Birkett in 1969 when Jerry Marshall and the Vauxhall team, when it was the Viva Drivers Club that were the handicap winners that year, and he says his dad was a mechanic helping out a saloon team in that event back in 1969, which was on the club circuit, so what we'd now call the national circuit here at Silverstone, the 1.6 mile layout that uses the northern end of the Silverstone campus. But yes, it is the handicap race that's the one that is the most sought after, and it was Rutec Racing that won the event last year. Rutec BMW, in memory of Bill Redrup, as they were called last year, and some of the drivers are back out in Team Rutec 1 this year, which is indeed Team 1 as well. So from last year's lineup, Sarge Sastrihari, Phil White and Sergei Maniv are back out again, joined by Neil Roach, who's in replacing Sam Redrup from last year's winning lineup. So that BMW team that will be looking to secure handicap honours again. There's another Rutec team as well, Team 2, which is a team of Lotus Elises featuring Jim Benson and Martin Gambling and Simon Walsh as well.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff out this morning I saw with some pretty advanced aero. There was an Elise that had so much under tray on it, and a Golf the same, that you could almost put a plastic flamingo and a palm tree on the patio. But we'll see.
As the 6 hours have started to count down, the safety car has pulled away. So as it does so, the countdown begins, and this is the race underway. The safety car will continue round for the first lap, and that will really give the drivers a chance to see how much grip there is out there now, because it will have changed in the case of many of them since they were out for qualifying as well.
Yes, that's right. Lots of 7s, lots of BMWs. There's quite a few smaller Civics, Honda, Civics, Renault Clios among them. Quite a few TCR type cars at the entry, some big bangers, the kind of NASCAR stock type machines. And there's a big Holden Commodore as well. We've got rotary engine Mazdas, all kinds of things. So it's a lovely mix.
It is. It's very eclectic, isn't it? The Sports 2000 car, I think that is.
There is. I think that had an oil problem in testing, blowing oil out yesterday, but it's all back. That's an MCR, isn't it?
It is, and that will be Andrew Butler out
with
there.
The Duratec type motor in it.
That's the Suffolk team who have named their team to try and trip us commentators up.
Yeah, we're easily tripped.
We won't fall for that one. As we watch the safety car now, that's down there at Stowe Corner at the moment. Fantastic sight. You can see the car still heading through maggots in the background as well. There's just so many cars out there. It's a magnificent sight.
That's the Graham Crowhurst BMW, isn't it? That's sitting there on in third. Very successful season Graham has had.
Yes, he's been racing in. Is that the BMW Championship with the SEC? Is it
yes.
that he's been doing this season?
Yeah, and that's the car with all the stripes on it, reminiscent of the art car that went to the one. That's, I think, Warren Allen's Cayman in behind it, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's well up there as well in Team 62.
And the length of this circuit is interesting because it probably won't be drying at the same rate, corner to corner.
Yes.
Some of the corners you'll see a dry line emerging pretty quickly. On others, particularly in these sort of big field of cars, when you're having to drive a quicker car offline to overtake a slower one. It's not for the driver of the slower car who's in his or her own race to try to evaporate and get out of the way. It's for you to find, if you're one of the quicker car driver combos, a safe way past. A lot of it is essentially dry, as Neil Glover was intimating. He's in that blue and silver Radical. Neil has a lot of experience driving historic Formula 1 cars. Formula 5000, he's got the unique Chevron B37, which he's campaigned in the Derek Bell Trophy with the HSCC for many a long year. He's also raced Lamborghinis and LMP type cars. So I wonder whether that was actually fuel coming out of the back of the Crowhurst BMW. There's some liquid coming out of the back of it, coming through the loop there.
Yeah,
it's filled to the brim, I would think.
Absolutely, because obviously it's advantageous to have as few changes of drivers and cars as possible to make the stints as long as possible.
And you can see down the Wellington Straight there, the whole of the left-hand side, the far side as we look at it, is very damp indeed into the braking area for Brooklands. But actually there, you can see that the line is broadly dry.
Yeah, and we've got teams that have gone with wet tyres, slick tyres, and everything in between, I think, as well for this opening stint.
Yeah, there's virtually no standing water there. That's the usual barometer of these things.
Right, green flag now because the safety car has pulled in, so the race proper gets underway. James Pinkerton it is that is pulling away in his Radical for the 3 J's and pulling away from Neil Glover there in second place, and I suspect that might be the way of things for this race. As I say, we'll keep you updated on the handicap positions when they are updated periodically. We should have those roughly every half an hour. And interestingly, one of the Caterhams, I think that must be Richard Carter, has got through to second position. Neil Glover actually going backwards a little bit, and I think he was on, I think he's gone for slick tyres, hasn't he? So I wonder if he's just waiting for those to come up to temperature.
That's right. He'll be down in that danger zone in the middle of the pack by the time he's turned those tyres on. Carter was very, very quick in his early session. I noticed that sort of bright yellow car going quickly, and he was trading fastest laps in his section. One of the 6 qualies this morning.
So rounding Stowe Corner for the first time. There'll be a lot of jostling for position on the first couple of laps because of the way the grid is set. It is set based on the team's handicap number of laps effectively, but if you've got one of your faster cars out first, that will expect to climb up the order. If you've got a slower car out first or amongst your team, then that might drop down the order a little bit. So just giving a warm welcome to the Birkett relay there with the electronic signage above the grid on the Hamilton straight there.
And that's Neil Glover, isn't it, in the front of that group with the blue and silver Radical. And he's got the BMW, and they're all about to be ambushed by 3 or 4 very rapid Caterhams. And here's one goes past Glover, the BMW goes around the outside of him, and he runs out wide, but BMW's made it through at the loop. And the 7s, it's pretty busy in behind there. They're now battling to get past the Radical as well.
Yeah.
2 of them taking Neil Glover. Behind is the TCR spec Audi. That's Wayne Lawson, isn't it?
Yes.
That's that hand-controlled car, isn't it? That James Pickford is also in.
Yeah, Wayne Lawson going first in that car,
Yes.
but James will be in it later on. The pale blue BMW that you could see there, it's just gone through shot. That was the number 32 car. Classical Quaker is out there in that car at the moment for Team 32, which is Intersport Racing Bandits.
Driver of Dutch extraction.
Yeah. So first lap in anger now being completed, and the 3J's leading by 8.5 seconds at the end of it. James Pinkerton from Boss Cats, Richard Carter in second place in Team 42. Third place at the moment is 44. That's the VAG Tech team for Chris Freeman. Fourth is Team 62. That's Cap Team Elite and Warren Allen. Fifth is the 48 car. Graham Crowhurst, plenty in the tank in his BMW, and 6 is the 33 car, which is the car just going through shot now, the Intersport Racing car. The Intersport Racing Bandits, I should say, those cars. It's the Intersport Racing car of Jazz Sapra that's in the top 6 overall there. You can see Jazz Sapra in that newer shape BMW. He's just got ahead of the Caterham. I think that's Philip Jenkins in the number 27 Caterham, as they head down into Stowe Corner for the second time in full racing conditions. So interesting set of track conditions. I think they do differ, as Marcus was saying, across different parts of the circuit. So that's an extra challenge there for the drivers in the early laps of this Birkett relay race. The forecast I saw was that it should stay mostly dry, but the forecast we saw at the beginning of the programme said that there is the chance of some showers during the course of the day, which might keep the circuit damp. I don't think we're going to get any heavy rain. I don't think we're going to get into a sort of full wet standing water type situation though during the course of the day.
No, that's right. One of the interesting cars, one of many interesting cars I noticed was the aerial Nomad.
Yes.
Woodless. That's a car with a 3-litre Duratec, full Duratec engine in it. It looks like an off-road buggy.
It does.
And attracted quite a lot of attention and scrutineering, which I think started yesterday evening.
It did, yeah, afternoon in fact, I think.
We'll pick that up as we go through.
No, so certainly one of the very different cars that the Birkett does sort of bring out from time to time, doesn't it? Some very unusual machinery has appeared in this event down the years. There's Neil Glover, who was 12th at the end of the first lap, and he's been caught pretty much now by another sports racing car. That's the Andrew Butler MCR in 13th position, Team 39, the Suffolk team.
I think those MCR cars, from memory, were originated in Brazil.
They were,
and then
yes.
came and they're put together in South Wales now, aren't they?
That's right, and they're the sort of dominant chassis in Sports 2000 Duratec racing these days, I think, aren't they?
I always think of MCRs as MCSs, which of course was the Japanese centre seat Formula 2 and Formula 3000 based cars, which were called Mooncraft Special. And they were literally single seaters with clip-on, full aero bodies.
Dave Goddard's watching on the stream. Morning to you, Dave. And there's a lot of encouragement for the Forces-based teams. I can see in the comments on the YouTube live stream. Keep the comments coming in.
It's quite interesting to see the RX-8 rotary master there that was clambering about a foot inside the apex curbs at Brooklands. That's another of them. I did the 24-hour wheel hire race in one of those.
Okay.
And that was quite something in the dark, in the wet, down the Hanger Straight at 2 in the morning.
Yes, that's Team 58 that is running those. Trying to see who it is that is out there for them at the moment. If I go on to the next page of my timing screen, yes, it's that's Breakdancer Racing. It's Paul Herndon out for that team at the moment, in 51st position on scratch at the moment. So we will see James Pinkerton come across the line again to complete 4 laps of racing. So I'm trying to, there we go, work my TV remote control. I've sorted it now. And yeah, James Pinkerton leading by, well, quite a long way, because the next car through, which I think is still Richard Carter, was yet to come through at the end of 4 laps of racing. VAG Tech still there in... No, they're up to second now, aren't they? Because on that lap, Chris Freeman has got ahead for Team 44, ahead of Bosscat's Richard Carter. So it is Team 44 now up into second position. That's the team also comprising Jamie Hadley, John Monday, Simon Major, and Jonathan Packer as well, in a mixture of TCR Leons, Volkswagen Golf GTIs, and slightly going off brand, John Monday's Honda Civic as well, which we'll see out during the course of the race. Battle a bit further back, though, is on screen at the moment for those of you watching on the live stream, and it's featuring the number 23 Porsche, and that is the Supertune Apex Hunters team, a team mostly comprising of Porsche Boxster S's, and also team manager Colin Tester in his Porsche Cayman as well, and they're not inside the top 30 at the moment, I can tell you. We'll try and figure out exactly where they are in the running order in a second, because I do have the live timing here. Oh no, they are there. They are in 20th position. Adam Warner up for them at the moment in car D.
Leading car lapping in the 214s, but the next quickest is actually the car that's running 4th, and that's Plenty in the Tank Graham Crowhurst in 48. He's in the 219s. Incidentally, the Nomad, which is, whereabouts is that? We'll see that car out later on. That's we'll see the Nomad actually out later.
Yeah,
that's an interesting setup, chassis setup on the red. What is that? It's a Corsa, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, there's been all of the drivers in this team, which is called Where Are Your Parents, change their numbers. I think that is Matt Creed now out in that car, not his normal Renault Clio, but so that's changed to A on the list that I saw, but I'm suspecting it's not him, and it might be Jordan Newington, maybe.
It's very nose down, isn't it? It's got big rear wheels. We changed the gearing a tad.
That's BMW making up a position there, which is Team 34. Team 34 is the Galois Z4 team of Kieran Power, Callum Bates and Chris Murphy. A couple of minis doing battle here as well.
45 and 13 having a really good tussle with the late model VW Golf tucked in behind.
Yes, so Team 45 is Rodison Motorsport, so the Mini being driven by Andrew Stacey, but he's just lost track position out there to the fellow Mini, which is for Team 13, which is Bad Boy Tuning, which is a team entirely comprised of Minis. Andrew Hibbard, Emma Dawson, Andrew Hawes and Stephen Thompson aboard Team 13, Bad Boy Tuning, managed by Wayne Ellis, and just squeezing past both of them, well, at least one of them there, is the number 49 Mazda MX-5, which is the car of Porsche Motorsport, Ed McDermott, Bruce Robinson and Nick Dougal. out. I think it's either Ed or Bruce out in that car at the moment, because it looked like a Mark III rather than Nick Dougal's Mark IV. There's the big Jag getting stuck in Team 56, the Auto Reserve Parts liveried car. That's the Auto Reserve Jaguar Racing, so that is a team entirely comprised of Jaguars, and that is, as I say, Team 56. So where are they running at the moment? Not inside the top 38, but it looks like if I scroll.
That's the supercharged one, isn't it?
Yeah. Just to refresh my live timing, I think, to get the latest position.
Early pit stop, 3 Amigos. There's a team that's won in the past.
They're the 4 Amigos this year, with a couple of driver changes. 56, yeah, they're 19th actually. Andrew Harper in the Auto Reserve Jaguar Racing that we saw a moment ago. Also into the pits, I can see there was another car that was in the pits a moment ago. I think it may have headed out again. Now. That must have been the. Yes, it's the No, it's gone right to the back. It's Club Racing UK with Market Delivery. So Stefan Marsh in the Team 38 car is into the pits.
The Corsa cocks its inside rear wheel about 4 inches off the deck, coming through the tighter corners. It's holding its own well. Driver with a novice cross on the back. That yellow square with the black cross, indicating a driver relatively new to racing. It's going really well, the little Corsa.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's, as I say, up there in just inside the, just outside the top 20 now. It's Jordan Newington, 21st Jordan Newington in that Corsa that is out there. That team is called Where Are Your Parents? And the reason it is called Where Are Your Parents, because it's an obvious question to ask, is that what Matt Creed's son, who's part of the team, his son, when watching the racing, kept on shouting to the cars, "Where are your parents?" Oh, and
60 off.
That is a car that is into the gravel at
Club, isn't it?
Yeah, Club Corner. How has it got there?
By getting on the slippery stuff and not stopping by the looks of things, and that's a very easy mistake to make there.
That's Chris Valentine in the Cap Boxster Boys, Cap being Calm or Porsche. There's quite a few Calm or Porsche based teams. That's another of the squads that have had a comprehensive driver lineup compared to what was in the programme, but Chris Valentine was in as car A, so he's off into the gravel trap. So we'll see if any intervention is needed to recover that car.
It's going to be quite difficult to get back from there, isn't it? It's a long way off the hard standing of the circuit.
That's right. Of course, what will happen in this situation is the team manager will be monitoring the situation, and if a car does not come round in the time that is expected, then what they should do is send another car out to take over from the car that is stricken, whether it's because it's in the gravel, it's broken down or whatever. What you're not allowed to do is have 2 cars running at the same time, because if that happens, then you won't count the laps for either of those.
Yeah, that's right.
While the 2 cars are out there together.
One thing with live streaming course, Ian, is that the team manager can keep a watchful eye on all this sort of stuff and see that there is a car off, and I'm guessing we're going to get a safety car. Yeah,
I've just seen that notification come through that there are the safety car boards and flags. It's not yet.
That's a 34-second lead that James Pinkerton has for 3Js is going to be expunged by this, or largely expunged.
Just keeping a log of these safety cars. So that first safety car's been called with just about 5 hours 40 minutes to go. I say first time, implying that there might be some more. There very often is.
I'm going to call it SC1.
Yeah, I
think we got to about SC10 or 12 in the recent Spa 6 hours.
Yeah, and I seem to recall we had quite a few interventions in last year's Birkett relay as well. I think we have got one year where I think we had no safety car interruptions at all, which was quite surprising. But I suspect it won't be the last time we have
1968.
So again, what happens here in terms of the handicap, because obviously while cars go around behind the safety car, is that they are only able to go the same speed as the safety car.
Yes, no overtaking. But,
no.
There will be, I'm sure, a whole raft of cars between James Pinkerton and number 18, the leader,
yes,
and pursuer Graham Crowhurst in 48.
There's Pinkerton going through now through Copse Corner. So there's no attempt to pick up the leader, particularly in this race, because it's not that type of race.
Several laps,
really.
couldn't you, trying to achieve just that?
Exactly. But for
and there's no obligation to pick up the leader.
No, not at all. Right, I'll tell you more about how the handicap will work. We'll take into account the safety car in a moment. But first, let's head down to the pit lane and Lewis Beals.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I'm down here with Brian Watson. Brian, head of the Armed Forces, the RAF Armed Force section of the team, and you're a 6 times winner. What's the secret?
Luck, I think, is half the time. There's a bit of prep, there's a bit of practice, there's a bit of tactics. This is a marathon, not a sprint, as you well know from the time we've been here. And we've been doing this since 05, so we've got a bit of experience with the race. It's a great race to be involved in, at 750 put on here at Silverstone. It's one of those things where you get a chance to do all the different bits from small races, bring them together, have a team effort, and work as a team for the entire 6 hours.
Well, because, well, I'm saying a 6 times winner, that is the Birkett, that's the handicap. But of course, the first thing is you've got to beat your rivals, haven't you? The Army and the Navy.
We are winners for the last 2 years. So
Big smile.
Winning the race overall is quite nice, but actually it's a good way of bringing together the services to have we normally work as a championship within the 750 where we race against each other individually, but this brings us together as a team, so it's a proper team effort for the 6-hour race.
And of course, organisation is the key, isn't it? And normally your organisation has really been spot on. You've always, even last year where you were in the hunt right to the last 30 minutes, really.
Yeah, as you well know with this race, it starts to settle down after a couple of hours and you know where you are. So it's just keeping an eye on what's going on and just, looking for those opportunities as they appear.
I know, the big smile on your face. Anyway, hope you have a good day.
Always.
And best of luck to the Armed Forces, whichever branch, but fingers crossed for yourself.
Yeah, the RAF always here to put on a good show, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. Hope to talk to you later in the day.
Hopefully so. Cheers now.
Thanks very much. And back to Ian in the studio.
Thank you, Lewis. So just looking at teams that have already made a pit stop, into the pits has just gone Team 32, Intersport Racing Bandits, that's Klaus Kukier, he's into the pits. Also in the Suffolk team, Team 39, Lee Maddox is now out for that team. We mentioned the 4 Amigos, as they now are multiple winners as the 3 Amigos. They've also been in, and also Club Racing UK. Stefan Marsh is now out for that team, which is running in 65th position. Unsurprisingly, the Cat Boxster boys, Chris Valentine, they're now at the bottom of the table, that car having spun off into the gravel trap, and they are sort of 3 laps behind on scratch already. So that's not boding particularly well for their handicap results. And the best lap of the race so far, unsurprisingly too, James Pinkerton in the 3J's Radical, a 2:14.27, which is about 5 seconds faster than anybody else out there at the moment, Marcus.
Yeah, it's brightening up out there, which is good. You can still see on the Wellington Straight that the 2 halves of the circuit are very different in terms of the moisture. That the actual side that you go on through choice, the natural racing side, is almost dry. The left-hand side, which is the braking area if you're going to be really brave, into Brooklands, into that loop which takes you through right-handed through Luffield and then back through that very, very quick right-hand kink outside our studio, which is Woodcote. The outside of the circuit is pretty wet. There's one of our NASCAR type cars that we'll see several of in this race. Big 5.8 litre V8s in them by and large, and that's how it all works in the States anyway. And kind of cool looking car.
Yeah, it's Lee Maddox, I think, in the 39B.
Tractor boy.
Absolutely. So that's taken over from Andrew Butler's Sports 2000 MCR, I think, already in that team. So that team now in 42nd position. Still got this safety car. This is because Chris Valentine's Porsche Boxster was off in the gravel trap at Club Corner. First safety car of this race. It's been out for about 6 minutes so far. And yes, the total duration that the safety car is out will be factored into the handicap, because of course the faster cars do not have the advantage when the safety car is out. So the number of minutes of safety car running will be added up, and the handicap credit laps will be reduced proportionately to the amount of time that has been lost behind the safety car during the course of the race. So if 10% of the race is behind the safety car, very roughly about 10% of the credit laps will be removed, because in theory everybody should be running at the same pace behind the safety car. There is car 10B. That is the very well established, one of the longest running teams in this competition. That's Run Baby Run, and that is Colin Benham, the former Sports Specials champion in his CB Phoenix. It's a team of Sports Specials drivers: Anton Landon, Nigel Brown, Paul Collingwood, Gerard O'Donoghue, and Stuart Thompson, also out for that team this weekend.
Yeah,
Colin.
Run Baby Run harks back to the late great Dave Brody's
That's right.
very rapid Escort back in the 1970s.
Yeah, and that car that Colin Benham is in, it's a CB Phoenix. He built the chassis and the suspension. It's a Phoenix body, Ford ST170 engine, 2 litre car, and he says he was the 2013 Sports Special and outright champion, and he's 75 years young. So very similar in age to the Birkett Relay, which is having its 74th anniversary this year, although that's not necessarily...
It's the 75th race,
it's
isn't
75th
it? 'Cause there
race.
was an extra race one year.
Absolutely.
The 12-hour race wasn't there one year?
I think there was as well, which was for a special
But it's been
anniversary.
started at Silverstone, still at Silverstone, but it's been to Donington, Snetterton, Thruxton, I think.
Yes.
In the interim, from memory.
That's right. But it's been here at Silverstone for quite some time now. Certainly as long as I've been involved with commentating on it, which on and off has been for about 20 years. I think the last time it was elsewhere was 2000, when it was at Snetterton, bringing where it had a run at Snetterton for quite some time, back to 1988. It's about 12 or 13 years it had run at Snetterton.
Yes, I'm just about dried out from the time when I was out in the Heart Attacks team that managed to cover the most distance on scratch. Now the drivers are being waved past the safety car, which must be getting towards the end of this caution.
Yes.
And they're going to try to get that number 18D, James Pinkerton, and the white Radical lined up behind it. The Golf looks pretty good out there, doesn't it? Number 750 on the side.
Yes.
I see.
It certainly does. It's new for this year, the Safe 750 Motor Club safety car, replacing the McGann.
John O'Bain's in that.
He's one of the drivers. I think Andrew Raybould and Lee Bailey also will take their turns. They'll
Lee
do
Bailey,
shifts.
radical racer of yore, in this.
Yeah,
in this race.
He took me out in not this safety car, but the Hyundai electric safety car at Donington a few weeks ago, when we were. He was officially doing a circuit inspection to see if the fog was clearing. But myself and Josh Barrett and Matt Suckling also were given a passenger ride there, and we couldn't see very much because it really was very foggy.
This was the umpire Dickie Bird track inspection.
It was pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
It was not bad, not good at any part of the circuit, but you sort of went up the hill from McLean's to Coppers, and it was a wall of fog that you
I remember doing
went into.
a Donington race.
We'll hear from Marcus in a moment, that story, but let's head down to Lewis once again, see who's got in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, I'm down here in pit number 21 with a Four Amigos driver, Adam Reed. Adam, you made a mess of that BMW.
I know. Didn't go to plan, that didn't. Carnage on a couple of corners and just had nowhere to go. Car stopped and, yeah, that happened.
Did you touch another car or did you hit the safety barriers?
No, I hit another car. I don't know what car it was. It was a Clio, I think, or something. But yeah, fortunately going to is it Club, the real tight one. Yeah, everyone just literally stopped, and yeah, it was carnage. Unfortunately, I was behind the car. I literally stopped still, and yeah, tried moving, and that happened. So
obviously you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. Just yeah, got a good couple of lads on it, so I'll be back out.
Okay, Adam, good luck. Are you sharing the car with anybody?
No, luckily not, no. But we are one car down as well. So at the minute we've only got one car out.
So which car are you down?
Finn's car. We've got an issue with that on the starting. So there's only David out at the minute.
So it's only David. And what happened to Reese?
His car's not working. Reese and Finn are sharing the car.
Oh, so that's Finley Edwards A, and D, Reese March. Same car, but not very good.
Yeah, so one car at the minute. David's got a lot of work to do. Sorry, David.
All right, mate. I'll let you get back because hopefully you'll be able to get back on the road.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Duct tape and a hammer. It's fine.
Okay. Thanks very much, Adam. Hey, back to you in the studio, boys.
Yes, that's Adam Reed from the Forum Magos Team 9. Winners on a couple of occasions before. May struggle to do that today with down to one running car at the moment. Marcus, you were about to tell us something before.
The other Donington story was we had an HSCC Derek Bell Trophy race there in about 2006 or something like that. And overnight the rain was biblical. And there was an enormous lake at the old hairpin, right on the apex. And so the decision was taken to do 3 laps of qualification behind a safety car, and then kind of decide the grids on championship positions and that. That was fine. The only slight problem is sitting in a Formula 5000 car with, I don't know, 540 horsepower or something like that, 630 kilos, and doing about 14 miles an hour. Going through the puddle at the old hairpin was pretty hairy. The worst thing about it was that the safety car was an Audi Quattro, so it just carved its way through and was the ideal car for the job. We were all floundering around, but it was entertaining anyway.
I'm sure it was. I think it looks like we might be about to go green flag racing again. Safety car lights are out. Yep, that's going to head into the pit lane. And when it does so, James Pinkerton is going to lead them round.
Last time round, Ian, that 34-second lead had shrunk to 14. So it had gone down by about 10 a lap, effectively, over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, because the safety car was lapping in sort of 4 and 3/4 minutes or something like that.
We'll know in a second what it's gone to now when Graham Crowhurst comes through in second place. For Plenty in the Tank, Team 48 and 15. Yeah, it's gone down effectively from 35 seconds to 15.
Okay, so it's 5 hours and 26 minutes left when the race restarted. Make a note of that. We'll need to know that for later on. But yeah, racing back underway here at Silverstone in this Birkett 6-hour relay race. There's going to be a stop and go penalty, I think, to be served for one of the drivers, which is going to be Team 24, I think. So we'll get see them coming. That's for a safety car issue. So we're watching there the Mini. That's Team 13 once again. That was the bad boy tuning entry, Team 13. And which car is it? It looks like it's that D out at the moment for Team 13, which would make it Stephen Thompson from Aberdeen, 38-year-old who's not raced since 2023. He's done road sports, Mini Challenge Club Sport, but it's usually on the spanners rather than in the car. There's the Crowhurst car just turning through the corner there at Abbey. He's there in second position at the moment. On scratch, as Mark said, about 15 seconds behind the race leader. Watching the cars here come down towards the village hairpin and the the loop. So this is quite a technical part of the circuit. Warren Allen in the 62 Porsche, scything past some relatively slow cars, including their Team 19, which is the DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team, featuring Tom McFarlane, Luke Evans, Adam Huntley and Jackson Carden in their team of Type R trophy cars.
NASCAR is rapid in a straight line, isn't it? But it has to brake pretty early because it's heavy. And it's got a swarm of sort of Honda Civic Type R and EP3 behind it, and also one of the BMW compacts. And there's these little Caterhams zipping around between them. And they go either side of the saloon cars, down on the exit of Woodcote and down towards us here on this view at Copse. Very low angle camera today.
Yes, the 19 car there was Tom McFarlane out in 38th position for, and now 36th position is up to for DH Racing. So about halfway down the field. On the first lap after the green flag, Jason Pinkerton's put another 9 seconds. He's just on the best lap of the race, actually, a 2:12.515, which does suggest that conditions are improving. And also had a clear track in front of him because he was sort of unleashed from behind the safety car, so he was able to get his foot down there and build the lead now to 24 seconds over plenty in the tank. Graham Crowhurst in second place. VAG Tech, Chris Freeman are third. Cap Team Elite, Warren Allen fourth in the Porsche. Fifth, number 17, the Jerry Hat-Tricks. Christopher Wright. Sixth is 27, Casey Ham, Egg and Chips. Philip Jenkins out there with the Hat-Tricks getting ahead of the Egg and Chips on the last lap.
The Cater Ham, Egg and Chips have been around for a long time as a team, haven't they? Yeah. And looking at some of the others. Sofa King Fast. Yep. Probably. The Becosted 7.
Oh, now that Porsche is going in the wrong direction. Or pointing in the wrong direction anyway. It doesn't take a genius to work that one out. Who is that, though, that's now going to have to try and... that's not really advisable.
No.
As getting off the circuit, at least, to try and...
And that's going to get stuck.
Rejoin, which is the 63 car, was that? Team 63, that is Cap MTD. Now there's the car you were talking about earlier, Marcus.
Yes, that's the aerial Nomad. What a device that is. 11A. Not something the scrutineers have countenanced before. 2.3 litre Duratec engine.
Clayton Sampson, by the car, was the Porsche that was pointing in the wrong direction on the Hamilton Straight. Yeah, it's one of those cars you did have to sort of Google to find out what it was when you saw it on the entry list, the aerial Nomad. So it's presumably from the same stable as the aerial Atom. But more designed for off-roading, you'd think, looking at the stance of that car. The Nomad name probably suggests that as well.
Yeah, you'd say so, wouldn't you? It's very, very weird.
The closest I can think, several years ago, Matt Higginson raced a Rage Buggy, which was a similar kind of concept, I think, and he raced that in 750 Motor Club August races.
F1000 champion, isn't he?
Indeed, yeah. He raced it in Castle Combe GTs as well. I was looking it up a few weeks ago, and yes, it appeared in Castle Combe in the GT Championship as well. This was about 12 or 13 years ago.
It looks so curious alongside a Radical, particularly because it sits really high and it appears to have very thin spoked wheels on it.
Yes.
I guess they're a mag wheel and a kind of a spoke design. It's being eaten up in a straight line by one of the Caymans, and now the little Corsa goes shooting past as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, isn't it, to race that? But as I say, we have seen some very unusual vehicles racing in the Birkett 6.
It's like it's been hauled out of a Harry Dakar.
It does, doesn't it?
These days runs in South America, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But yeah, intriguing looking machine, that's for certain. So 5 hours 20 minutes gone. What I've not yet seen, and I have been looking, is any handicap updates at the end of the first half hour, but I'll let you know if we, as and when those are posted.
That's a great machine, the Audi in TCR spec, Motion Motorsport, Wayne Lawson, the orange and black Audi there. Car running on hand controls, so Wayne Lawson is driving it, but that'll be taken over by James Pickford later on, won't it? Who's rapid single-seater racer in his own right, going back a lot of years now.
Yes, and also successful in tin tops as well. There's John Labella in his Type R Trophy Honda. He's also been, I think, a hot hatch race winner this season as well, certainly a front runner, as well as in Type R Trophy. Back after a big accident at Brands Hatch in the opening meeting of this season.
30 seconds stop go penalty.
Yeah, and that's for a safety car infringement.
Oh, that's the Random Racers Neil Glover.
Okay. There's quite a few actually I can see that are going to get similar penalties, all for the same reason, for overtaking under safety car conditions. So the few drivers will have to serve those. But for now, let's head down to the pit lane once again, and Lewis Beals.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, I'm down here in pit 34 with Pestle and Mortar Racing, Claude Bosey. Claude, with you and Tom Kerridge in the team, I was expecting lots and lots of posh nosh, but there's no posh nosh.
No posh nosh today. Depends how we finish. If we manage to finish, maybe later.
Anyway, it's good to see you here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, have you? I take it you're new to the event.
Yeah, first time we do a relay like this. Amazing. Really exciting. Loads of car, great fun, great time.
It's a bit mad, isn't it?
It's completely mad, but that's what we like about it.
I know. So what sort of brought you into motor racing?
You know, Tom actually, he started doing it and he said to me, Claude, come with me, we have a try, and I fall in love with it. I always like cars and things like that, but never really thought I could do this and really enjoy it.
Well, that's the main thing. And you haven't had a huge amount of experience, but enough to be able to do this. So, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great pleasure.
So, Tom's gone in the car at the moment. I want to really know who's the quickest.
I don't know. I can't say that. He's one of my best friends. I'm not going to upset him, but I'll let you decide.
So we're going to see, are we?
Yeah, no, he's good. He's quick, actually. He's very quick. Okay, it should be a good race. In between him and I, we do a good team. We're very similar. Good team, yeah.
Okay, mate. Thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
We will. We will enjoy that. Thank you very much.
And thank you too. There we go. Back to the studio, please.
Thanks, Lewis. And we've got 5 hours, 17 minutes to go. There is the 53 car that has just gone out again. Tom Kerridge, the chef, out in that car at the moment. Where are they running in the race? Let's just get a look at the live timing. Trying to see where they are. It's quite difficult. It's about 46th Pestle and Mortar Racing. And there you can see they're running these the latest Clios, that particular team. 3J still leads the race, by the way, by 27 seconds from Plenty in the Tank. The gap has stabilised there because it was a slower last lap from James Pinkerton. But there you can see the 53 car, 53 team making its way through. Pestle and Mortar Racing, Steve Glynn managing that team, as well as Claude and Tom. You've also got Steve and Christian Harity in those cars as well. The two Radicals have got themselves together, Marcus.
They have indeed, under braking for Brooklands Corner, named for the Surrey Speedbolt, which is the home of British motor racing before Silverstone. Pre-Warrior.
So that's a lap having been put on Neil Glover then in Random Races 2, the team running in 13th position. So James Pinkerton has lapped everyone up to including 13th. The next team to be lapped will be Team 57, the Sofa team. Wes Ollivant aboard for them. So that'll be the next piece of lappery that we see. There's one of the MG ZRs. We just got a brief shot of those.
I'm intrigued to see how that stop and go works, because I mean, I guess Glover's going to have to come in and then go out again rather than send another car. So that's going to hobble them. Gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, there's 10 cars altogether that have got those penalties for overtaking under the safety car conditions.
I did notice when the screen was unfolding that under the yellows teams had changed order, which is a bit odd when you've seen that. Appreciate they're going to change order when cars go to the pits.
Yes.
But they can't overtake each other in the interim.
No, that's right. But obviously quite a few did.
These radical SR3s have amazing downforce. And they fabulous cars to drive.
No, they certainly do, and of course these days 750 Motor Club running the Radical Club Challenge, which has evolved from Bike Sports, had its final 2 rounds at Donington Park 2 weeks ago. Today, Gordy Much winning the championship overall by the narrowest of margins.
He had a great run, didn't he, Scott? Yeah.
Perfect score. Every race win, every fastest lap within his class in the Derby University run car. So he went really well.
He's been a protege of Scottish Motor Baron John Clark.
Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Lewis Beals has found someone else to talk to.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, we're down here with Roddison Motorsport and Dan Welsh. Dan, long time since we've seen you on the track, and that last time up was in the touring cars.
It probably was. I've been doing, odd races here and there. I did Goodwood last year. Still like to keep my feet in. At the end of the day, it's a hobby, isn't it? It all just got a bit mad at one point.
Yeah. So, have you done the Birkett before?
I've not raced in the Birkett. I've run cars in the event quite a few times, and generally it's always been freezing cold, raining sideways. But today, actually, I think the weather gods are with us.
Well, it's only cold, isn't it? It's not very, very cold, but it's just cold.
Silverstone's always cold. You can come here in the summer and it's cold, but no, it's a cracking event. It's great fun, and it's quite a nice way to finish a year off.
Well, yes, and you're in a Skoda Octavia. That's unusual.
We are definitely in a taxi. Paul Roddison's built it. He's raced it a couple of times this year, purely just to be a bit different, and it's still in its development stages, but yeah, we're going to have some good fun in it.
All right, Dan, and it's good to see you here, and I hope to see you back again another year.
Good, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the race, because we've done really well.
Okay, mate, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, great to speak to Dan Welsh there, and I remember his father very fondly, John Welsh, the great autocrosser and rallycrosser of the sort of Martin Schunke era, and Dan raced in BTCC type events, but John was absolute king. I remember him in club autocrosses back in the 1970s. He turned up and made the rest of them look like pedestrians. But team runs a family body shop down at Fleet in Hampshire, and super to see Dan back behind the wheel.
There we can see one of the Clios. That's Mark Witherington, who had an overall podium finish at Mallory Park last weekend, and a class win as well. It was a great success for him. His best result he had achieved at Mallory Park last weekend in the final round of the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, and so good to see him out there once again. There you can see, I think this was the car that's on the sort of still that was for the live stream at the beginning. That's the 39F car that's there being worked on in the pit lane. Or E, I should say, Matt Snowball. Cars making their way down the Welling Straight. There's Graham Crowhurst, who's still second in plenty in the tank, and I think he demonstrated there was plenty in the tank on the green flag lap, as it looked like there was almost a bit of fuel spilling out, but I'm sure the levels have gone down a lot since then. If he of course is making his way through slower traffic as well. Interesting, he's got the wipers on there, so maybe there is the odd spot of rain. Hard to detect anything on our cameras, but maybe there's a little bit just appearing on his windscreen from time to time. So he's there in second on scratch at the moment. Who else is in that team 48 with him? Are they going to be able to maintain that second position overall? Where you've got Kenny Coleman, Dan Smith, Dave Avis in BMW E92s and E46s. I think they've got a couple of E46s that they are, whether they're going to run all of them or not, I'm not quite sure. Maybe that's a bit of an insurance policy there, to have almost a spare car, which they will have qualified, should that be required. Hearing from our camera operators, there we go. There's a spot of rain on the lens right on cue, so there is some rain out there on circuit at the moment. I don't think it's an awful lot, but just enough to make it a little bit more greasy. There's not a lot now of green on our timing screen. Green being where a driver has achieved a fastest lap on their previous lap. It's all yellow now, indicating that the lap times are not as quick as they had been on the previous tour. Is that the Clayton Sampson car? That's the one that spun, isn't it, on the
yes.
Hamilton Straight 10 minutes or so ago, and made an elaborate rejoining manoeuvre. And
alongside it's that Rothmans liveried Boxster that's got one side of it stoved in. I noticed that was in practice. I think it might have arrived like that actually.
Yeah, so that's Captain Slow, Team 61, up against Cap MTD. Two Porsche outfits together, both of those teams comprised of drivers that regularly compete in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which is another competition that runs regularly with the 750 Motor Club. You can see as well there the team of Clios. Just picking up, remind myself what number team they are. As well, and there is the 39 Pontiac just circulating as well now. They've had another change. I think they're on their third. No, it's still with Lee Maddox, I think, that team.
The red one.
39.
It's
Kevin Borland. Yeah, it's the Chevrolet NASCAR that's, according to the entry list, out there now. But yes, there we are, and it's just in behind the Clio that I was just talking about as well. Whole team of Clios from the VSG Crypto Sport Challenge. It's Chris Lawrence out there at the moment.
The old works colours.
Yeah, it's the RS Baguettes team. Where are the RS Baguettes running at the moment? They're running in 38th position at the moment with Chris Lawrence aboard, and that is for position with Team 39, the Suffolk team, Kevin Borland there. Let's head down to Lewis, who has news from the pit lane.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. And as you were saying, there are just a few spots of rain on the camera lenses and in the air. And you can see our leader team are a little bit indecisive on what tyres they're going to be running. Here are the wets, full wets. Here are the dries. And I can tell you the slick dry tyres were on the car a moment ago. And now that you can see the car, the Radical, up in the air. And it's... the team boys are just not decided. Oh, well, looks as though they have decided they're putting slicks back on John's car. So that's a brave decision, I think. And just before, as we walked down the pit lane, we saw the Three Amigos BMW car being taped up. Looks as though Adam's car will be ready to go again shortly. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, that's John McLeod's car that they're putting slicks back on in the 3J's team, which is leading this race quite comfortably with the best lap of the race as well at 2:11.862. So he will take over at some point soon from James Pinkerton. There's one of the Alphas just going through, Team 30. That's the Britannia Auto Recovery team, which is being managed by Stacey Dennis, and I think that might be Paul Plant, is it, that's out there for that team at the moment. On that in a second, but yes, it is clearly difficult for those teams that have that decision between slicks and wets, Marcus. It's very borderline, isn't it, at the moment?
I guess it is, and again, you've got to factor in how much running do you have to do offline if you catch a bunch of slower cars when you're in the quickest car in the race.
Yeah,
over a minute now to Graham Crowhurst in plenty in the tanks. BMW 1:01.007, the integer at 20 laps, and Crowhurst is 26.5 seconds up the road from Chris Freeman for Vagtech Team 44.
Okay, so we do now have some handicap positions after 30 minutes. It's our first update. We're now nearly 55 minutes into the race, but I can tell you that after 30 minutes, the team leading on handicap, and it is very early days, was Team 26, the Midshipman Orders. That's Martin Orger, Maxine Nichols and Malcolm Edison. I think Malcolm went out first for them in the team comprising of MR2 Roadsters. Second was the 67, Le Mans Impossible. Lee Keneally, Mal Higgins, Mark Jones, Will Bartop and Mark Enott. Saw Mark Enott, no, I've not seen Mark Enott yet, beg your pardon. Third, there's a spin for 33. That is one of the front runners. It's the team in fourth, so that's Kevin Clark. That's the Intersport leader, if you like. He has gone off onto the grass. Didn't quite see what caused that, if that was on his own or if there was an incident with another car, but he's just about to head back into the race. That's at Beckett's, is it? Around that part of the circuit, so he's going to take a while to get back to speed. Just to finish what I was saying, third at the moment on handicap 47, the 116 Assassins, Connor Anderson, Callum Davis and Luke Fox should say. Fourth on is number 28, Mazda Misfits. Fifth, 31, Total BS, MX5 based team. And sixth, 29, Miata Maestro is another of the MX5 Club Racing outfits. So that's the handicap position at the end of the first half hour, but that is with an awful long way still to go.
Kevin Clark was running fourth when he spun at Beckett's, as you said. He's now been lapped by James Pinkerton for the 3Js, who comes across, uses the curb on the exit of Club Corner, dives inside the little Citroen C1. Clark goes within 2.
Coming up towards the end of the first hour of this race, Pinkerton leading by a minute from Graham Crowhurst, Chris Freeman in VAG Tech third in that TCR car, and then I would think that Kevin Clark will have lost positions, at least a couple of positions there, or at least one position I would think, the Boss Birketteers potentially, which was team 52, which was the team for which Richard Carter started, but it is now Stephen Collins out there in that Caterham 7 based team. There's one of the MG ZRs just going through, and also let's have a look at the little Citroen C1. No, let's not. Let's have a look at the Mazda RX-8 instead, just in front of it. That's the Team 54 car, which is Rocket Dog Racing, and there is a name behind Rocket Dog Racing as well, which we'll come on to in a second. But there we can see the handicap leaders on screen at the moment. That is Team 26, and I think it is still Malcolm Edison out there for that Team 26 at the moment. The Midshipman Orders, who are running, let's see where they are, 49th overall, having completed 19 laps. They're 3 laps down on the leader on scratch, but they are the leading team on handicap at the moment. Although they did lose 3 positions on the last lap, which just might have been a bit of a problem for Malcolm on that last lap. He's lapping with one of the MX-5s there. They'll be sort of relatively similar in terms of their lap times, and that is the 58 car, which is Breakdancer Racing Harry Air. And actually it looks like Malcolm's gained 1 position back on the road from Harry Air. So that is a battle for track position 48th and 49th, and it looks like Harry in the MX-5 is coming back. They're going to have a Caterham slicing possibly between them. Yes, they do, as they come down to Stowe Corner that time. That is the number 17 car. That's the Jerry Hattricks car of John Reed out there at the moment.
Jerry Hattricks, yep.
That's the kind of pun we approve of. That's safe for the stream, I think, that one.
Good, clean fun. Yeah, absolutely.
So yes, it's an hour gone in this race. So certainly it's feeling a little bit damper at parts of the circuit, looking at the wipers, but I'm looking out my commentary box window and there is blue sky away to our right. That's just to the north of Silverstone at the moment, so possibly just a passing shower.
Yeah, sunny over Foster's booth.
There's another of the front runners in the handicap part of the race. That's 47B out there at the moment. That's one of the 116 cars, 116 trophy runners. Not actually as many of those as you might think. The 116 Assassins, though, have Callum Davis out there for the moment, and that team should have been 4 of them. There's actually only 3, but I think AJ Duffel had to sit it out. I think he's had an operation recently. So the 116 Assassins down to just 3 of them, Connor Anderson and Luke Fox. The other 2. One of the minis going back out into the race there, as you can see, from the pit lane. It is quite a busy pit lane. Majority of the teams have had at least 1 pit stop, if not 2 by now, to change drivers. Because of course some cars, Marcus, will be able to go for an hour plus. Some can perhaps only do 20 or 25 minutes or something like that.
Absolutely, and that's what used to hobble the Clubman's cars when they were running, because they could only run about half an hour. And that was if the conditions were sort of damp and they weren't on full revs.
Yeah.
They were stopping all the while. They were quick enough, but they struggled. I noticed that Warren Allen, have they made a stop? I guess they have.
Yes, that's team 62, yeah. So it's now down in 10th, I can see on our time. It's Richard Neal has taken over.
It's not showing as having made a stop, but they must have done, unless we've lost Warren Allen out on the circuit. Because suddenly he dropped behind Kevin Clark, who we know had been lapped following that spin. And just wondering whether that 62 car has made it back, because we're not seeing a pit stop at this point.
I've not got anything on the race log that I can see that suggests that he's stopped on circuit. So slight mystery of that. So maybe it's just they've managed to come in and not to trigger the pit stop marker somehow on our timing screen.
Just hasn't caught up yet. First place 3Js haven't made a stop yet. Third place 44, the VagTech team haven't made a stop, but we're seeing a stop for the Crowhurst crew.
Their live stream is being watched by drivers in the pit lane.
Is that John McLeod?
Yeah, it's John McLeod there, perching the laptop precariously on the side of the Radical there. I guess he's just trying to have a look at it to see what the conditions are like at different parts of the circuit, as much as anything else. They've gone with slicks as far as we know.
32B, Tommy Grout's car doesn't have a working transponder. That's the Intersport Racing Bandits. Tommy Grout, car 32, running in 19th place.
Yeah, and several cars being notified for 30-second stop and go penalty, 6, 21, 36 and 43, all being notified of penalties for overtaking under the safety car, we would think. There's team 14, that's the Mini, just ahead of the 116 Assassins, which is off the road, the Assassins at the moment. Very quickly they found some tarmac though, so that's the beauty of Silverstone, is that even if you got off onto the grass, there's quite often some tarmac not too far away to find your way onto. But the 14 car, the Mini there, that was Adam Dewis driving the Mini. Don't know if you see him in a Mini. He's driving for the Royal Navy, Royal Marines motorsport team, managed by Adam himself, with Richard Phillips in a BMW and Gareth Moss in a Mazda MX-5, the other 2 drivers in that car. But that's the car that's just been off the road. It's got Porsche coming up behind it as well at the moment, which is the 41 car just going, so the 61 car just going through, which is obviously much further up the road. That is the Captain Slow effort. Not that slow, clearly, but outside the top 30 at the moment. Yes, it's Charlie Dye out there in 34th position for that particular team at the moment.
3 now has Travis Patterson in. That's the Motion Motorsport team that Wayne Lawson started.
Yes, so that's Travis Patterson having taken over. So what position are they in at the moment? They are in 9th place in team 3, aren't they?
Pestle and Mortar, that's the chefs. They're having a good little tussle.
Just on Travis Patterson, or Trav as he's known, 42-year-old from South Africa, grew up in King Williamstown. He's a stunt rig for blockbuster films like Wicked, Mad Max, Doctor Strange 2 and the upcoming He-Man film. currently working on a new Star Wars film as well. He's always had a passion for motorsport. Senna was his inspiration. His dad sold Hondas, so he's got a big love for Honda cars in particular. He dreamed of F1 but never got the opportunity for karting at a young age, so fulfilling his motorsport dreams later in life in other categories. He moved to the UK 4 years or so ago, and he's loving the opportunities the country has to offer and is taking full advantage of them. There's the very smart number 48 BMW, which is the car of plenty in the tank. So we've had that change of driver, and it's Kenny Coleman now, isn't it?
Driving, yeah.
Yeah. Having taken over from Crowhurst, then that change has allowed Chris Freeman, who stayed out there, to move up into second position. Kevin Clark has just regained a position that he'd lost with that spin. He's back up to fourth position on the road. A lap and 43 seconds behind the leader. There's the little Toyota Yaris T-Sport. Good to see the Yaris out there in amongst that team that also comprises the Mazda 2. So it looks like it's got some interesting modifications there with that sort of air intake on the bonnet. That's the 16B car. So this is Errol Taylor in the Yaris Speed Sport, and Errol did take the time to fill in his driver profile.
So reminiscent of those special saloon minis back in the 1970s with the big power bulges on the bonnet and the 8-port head poking out. But it's not quite as elaborate as that.
No, Errol is a 32-year-old from Whitchurch in Shropshire, a second-hand car dealer. He races in the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Championship, but's got little experience beyond that. He came third, he says, in the 4 hours of Lochgelly Banger race, apparently. And this is a 2002 Yaris T-Sport on individual throttle bodies, hence this stupid scoop, but it's a completely standard engine. His words, not mine. But yes, it does look a little idiosyncratic, doesn't it, that Yaris, and he's just got behind him, coming up there, the Korean team, Team 51, and it looks like 51B out there at the moment.
And the Sienna has just gone rocketing past them both. In fact, the Yaris almost held the coupe for 3/4 of the strength, the length of the straight there.
Paul Calloway out in the Hyundai Coupe for Team 51 at the moment. So we've got 67 teams and an average, I would say, of 4 drivers per team. So we're going to have getting on for 280 drivers, I would say, racing here today across all of the different cars.
The 62 Porsche there with that hippie style, and that is aping the glorious 917 Langheck that ran at Le Mans. Was it car that finished? Was it second in 1970?
Yeah,
it probably was. Just beautiful.
Yeah, Richard Neal in that Cayman GT4 RS. It looks like we are about to have John McLeod go out then for the first time in this race. James Pinkton, he's been out there for nearly an hour and 10 minutes now, hasn't he? Some safety car running in there. About, what did we have? 14 minutes of safety car running, I reckon.
We get to kind of a quarter of the race, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
No, a quarter of the 5 hours anyway. So there'll be enough stints for everyone to probably have a second go.
Yes.
Down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many in the team?
There's only 3 of them.
3 of them, yes.
Joe Stables being the other, former bike sports champion. Very quick. Oh, now, one of the ZRs has been off the road. That's the 43C car. So just to confirm who that is the car of Josh Addison. This is for K-Series Cartel, obviously homage to the K-Series engine that powers that car. So that's the team that's managed by Leon Wignall, who's also one of the drivers in that outfit. And that team, Team 43, was running in 55th position. There's a few of the ZRs out there today in different teams, so I'm sure there'll be inter-team mark battling going on. But yeah, setback there for Team 43. Great little battle going on between a couple of the MX-5s here, and they are going to be battling it out for handicap honours, I would think. I know there was some discussion in the handicappers office earlier on about how many laps they'd all got, and they're both, as we look at that battle, head into the pit lane to have a change of drivers. But that was Team 28 and Team 31.
And they were running just behind Tom Kerridge, I think, weren't they?
I think they were. So that's the Mazda Misfits, and also Total BS, which Izzy Burrows is managing that team of Ben Shaw Motorsport cars.
New car for the 18 team, 3 Chase, John McLeod, and he's picked up the lead. Team is leading by something around a minute and 15 seconds when James Pinkerton came in. So there is McLeod. First Radicals raced back in the 90s, didn't they? The later 90s with the 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, that's right.
We're seeing it racing at Mallory Park and Snetterton, and coming up with Mallory, they had 2 cars there. I think at one point they had 1 race car and 1 kind of show car, and then very soon they kind of dropped them into petri dishes, and they reproduced very rapidly.
Very rapidly indeed.
Now over, was it 3,000 odd Radicals, something like that?
Yeah, there's Mark Enoch. He's out there now for Team 67, which is another of the cars that was other teams that was going well on handicap. That's Le Mans Impossible, 56th on scratch at the moment, but Mark, a regular racer in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship this season, which ended at Mallory Park last weekend. So he's just at the rear of this group, just behind one of the Caterhams. His usual race number has been taped up, and the number that he's sporting for this weekend has been added. All of the cars, of course, are running a different number, the number of their team this weekend, rather than the numbers that these drivers would usually race when competing individually. Clio 182's, of course, the basis originally of the Clio Sport Championship, joined more recently by the 197-200 model, and both of them well represented throughout this season in the K-Tech, in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Coming up to 4 3/4 hours to go, so 1 1/4 hour into this race. John McLeod is still leading. He's taken over now from James Pinkerton. Number 18 is ahead from 44, which is VAG Tech, which is Chris Freeman. 48, plenty in the tank. Kenny Coleman in 3rd place at the moment. Let's head down to the pit lane though. Lewis Bills has got another interview lined up for us.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, I've got James Pinkerton, who's just came in and swapped over John McLeod in 18. 18B, what was that? 3 JSs. James, right, you went on full wet. Was that the right call?
Probably not. You know, the power of hindsight. I think I figured it out on the first half a lap. I'm like, yeah, guys, this is definitely dry, but you know, it was a safer way to start the race, and we were just managing the tyres throughout that. But yeah, no, we did okay. I mean, the tyres probably won't go again, but no, it's good fun.
Well, I don't know. They're looking a little bit more like Inters now.
Yeah, Inters is maybe a fair shout. Yeah, maybe they will go again.
So yeah, what are track conditions like?
Bone dry. Yeah, really good. Obviously the track's cold, but with the amount of cars running around now, yeah, with a set of slicks on it, the lap times are good. So yeah.
And the car running perfectly?
Car feels good. Yeah, running perfectly, no issues. Touch wood.
Yeah, well, you got a lap on everybody.
That's good. We would have liked more, but there you go.
Yeah, because you probably would have had more, apart from the safety car, which came in and interrupted your session.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, a few laps behind the safety car, but it gave us a good clean start again, and yeah, enabled us to have a few clear laps.
Yeah, the other Radical way back in your mirrors, and he started on slicks.
I think he's made the right call. I think maybe sticker slicks was a bad call. Scrub set would have been better, but it's definitely the quicker tyre.
So what can you do, roughly an hour a session?
How do you mean? What?
Yeah, time-wise.
Yeah, just over an hour. So about an hour and 10 minutes.
All right, James, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Les. News is that car 59, I think, is in the gravel trap at Beckett's, which is the RAF Motorsports team now. Trying to figure out who's out there for them at the moment. Yeah, Alex Waldeck, I think, that is there. There you can see the marshals ready to assist. So that's Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot 306 GTI. They've just sent out actually James Flint to replace him, but they were in 50th position when Alex had his moment. Has gone off into the gravel, so there's a half a dozen marshals there ready to try and assist him back into the race, but I think he's getting out of the car now, so I think that is a car that's going to need to be recovered, and indeed we do have the safety car being called into action with 4 hours 44 minutes to go. So about, what do we have, 38 minutes I think we'd had of running since the last one came in. But yes, now Alex Waldeck's car bringing about the second safety car stint of this 2025 running of the Birkett 6-hour relay race, with the order on scratch at the moment being number 18, the leaders, 3Js, John McLeod, 44 in second, VAG Tech, Chris Freeman, still out there, still his first stint, one of the few cars yet to have made a stop. Third, 48, plenty in the tank, Kenny Coleman. Fourth, 33 in Sport Racing, Kevin Clark. Fifth, number 17, the Jerry Hattricks, John Reed. Sixth, 27, Kate Hammer, Egg and Chips, Tom Overton. Into the pits now has come in seventh place, number 52, the Boss Birketteers, Simon Lanyon. Eighth to number 37, Here We Go, and Fergus Ryan. Ninth to number 3, Motion Motorsport, Travis Patterson. Completing the top 10, 42, Boss Cats and Andy Grant. Have we had an update on the handicap positions at 1 hour yet? I'll refresh my screen, and we have, so I can tell you. There's things are jiggling about on my screen. The handicap positions after 1 hour of racing are as follows. And bear in mind, this is the most important part of the Birkett relay race, the handicap results. So leading now, Team 6, the Cockwombles are leading. Tristan Judge, Zoltan Shabai, Scott Lawrence and Jack Lawrence in their MX-5s. Second is Team 28, the Mazda Misfits. Jamie McCann, Stephen Rees, Adrian Johnson, Nico Favo and Scott Hubel. Third is Team 31, Total BS, another of the MX-5 teams, so Jake Micklewright, Amy Worthington and Neil Burrows. Fourth, 29, another MX-5 team, they're going well. The Miata Maestros, Mary Barnard, Paul Barnard, Andrew Robinson, Ian Tomlinson and Martin Vernon. Fifth, Team 47, the 116 Assassins, Connor Anderson, Callum Davis and Luke Fox. And then sixth, 21, Army Sports Car Racing, Jonathan Candler, Kieran Lambourne, Alex Martin, Ben Seaton, Paul Chapman and Scott Townsend, the best of the services cars at the moment. And then seventh, only 7 seconds behind them, the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport team, Team 14, 867 Le Mans Impossible, 9th, number 66, the Touran Wagoneers, Team 66, and 10th, 51, the team of Hyundai Coupes, who I'm not going to read their name out. And we have 12 cars all on the lead lap as far as Squash is concerned, because 11th, 46, the Beckerstead 7, Eddie Moyer, Costa Kreitzis, Ben Dade, Stuart Sellers, and Where Are Your Parents, Team 20, also on 25 laps at the end of the first hour on handicap. So keep you updated with those handicap results as we and handicap positions as we go through. We've got 4 hours 40 minutes to go. We'll just take a very short break and we're back with you in a moment. Yokohama. 4 hours and 40 minutes to go in the Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone. Safety car is out, but I think it's probably going to come back in again relatively soon. The reason it is out is because Alex Waldeck spun his Peugeot 306 into the gravel trap at Beckett, but that car in the process of being recovered, and the race will hopefully continue in green conditions very soon. The conditions above the track look pretty good there, don't they? There's blue sky above Silverstone at the moment, and the race leading car of John McLeod is indeed on slicks, unlike his predecessor in Team 18, the race leading team, James Pinkerton, who was on full wets, which have taken a bit of a beating in the hour or so that he was on track. But yeah, conditions looking pretty good at the moment, and hopefully to stay dry for the rest of the afternoon. We've given you the recently the updated positions on Scratch and on Handicap as well. The Handicap positions updated every half an hour, so there'll probably be an update, well, with the positions in about 9 minutes time. It'll take a few minutes for those Handicap positions to be published, and we'll bring them to you just as soon as we can. But for the moment, the car's continuing behind the safety car. I'm reminded that last year's winning team is recomprised this year as Rutec 1, Rutec Racing BMWs. Martin Roche is the leader of that team. We'll pick up on how they are doing in a few moments, but first let's head down to Lewis.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I'm down in pits, down in the bottom end of the pits with TTVS TRT team. Well, anyway, it's James Hillier. Good morning, James, and welcome to the Birkett.
Thank you. It's a bit fresh, but I haven't driven yet. I've only practiced, but so far so good.
I say, you don't look mad enough to have been an Isle of Man TT winner.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you know it's. I've got a weird draw to it, and I think you have to be. You know, people say we're mad, but you have to be quite switched on there. Otherwise, you know, you wouldn't come out. You wouldn't last too long. You have to be quite calculated and respectful. So I know it looks pretty mental from the outside, but I can promise you there's a lot of calculations and preparation going on behind the scenes before we go.
Yeah, how do you practice? Because I take it, do you use games and gaming things, or is it just doing it for real?
I think nothing comes close. You know, I think that's another uniqueness of that TT event is you can't practice anything like that anywhere else. You know, you can do millions of laps on a short circuit, but the perception of speed is so much greater there. It's no comparison to anything else. So yeah, I think you just kind of have to pull it out the bag when you get there, and it's always a bit of a shock to the system however many times you've done it. That first night of practice is a bit of an eye-opener, but it's amazing how the mind adapts and the eyeballs can read. You know, you really you know, the drive home is interesting after 2 weeks at the TT, because 70 mile an hour on the motorway or whatever you're doing feels very slow.
So is there anything you can take from sort of bike racing into car racing?
Not really, no. And the more I drive the car, the more I realise there's really not a lot to, maybe the lines a little bit, but the whole sensation of finding grip and the feel, you know, from the steering wheel on the seat is so different to the feedback you get from a motorcycle, and even the technique of braking. You know, you have to balance the car different to on the bike. We brake right into the apex, whereas you can't do that in the car. So I'd say I think I'm learning pretty quickly. I feel it, especially I'm only in a little Suzuki Swift, so I've got a bit more time to think about what the car's telling me. But I'm actually really enjoying it, and you know, I've got no intention of giving the bikes up anytime too soon. But I would like to kind of pursue a bit of a role in car racing if I can. It's appeals to me, and I'm enjoying it, so I'll do what I can.
All right, James, and didn't you say your car was out on circuit being driven by?
Matt from Autocar magazine here, journalist. We were supposed to have John McGuinness, but he double booked himself and couldn't make it. So I'm the only TT rider here, and Matt's out at the minute. I think he's due in any moment, so it'd be good to get some feedback, and then I'll be gearing up, ready to go in the next stint, driver D.
Okay, and enjoy yourself the rest of the day.
I will, thank you.
Thank you too. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, James Hillier there, Isle of Man TT winner, very successful motorcycle racing competitor. And he was out at Mallory Park in the Swift last weekend as well, getting some experience of those cars. As you can see there, we are back green flag racing again. We have been for about 30 seconds or so since the green flags went out. The car of Alex Waldeck having been recovered. You can say David Drinkwater on track in the car that's still got the 3 Amigos number plate on, but it's now the 4 Amigos of that team. And I think there is now at least one more car for him to hand back to if needs be, after the car of Adam Reed, which was involved in a bash in the first part of the race. That's now been repaired, I think, so that's ready to go out once again. But Marcus Pye alongside me here in the control box, I think that safety car was costly for the race leaders.
Yes, absolutely, Ian. Knocked about a minute and 18 seconds off last time through, and in fact, with a change to Jamie Hadley for Vagtech in 44 now, the gap at 32 laps had come down to under a minute. So it all got. Oh, we've got a BMW well off on the side of the loop. There, one of the white M3. Can't see which one it was there. That's the car there, picking itself up.
Trying to figure out who that was in a moment, maybe. But yes, time lost there for the lead, John McLeod. But he has just did the best lap of the race, 2:09.655 now. Still couldn't quite make out the number on that car, I don't think, could we? Is it Renfield? We'll have another go as it comes through Luffield. 30B.
30, yep.
Is the car that was off the road briefly at the loop, and that was Callum Gray for the Britannia Auto Recovery team. Britannia Auto Recovery is the company of Giuseppe Calari, who is one of the drivers in there, but it's Britannia with a German hint as well, because we've got the BMW being driven by Callum and by Giuseppe himself, as well as the Alpha of Paul Plant and Stacey Dennis.
Yeah, it gets very, very packed, doesn't it, again, after these safety cars, and you can see all the speed differentials coming out now. There's that Maha liveried BMW compact charging through, using all the road and a bit more to stay ahead of the Services Peugeot.
Before we went down to hear from James Hillier, I said I'd give you an update on where Rutec won our last year's winners in the handicap. They were 37th at the end of the first hour. That's Rutec 1, Neil Roach, Phil White, Sarge Satish Rahari and Sergei Maniv. But they were only 1 lap behind on handicap, so still recoverable, certainly.
Interesting, Ian. New fastest lap for John McLeod, a 2:09.655. That's wiped that time that was set very, very early in the race by the lead-off driver, James Pinkerton.
That's right.
And he had done a 2:14, I think.
I think he got down to the 11s.
Got down to 11s later on. But that was on wets.
Yes.
And McLeod on slicks, which cleared the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, and again, he'd had a relatively clear track ahead of him, sort of in the early part of this restarted race. Blue flags waving. There was a lot of blue flag waving to be done by marshals in the Birkett relay race, of course, keeping them very busy. So, many, many thanks to all of the marshals here this weekend, flag marshals or otherwise, for the hard work they're doing. There's car 4B, so that's the car at the moment, I think, of Ginetta and Tonic, and at the moment it's John Dundee that is out there, but I know there'll be a few people tuned in on the live stream to see Jimmy Broadbent out for that team.
2B, does that have quite enough downforce, do you think? Huge great splitter, huge great Venturi under the rear bumper of the 2B Lotus. That's Martin Gambling in the Lotus.
So we've got on screen at the moment the number 60 car going through. That's the Cat Boxster boys. They are towards the back of the field in 66th position, making their way down to the right-hander Stowe corner. Just behind them then is that number 2 car of I think that's Martin Gambling out there in that green Elise. That's the Rutec, the second Rutec team, Rutec Racing Lotuses, that are out there in the green Lotus. 4.5 hours to go. There is Martin Gambling. We've seen him race lots of different things, low costs, BMW compacts. He's raced in the Sports Specials Championships, in one of the Eclipses as well. So quite experienced in a number of different cars in 750 Motor Club racing circles. There's the car that's in third. No, get it right. Where is that car now? It's the 62 car. It's down the order. Yeah, it's dropped down to 12th position. That's Cap Team Elite. It was one of the front-running cars, but Richard Neal has steadily dropped down the order, it would seem, to 12th position now. Not quite sure how that's happened, really. What kind of lap times is he doing at the moment? He's doing 2:23s, so faster than quite a few of the cars ahead of him. So he must have some kind of drama with that car, I think, that's dropped the team a little bit further back.
There's a picture very redolent of this type of race. You've got the Honda, you've got the Clio, haven't you? BMW Z car, and also the Golf festooned with aero kit on it, carving through the middle. That's a tremendous little tussle, and that's very typical. One nuance of this race that goes from beginning to end. The cars settle down into groups, and sometimes it's a real catch-weight contest, isn't it? But they do similar cars, very disparate cars do very similar lap times.
Yeah, I can see also on screen there one of the Mazda 7s as well, which also entered their season at Mallory Park last weekend, but in pretty dramatic and unfortunate circumstances, because they didn't get a result declared from either of their races at Mallory Park because of a variety of very big accidents, unfortunately. So it was a bit of a shame for them. I think everyone was more or less okay as a result of those incidents in the final round of the Mazda 7 season. It's the Birkett Relay, sponsored by Yokohama, of course. There is the 39 D car out there now, so that is Chris Richardson's Chevrolet Ascar. I think they're already on their 4th, if not 5th, different car of this race so far. Obviously pretty limited on how many laps they can get out of some of these heavyweight American machines, but they sound good. We can hear that through the trackside cameras there. V8 rumble. And next to them you've got the Auto Reserves Jaguar, that's 56C out there at the moment, which is James Wall at the moment in the S-Type for Auto Reserve Jaguar Racing. How will they ferry in the handicap at the hour mark? Let's have a look. Not very well, I don't think. They weren't on the first page of the handicap standings anyway. 61st out of 67, so not going particularly well for that Jaguar-based outfit.
Auto Reserve, a family company based somewhere in North Somerset, and they run a variety of very interesting spec, not the regular choice cars in that Jaguar series, down to Lewis Beals of the pits.
Oh, thanks very much there, Marcus. Yeah, we're down here with the Wombles and car number 6, or team 6, should I say, and Scott Lawrence. Scott, you're doing really well on the handicap at the moment. I'm ahead of the times, I'm told.
We're doing really well. Tristan, who went out first, actually has matched the target time, which is really good. He's not been in the car for a long time. He's just enjoying life today.
I take it. Well, yeah, they are. Well, mostly they are MX5s, but Tristan's in a Caterham 7, so a bit of a mix in the team. But you've all got target times that you've got to meet. Is that the plan?
Yeah, it's a bit of a history behind the team. So Tristan, Ollie, and I started racing 15 years ago in Caterhams, and then over time we've gone into MX5s. And then my son, who's 18, Jack, he joined us this year, so it's his first year actually racing. So it's a bit of a family affair and a friend, and we're just racing what we've got.
Well, isn't that the beauty of the Birkett? That is a family affair, and you race what you've got. And because it's a handicap event, everyone can be competitive.
Oh, it's a fantastic event, and it's going to be very competitive this year. We're not due any rain. If it stays dry, that I think makes it an even playing field.
So you all got your target times. I take it, do you on the pit wall? Do you put plus and minus if you're up or down?
We probably should. We're a bit too relaxed for that, though. I should be on the pit wall now, and I'm not.
And who's going out next?
So my son Jack's going out next, and Zoltan Chabai is out there at the moment, and then I'm out later on this afternoon.
All right, Scott, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Oh, the rest of the day, shall I say.
Thank you. Good fun.
Thanks very much, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lewis. So that was the handicap leaders at the 1 hour mark. A good question has come in on the live stream comments. What determines the handicap? Well, all of the drivers have to submit their known times around this particular layout or a particular benchmark track as a spin there for the Team 37A. I'll pick up on that in a moment. But and then based on that, the number of laps they're expected to complete is calculated for the team as a whole. And Giles Greenwich, who's the chief handicapper, will try and therefore adjust the number of credit laps they get, so they all in theory will complete the same number of laps during the race. That is adjusted throughout the day, during practice sessions and during the race, up to the 4.5 hour mark into the race, to take account of maybe anyone who's actually lapping significantly faster than they said they were capable of, to adjust for that, to stop anyone from trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the handicappers. And a final handicap is published as about an hour and a half from the end of the race, adjusted for those matters. And as we said earlier on, it's also adjusted during the course of the race for the amount of safety car running that we have as well.
Tussle there between 17 and 57. We saw 17 Lee Wiggins for the Jerry Hat-Tricks, and 57 was Caroline Everett for the Sofa King Fast team.
The spinner a moment ago in the Caterham was Fergus Ryan in Here We Go.
And that's running 5th overall on
that's right,
on scratch.
So yes, that's that spin cost them, I wonder. They're about 3.8 seconds ahead of the Jerry Hat-Tricks, I think. Last time they crossed the line, so possibly that spin will have cost them a place. Look how busy this part of the circuit is. Coming through Woodcote Corner down towards Copse now, some of the quick BMWs squeezing their way past through some of the slower cars there. I know that John McLeod's times have dropped back into the 2:13s, and I expect that's because he's now hit more traffic than he did in those early laps after the safety car went in when he got down to 2:09.
It's Kenny Coleman, isn't it?
It is.
Middle of that. He's being chased down by, is that the
32, I think.
2.
Which is the Intersport Racing Bandits, who are further down the order. They're 15th, aren't they? John Cockerton now up for them, but it's a car that is 3 laps behind the 48 car, but now it's just, well, unlapped itself once ahead on the track.
Yeah, they're glued together, those 2 BMWs.
Yeah, so that's the Intersport Racing Bandits. There's 2 Intersport teams. The Intersport Racing team features Kevin Clark, Jas Sapra, Anthony Unit, Aldo Ritty, Brian Bransman, John Stack. But there's the car that's running third at the moment. Plenty in the tank for Kenny Coleman.
Yes, best lap for that team, a 2:16. Currently lapping about 2:25, so the times have tailed off.
The
bonnet's flapping, isn't it?
It is, yes. That's on the 32 car.
That's the John Cockerton car, isn't it?
Yeah, so perhaps the bonnet pin has become unclipped, or maybe it never was in the first place. So I imagine that the marshals might just keep an eye on that. They'll be reporting that to the to race control, just to let them know that the scrutineers just need to keep an eye on that car to see if that's something that's likely to cause a problem. But it looks to me as if it might do, because the air's really getting underneath that, isn't it, along the Wellington Straight?
Yeah, it's a quick car in a straight line, that, but it's you can see that it's not secured on that side.
I wonder if he's going to come into the pits this time to try and get that fixed. No, doesn't look like it. Looks like he's staying out there. Past the pit lane entrance he goes. That's one of the that's the Citroen C1 again, isn't it? I think we can see there.
Yeah, this is where the speed differentials come in between a Radical and a Citroen C1, but nonetheless, they're all in their own races, their own classes, and just race with respect. That's what it's all about.
I think that was actually James Aspin in the Club Racing UK with Market Delivery entry. Also featuring Stefan Marsh, Finn Groom, Nick Holmes, Sammy Bowler and Jeremy Evans. All the Pumas out there as well. We've got Mazda, Porsche, BMW, Citroen Saxo there. What a great variety.
Just 4 abreast.
All on different laps, more than likely. That's the number 5 car, I think, that was the BMW that was braking for the left-hander at Brooklands, which is the Team BMW car managed by Neil McDonald, the man behind the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Is that Paul Laramie that's out there for that team at the moment, possibly? I think it looked like his car. Team 5, just trying to see where they are. Yeah, they're in 17th position at the moment.
Last time round, Leader McLeod was 11 to 12 seconds quicker than his next nearest rival, 40 laps down.
Yes, if that team stays reliable, then you'd think that the 3Js are going to take the scratch race honours this year. Let's have a look, see if we've got any more up-to-date handicap positions at the moment. Oh, we do, so let's have a look at those. This is at the 1.5 hour mark now. So, handicap positions after 90 minutes, so a quarter of the way into the race. It's total BS. That's the leader of the handicap race, not any other commentary on the race as a whole. Team 31 leading, Jake Micklewright ahead. With Amy Worthington and Neil Burrows in total BS. They've got 39 laps under their belt, and they're the only team on 39 laps, interestingly. And then there's 12 teams on 38. So second at the moment is 47, 116 Assassins. They've been there or thereabouts for quite a while now. Third 51, Hyundai Coupe team with Soul in the name. Paul Laurie, Paul Callaway, Matthew Watson, Mark Worsley. There is the 31 car, and it's Neil Burrows out there at the moment for Team BS. The sort of golf-esque livery of that car. So 31, 47, 51. Then 4th, 14, Royal Navy, Royal Marines Motorsport, Adam Dewis, Richard Phillips and Gareth Moss. So they've now taken the lead as far as the services are concerned. 5th now, the leaders from the first half hour, Midshipman Orders, they're down to 5th now, Team 26. 6th is number 66, De Tour and Wagoneers. 7th is 28, the Mazda Misfits. 8th is 22, St Winifred School Choir. 9th is number 20, Where Are Your Parents? 10, 29, Miata Maestros. 11th, 21, Army Sports Car Racing, second of the services teams. And 12th at number 9, the 4 Amigos. David Drinkwater having done, or possibly still doing, a very long stint for that team.
Yeah, David Drinkwater, past master of all the surveying club motorsport over the years. And he doesn't, a bit much he doesn't know about these races.
5-time hot hatch champion as well in BMW Compact, which have been the cars to have in that championship over the years. It's been won by BMW Compact in Class B this year for Gordon McMillan. Just looking at where Total BS are in the overall running order, that's their 56th on scratch, leading on handicap at this stage of the race. And so Neil Burrows aboard for them at the moment. So always interesting to see how the handicap positions are panning out. So now more than a quarter of the way into this race. You can see that one driver has just set a fastest lap, a personal best fastest lap. That looks to be Richard Carter. Yeah, so he's just moved up a position into 11th place, team 42 for the Boss Cats. He's done a 2-minute 19.082. And is now only a minute behind the car in front, which is the Boss Birketteers, the sort of the rival team from that preparation outfit. Tim Bishop aboard for them at the moment.
6th in class so far, Richard Carter, who's super quick in quali this morning. 3rd of our NASCARs out on track now.
Yeah. Very impressive piece of machinery. Just behind that car at the moment is the number 44 Volkswagen, and that is the car that's running in 2nd position. Jamie Hadley for Vagtech at the moment in the Golf GTI. The team that's managed by Chris Freeman. They've moved up into 2nd. They've got ahead of plenty in the tank with Kenny Coleman.
Carter's just another personal best for his team, Boss Cats, chasing down the Boss Birketteers. 2:19.082. Last time round, the Boss Birketteers ahead of him, 2:28. So that's 9 seconds a lap quicker.
It's on the screen there, and I think you might see it again in a moment. It's a bit just behind these two cars, the MX-5, the MR2 and the Porsche battling. There just behind them you can see that's Luke Arpino in that unique berooved MX-5 for RF Motorsports. It's actually I think of his own design and construction that that hard top has put on that car as well. Luke, who's for part of the RF Motorsports team. They were not figuring, were they, towards the top of the handicap standings I gave you a moment ago. I'll check out where they were in a moment, but first let's hear from Lewis Beals in the pit lane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, I think it's just started to rain again, just a little bit of drizzle. I'm here with the Mazda Misfits and Stephen Rees. Stephen, I think, well, the last bulletin, you were 2nd in the handicap, and the first 3 are all MX-5s. Yeah. What do you put that down to?
I don't know. It's early on in the race, so we'll just have to wait until like the sort of 4th and 5th hour to see where we are in handicap, and then the last driver on our team will sort of try and keep up or overtake people to get a good result.
Do you think these mixed conditions really help you?
I would say that we prefer the wet in the Mazdas. Quite a lot of cars in our class are quicker in dry conditions, but you know, it's sort of still slippery out there, I've been told. Haven't been out yet. I'm 4th in our team to go out, so it's all good.
So who's out at the moment?
Jamie.
Oh, Jamie McCann.
Yeah, and Scott's already been out, so we're just on our sort of 2nd driver. Yeah, just try and keep warm until I go out later on.
Yeah. I take it you're each doing an hour apiece?
Yeah, just over an hour, depending on if there's a safety car. We'll sort of come in around that time. But yeah, an hour and 15 minutes roughly each.
Well, yeah, there's 5 of you, so that's just about right, isn't it?
Yeah, roughly. So.
Okay, anyway, Scott, good luck, and, fingers crossed for you.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. So that's what's happening down at the Mazda Misfits up here in Garage 23. And I have to say, it's not very nice out here at the moment. Back to you in the studio.
It's lovely and warm in here, Lewis. Very pleasant in our commentary box. Just at the end of the pit lane. 4 hours and 10 minutes left to go in the race. This Birkett 6-hour relay race sponsored by Yokohama. And we're watching on screen there one of the Caterhams. That is the 52 car, isn't it? That's the Boss Birketteers, Tim Bishop. But you can see the wipers going on Team 12's car at the moment. So yeah, conditions are not looking particularly clever. That's almost looking like a bit of rain blowing horizontally across the track now. The wind's got up, bit of sleet, bit of snow. Luke Arpino is going for a bit of a slidey drift around Woodcut corner around Luffield at least. Let's have a look at the replay for, spin for car 36E that's ended up into the gravel trap. I think it's managed to get out there again, though. The 36E car, that was Keith Fryer in his Honda Civic Type R, but I think the conditions are now catching a few teams out, few drivers out. And yeah, windscreen wipers now on the majority of the cars out there. And look at that, look how grey that cloud is. The sky is above Stowe Corner there. That's the shot from Stowe at the moment. So yeah, conditions not too clever. I don't know if they're consistent all the way around the circuit though. That's the thing. It's such a long circuit that sometimes you do get different conditions at one end of the track to the other, and that can be even more challenging.
It's not going to be fun on slicks in a radical.
No, very good point. Yeah, I'm just hearing that there's been some hail, and it did look a bit like that. The way it was blowing across the circuit a moment ago on one of the shots that we saw. I think pretty isolated and possibly short-lived, but yeah, not pleasant conditions out there. I think Lewis was right when he said it wasn't particularly nice down there in the pit lane. 3 J's still leading. That's John McLeod, and yeah, his lap times have dropped off to a 2:20 now compared to the 2:09 best lap of the race.
Oh yes, we've got proper spray coming off now. Little puddles down the right-hand side of the Wellington straight.
I think it's safety cars now coming out as well, because there's a car that is stationary somewhere. Not quite sure where that is, but that needs to be recovered. But
third safety car.
I think the weather changed when Scott Lawrence, when he was interviewed by Lewis, said it was supposed to stay dry for the rest of the day. I think that put the mockers on it. And ever since then, it's turned increasingly unpleasant. So safety car is out for the 3rd time. I didn't notice how long it was out for the last time it was out.
Let's have a look. Just a couple of laps, Ian.
Okay.
Looking back onto my lap charts.
Okay, so no more than 10 minutes. I wouldn't have thought then on that.
3 laps in the first 10. So.
Yeah. Okay. So
we're about 6 laps of safety cars out of 44, 45.
Yeah. So yes, this safety car, still trying to work out exactly which car it has caused this. All I can see on the race log is a message that there is a stationary car. It doesn't say which car it is or where it is. So we'll see if we can figure out exactly where that is on track in a moment. But in the meantime, yeah, everyone bunching up again behind the safety car. They're probably, not too concerned by that, because it was probably not the best conditions to be driving in. So
it's ironic, isn't it? Oh, there we go.
Okay, it's a BMW. But it's positioned in such a way. There we go.
Oh, it's missing a wheel.
It is, and it's the handicap winners from last year, Rutec Racing, and it's Phil White, and that's why it's stationary, because as Marcus says, it's only got 3 wheels on it. The left rear is missing. Now, I couldn't see any other damage on that car, which suggests to me that it's not the result of an impact, but there's perhaps a failure on that left rear corner.
I'm going to cue the new Christie Minstrels now with 3 wheels on my wagon. But I'm not rolling along.
That certainly wasn't rolling along. So that needs to be recovered. It's probably going to need a lift, that car as well. It's not just going to be a question for marshals.
Did we pick up where it was?
No, we'll see if we can get our camera or producer to whisper in our ears as to where that where that was on track.
Hidden by a fence.
Yes, but yeah, Phil White it was. So that's not good news for Rutec 1, last year's winning team. Phil was part of that, along with Satish Rihari and Sergei Maniv. Sam Redrop was also part of that team last year. Neil Roach replacing him this year. And at the 90-minute mark, where were they in the handicap standings at that point in time? I'm scrolling up. They were 45th. We think it's at around the village part of the circuit.
Leader John McLeod taking the opportunity to come in and change cars and tyres,
yes,
I would think.
Very wide. So presumably Joe Stable's gone out. We'll find out soon. But first, let's get down to Lewis in the pit lane with another interview.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, we're down here with Chris Freeman from the VAG Tech Boys. And Chris, we spoke to you just before the start. So you've done the first stint, and you were saying you went on all-weather tyres. By the looks of it, all-weather tyres is exactly what you need on your TCR cars.
Yeah, definitely. At the start, it was a bit greasy, the first corner, and I managed to slip it down the inside where it was a bit damp, and just hoped it was going to grip, and it did. And I went through, I think, got from 8th for 9th to 4th, then got up to 3rd, then 2nd. But the track was a little bit greasy and damp and that, but on the AO52s, it was just planted, really, and the car were great, just handling really well.
Yeah, so while all these other teams are worrying about what tyres to put on, your boys just keep going round.
Yeah, they're all worrying about it, and ours are just planted, honestly. Yeah, it's a tyre to have when it's in greasy conditions like that. The Derezas are not so good, really, in the damp conditions, which that's probably why some people struggled.
Well, if I'm wrong, and I'm sure the boys in the studio will tell me otherwise, but I believe the TCR team won this event a few years ago when it was wet. That's the first time a saloon car team had done it. So, well, you know, you could be in their second position at the moment. You don't need a lot, do you?
No, hopefully. We were praying for rain, really, because all our team liked the wet. So we were hoping it was going to be a wet one, and we've got Jay's out at the moment. So Jay Hadley, he's out. He loves the wet. He went well at Alton Park the other week in the road sports. So he'll be loving it out there in these conditions. And again, he's on the AO52s. He's hopefully, I've not looked for 5 minutes, but hopefully he's still on the track.
Yeah, so how many cars you got in your team? Let's have a quick look.
We did have 5, but Johnny Mundy's had a problem with Civic, with his diff. So he's had to drop out, which is a shame. So we're down to 4 cars. Two TCRs and 2 Golfs.
Yeah, so I take it Simon Major, that's a TCR car?
Yeah, Simon's in a TCR. Jonathan Packard's in a Golf GTI Group B. And then you've got, well, Jay Hadley that's already out now in the GTI Golf.
Okay, good luck, and well, keep your fingers crossed for you. I might see you sometime. Well, we'll keep in touch if you keep keep first 3 or 4 positions.
Lovely. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we'll finish.
Thanks, Chris.
Cheers.
Back to the studio.
Lewis, and good to hear there from Chris Freeman and that team getting very well in second position. And it is, as I thought, Joe Stable's now out there for Team 18, so presumably they put wet tyres onto the number 18 car that's gone out into the race. That's the Radical PR6 of the double bike sports champion Joe Stables. He's not done so much racing in recent seasons, but very rapid driver from York. But he still has got a lap advantage over the Handicap team. Jamie Hadley out there in the Golf at the moment. And it's Cap Team Elite James Brodie now up into 3rd position in the number 62 car, ahead of number 48. Plenty in the tank now. Dan Smith is aboard for that BMW based outfit. That's quite the colour, isn't it, for car 51C, the Hyundai Coupe team. That's
Crushed Raspberry Dilemma.
Yeah, Matthew Watson in his Hyundai Coupe that's headed into pit lane. Safety car is staying out there for at least one more lap, while the car of Phil White is being recovered. The Rutec Racing BMW's car is being collected.
46 laps down then for the 3Js. Joe Stables now into bat. And the last lap behind the safety car, inclusive of his stop of 4:29. 2 laps clear. Currently showing of Jamie Hadley for VagTech, but in fairness, that car is still to complete its 45th lap, so it's a slightly false screen at this moment in terms of it's not a 2-lap advantage at all, it's a 1-lap advantage. There we go. Comes up now. So Jamie Hadley in car 44B for VagTech is now through for the 45th time.
Right, the Jag estate is just coming through the back of shot there. That's
a state of the art.
Quite something, isn't it? Like safety cars waving cars through again, which suggests that we're almost at the end of the safety car period.
The complicated thing sometimes with safety cars when they do this is that they could well still be looking for the 3J's 18, the white and green car.
Yeah.
Of course, that's pitted and been supplanted by Joe Stables, whose car's black, as I recall.
Yeah, and I think it's just coming down to Stoke Corner now, isn't it? I think that's him.
Yeah, difficult to pick up, isn't it? Against that track background in this light.
Yeah. So that's the car that they need to try and collect. I'm sure the race control will be in contact with the safety car and letting them know which car that it is that they need to pick up. But as we go into the third hour of this race, let's head down to Lewis Fields in the pit.
Well, thank you, Ian. And the weather update is the sun's come out and the rain has stopped. I'm down here with Richard Neal from Cap Team Elite, and he's just shrugged his shoulders. Richard.
I just came in because of the rain, and now it's stopped.
What tyres were you out on?
Out on slicks, which is a bit new to me, so I don't normally drive anything that flash, but they told me I've got to get the full experience, so it was a handful.
So I said Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, pretty potent weapon.
Way too potent for an old bloke like me, but I think my eyes were closed most of the time, Lewis, but it was great. The Birkett is just phenomenal, isn't it? There's just so many good drivers out there, and everyone got out of my way, and it was fantastic.
First time at the Birkett?
Third time, actually.
Third time? So you're getting the hang of it?
I'm definitely not getting the hang of it. The problem is I'm getting older at the same time, so each time I get a little slower, I've got to get a faster car. But we did it right last year, so we were hoping to have a decent run this year. But to be honest, for me, it's just about the fun of it, Lewis. I just love it. The people, the camaraderie. You got car people, and that, for me, is enough. I don't care what you're in, as long as you're enjoying it.
Well, that is the nature of the Birkett. But third overall, it's not shabby, is it?
Well, yeah, it's okay, but my team members are pretty fast, so they cover for me. Don't worry, Lewis.
So who's out at the moment?
So James Brodie is out at the moment. He's awkwardly he's in my normal car. Though this is a out of season nicket for a day, but he's in my normal car, so I'm a bit nervous. I don't want to see what he's doing in it. And Warren Allen is in the car here, and he's a very fast driver, so we're really lucky.
Okay, and what kind of tyres are we on at the moment?
JB's out on like an Inter, so they run in the Calm series, whereas this car runs in the Porsche Championship, so it has to run slicks. But the other guys are on Inter, so they'll be absolutely fine.
Okay, mate, thanks much, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Probably need it. Brilliant, lovely to meet you, Lewis.
Okay, thanks very much, Richard. And back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed. Good to hear from Richard Neal. And I think actually the Cap Team Elite, they've dropped back down to 4th position now, as the safety car is staying out for one more lap, Marcus.
Yes, it does have the correct lead car behind it now.
It does.
So that's cool. That's just completed the team's 47th lap. Third safety car interlude. Joe Stables then leads the way by effectively a lap from the VagTech VWs. There we go. 46 laps then notched for Jamie Hadley in that kind of Leighton House and grey liveried Golf. And third is 48. That's another lap down. That is Dan Smith for Plenty in the Tank, team 48. Team 48. So Dan Smith is there.
Phil White's BMW is now clear of the circuit, and police reports I think this will be the last safety car lap. Questions coming on the comments on the live stream. How are the Armed Forces teams doing? So the 1.5 hour mark, we'll have the 2 hour bulletin soon. The Navy and the Marines team was 4th overall on Handicap. The Army Sports Car Racing team was 11th. And then I think, if I remember rightly, the RAF were way down compared to where we usually see them, 43rd and 3 laps down on the Handicap positions at the quarter-way mark. But we'll soon have an update at 2 hours.
Going back to scratch, Ian, interesting to see that Richard Carter has reduced the deficit for Boss Cats to Boss Birketteers, Tim Bishop, to 13.6 seconds, and that was something over a minute, wasn't it? A while back.
Yeah, and again helped by the safety car as well. So safety car in this lap, that's now confirmed on the TSL timing screens that will be the case. So Joe said we've been interested to see what times he can do, but he's gone out on wet tyres, we think, doesn't he? And now the track is drying out again, so it might be a relatively short stint, I guess, to get the car out on more suitable tyres again.
Yeah.
Although having said that, James Pinkerton did an hour or so on wets, didn't he, in full dry?
He did, and it was wetter when Joe Stables went out than it was when James Pinkerton went out at the start.
That's true.
But Neil Glover sort of struggled, didn't he?
He did.
On slicks early on, but I guess he's not that used to this car.
No, as you were saying earlier, he's driven lots of different potent cars, but not so used to the Radical potentially. Right, safety car lights are now out, I think, so it's leading the cars along the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands, where the cars turn through
There's
the
a
left
Mev.
hand. Yes.
Mev Exocet.
One of the Run Baby Run cars, Jared Donahue out for Team 10. So it's car 48, that's the car in third place actually, Dan Smith, just behind the leading car, so the Vagtech car of Jamie Hadley is somewhere a bit further back in the queue, but safety car in, green flag waved, and it's down to Joe Stables now to make the best use of this clear track that he has ahead of him. We'll see what kind of lap time he does on this flying lap, on wet tyres, on a drying circuit, under the sunshine. But Joe, as we know, is a very quick peddler, one of the fastest drivers we've seen in sort of bike sports and radicals in recent seasons. So he'll be certainly capable of doing a strong lap time. There is the other radical that's out in the other team, a mixed team, but he's still going seemingly relatively slowly, and is going to be passed by the Honda Civic through there, so possibly not on the right tyres and not up to speed. That's Team 24C there, which is Jason Green.
BMW goes straight on at Stowe, outbrakes himself.
Yes, couldn't see which one that was.
Didn't get as far as the gravel, that was for sure, but not on this part of our view anyway.
Now, there's plenty of gravel down there at Stowe to try and find if you're so inclined.
If you're determined.
But yes, first lap of green flag racing for a while. We had about a quarter of an hour there, didn't we, of running behind the
yeah, effectively
safety
4 laps, yeah.
There is the 56D car, which is the Auto Reserve Jaguar racing car. It's Mark Bennett in the X-Type estate. Absolutely incredible piece of machinery. Very unusual car, and it's just going past the Radical.
That shouldn't happen, should it?
No, it shouldn't. Right, we've got a BMW that's stopped now on some of the tarmac.
That's the one, isn't it?
Is that the one that...
I would say so.
So maybe there was a problem with the brakes or something else that caused it to have that moment. I think it is, you're right though, the one that you were referring to.
The rotary rockets just charged through past a Caterham, one of the lesser powered road going Caterhams, and also past the Radical, which we can only assume is on the wrong tyres.
Yes, Jason Green there. We'll see if he decides to stay out there or maybe head in to hand over to one of his teammates in the Random Racers 2. James Winstanley's team is hooking the right hand side. It looks like he's going to head into the pits. No, he's not. He's going to stay out there. But in the pits already is Lewis Beals.
It's very tight, I know, for those second, third, fourth position. It's Graham Crowthurst. And Graham, we spoke to you before in the assembly here before the start of the race. What was the first session like?
Yeah, really good. The safety car kind of came at the wrong time because we're struggling to get the slicks in. So I knew we were going to go backwards a little bit with some of the lads on treaded tyres. But yeah, we got through that first part, which was pretty sketchy. Got past one of the radicals, which is always satisfying. Got to P2 overall, which is where I sat for my hour that I did and came in, and then I've just handed over to Kenny Coleman, who did a very good job in some very treacherous conditions on slicks.
Yeah, we can see the pit lane is pretty damp out there, isn't it, at the moment? But the sunshine's come out. Fingers crossed, do you think that'll dry up and you'd be able to go quicker?
Our very expert weather apps, which are not very expert, because he didn't tell us that was about to happen, is saying that there's no more rain for the day. So hopefully we can just keep going. We've got slicks on now. We had a bit of a mad rush for putting a car on wets, but it looks like it's going to be all right now. And Dan, who's out there now, is pretty inexperienced, but he says he's pretty happy staying out.
Well, that's the main thing. Anyway, best of luck, and we hope to see you doing the rest of the sometime the rest of the day, and maybe even on the podium.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Let's go.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Back to you in the studio.
So the car that has stopped out on circuit is car 32B, which is Tommy Grant's BMW E46 M3 for Motorsport Racing Bandits. So that's a team that was only 3 cars strong anyway. So if they've lost one of those, that's going to make it tough for them to continue. But that cards off is not yet required the intervention of the safety car at this stage. Right, there's team 3 out there at the moment, and that I think is the Motion Motorsport team. I think that might well be Ethan Simmons that was out there for them. Yeah, there's the 32 car being pushed back by the marshals, and that is just round the corner at Stowe, isn't it, I think? Yeah, so it sort of just went out of the shot of our camera and then ground to a halt, I think. It's on the tarmac runoff area rather than in the gravel trap. I'm trying to get that to a position of safety. Right, James Pinkerton I can see is back out for the 3Js mark, so it was a short stint for Joe Stables. Yeah. Obviously realising it was the wrong tyres for the improving conditions, I think. 52 just into the pits as well. That's the boss Birkett, so Simon Lanyon, I think now taking over in that car.
The Lanyon brothers have been competing in Caterhams for donkey's years, haven't they?
Yes, long time.
They're both into their 70s now, and they're absolutely loving it still.
Well, there's the Rutec Racing card, so they've replaced the Phil White car. Who have they got out for them now? Let's have a look at my...
Oh, the bonnet's about to lift off on the little Corsa. Again, not secured one side.
Yeah, it's Neil Roach out there just behind in the BMW, but yes, I think the scrutinists just be keeping an eye on that Corsa's bonnet, and again it's keeping well to the right side of the circuit, but no, it's not going to head into pit lane. I thought it might head into pit lane, but it's gone past the pit lane entrance now. It has got its right hand indicator on, so it's going to have to do at least one more lap if it gets there.
It's remarkably quick, isn't it?
It's very fleet.
Oh, big moment down the outside for the Rutec BMW, trying to go round the aforementioned Corsa. Got onto the damp stuff approaching Cops and was about 20 degrees out of line. Driver backed off, caught it, and is now, I think, recovering his equilibrium.
Yeah, that's James Birch out there at the moment for Where Are Your Parents, Team 20. So that's the car with the bonnet threatening to flip up into the windscreen. If too much air gets under it, which it might do down the hanger straight towards Stowe. The car arrives there without too much drama. The Rutec BMW has dropped back quite a long way actually.
It was a massive moment.
So it was, wasn't it? So it's still trying to get back up to speed. Car 23 there, just in shot, one of the Porsches. So that's Super Tune Apex Hunters for Colin Tester's team. How are they faring? They are not inside the top 30, I don't think, at the moment. They are, in fact, 45th. Tony Levy now aboard for them. And there's Team 13. That's the, I think that's the Army team, isn't it? Team 13. No, it's not Big Problem, it's Bad Boy Tuning. Team 13.
Boss Birketteers are leading the number of pit stops award unofficially, currently with 5 stops. That's the strategy so far, with 3 hours and 44 to go.
Let's head down to the pit lane once again and hear once more from Lewis Beals.
Thank you very much, Ed. As you can see, here is the number 1 car, 1B, from the Rutec BMW team. And as you can see, it's lost a wheel. All the studs have broken off. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 studs have broken off on the left rear wheel, and obviously ripped a bumper off as well. And that's the reason why the car needs to be towed in. So last year's winning team looks though they have got a bit of a problem here. Hey, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, so that's the Phil White car that shed its wheel probably 20 minutes or so ago now. And that means that car is probably not going to reappear during the course of this race unless the team can replace that left rear corner. So James Pinkerton out there for the 3Js. I presume he's on slicks now, you would think. And his last lap was a 2:12 in that race leading car. Let's just have a look. Have we got the 2-hour handicap positions available now? We may well do, because we're a bit further into the race. Yes, we do. So handicap positions after 2 hours are as follows. The leading team with 51 laps to their name is the Mazda Misfits, Team 28. From in second place, Team 22, St Winifred's School Choir, separated only by 5.8 seconds. And then less than a second behind them, third, number 26, the Midship Marauders of MR2. So Mazda Misfits is Jamie McCann, Stephen Rees, Adrian Johnson, Nico Favreau and Scott Hubel. St Winifred's School Choir is Matthew Footman, John Glover, Chris Fantana and Mark Chappell. Midship Marauders, Martin Audrin, Maxine Nichols and Malcolm Edison. Fourth, 66, De Toronat Wagoneers, Elliot Dunmore, Nick Jackson, David Power and John Poulton. Fifth on 51, that's the Korean team, Paul Laurie, Paul Calloway, Matthew Watson and Mark Worsley. Sixth on 47, the 116 Assassins, Connor Anderson, Callum Davis and Luke Fox. Seventh, Team 31, Total BS. Eighth, Team 50, TT versus TRT. 9th, 21, Army Sports Car Racing, so the best of the services. 10th, 29, Mayata Maestros. And then 11th, Royal Navy and Royal Marines. They are the second best at the moment of the services teams. But it's Team 28 on screen now. As you can see, the Mazda Misfits, it's Jamie McCann out there at the moment in 28A. So he's at the wheel at the moment. Where are they running on scratch? To be a fair way down the order, one would think. 49th overall, that's not too bad considering they're in sort of standard 1.6 litre Mark 1 MX5s. To be 48th on scratch with 45 laps to their name. They may well be, I think they probably are the first of the several MX5 teams that we have on scratch here today. They're just behind there, the number 32 car, which is the Ford Puma. I beg for it's not 32, it'll be a different number. I'll try and pick up on that in a minute. Let's have a look, see if we can figure out. Yeah, it's the 22 car, isn't it? It's the Winifred School Choir, which is a rival for the lead. So that actually is probably a change for the handicap lead on track there. So it's probably St Winifred School Choir now ahead of the Mazda Misfits with that change. Who is out there at the moment for Team 22? The answer to that question is Matthew Futman in that Puma, and now they've got the. This is a battle for, I think, possibly the handicap race lead, because you've also got the Hyundai Coupe team in there as well. They were up there, I think, in that handicap classification at Towers that I just gave you. Yeah, they were 5th. So you've got some of the leading handicap runners all together here, with 3 hours and 40 minutes of this race left to go. Meanwhile, in scratch, it is still James Pinkerton leading for 3Js, a lap and more ahead of Jamie Hadley for VagTech. We'll keep watching Jamie McCann here at the moment in that number 28 car, regular in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, which races with the 750 Most Club all season long. Marcus?
Yeah, Dan Smith has dropped back a bit with some longer laps in the pit in the tank 48. He was running in 3rd up to a few laps ago, and is now been overtaken by James Brodie for Cap Team Elite 62, and Anthony Unit for Intersport Racing in 33, and Dan Smith is now about 9 seconds adrift of Unit and being caught by David Brio for the Jerry Hat-Tricks.
Raining again.
No more rain this afternoon, it said on the app.
That was the app that said it wasn't going to rain in the first place, though, so clearly not to be relied upon. So it's getting a bit more slippery out there again now. Again, looking out of our control box window, it looks quite bright, and you can see the skies above us now. They are blue, but there are sort of grey, more threatening looking clouds. Now the 51 team have just gone off the road. The Hyundai Coupe team. Who was that driving for them at the moment that has had that incident? Trying to find them. It's Mark Worsley at the moment. The Soul outfit. And then we've got the rainbow. So we've got the rain, we've got the sunshine, and of course when you combine the two together, you've got a rainbow over Silverstone. It's the view from looking down the Hamilton Straight from Club Corner.
Had one of those over Castle Coop a couple of weeks ago.
There's the
Arconciel, Arcobaleno. Remember the Italian single-seater championship?
Yes.
Formula Arcobaleno?
Yes, I do. Just
very long.
Triggered a memory when you said that. Yes. That's dredged something up from the memory banks.
Yeah, interesting to see whether Pinkerton finds himself on the wrong rubber.
Yes, I mean they presumably put him out because he was on slicks, which seemed to be the better tyres for the conditions. I'm not convinced it's not
wet, yeah.
It's not wet. No, it's certainly not wet.
Nowhere near.
It's one of those things, though, as you sort of go around and think, oh, is this going to deteriorate further? Are we going to need to change? There's the 62 car. That's James Brodie out there for Cap Team Elite at the moment in 3rd position on scratch. In car 62C. Pinkerton's just gone across the line again. He's done a 2:23 that time. So
look through there, it looks
pretty odd.
Quite slicey, doesn't it?
Yes. It's definitely worse at some parts of the circuit than others, but it might just be a temporary thing. But yeah, Pinkerton was sort of 14 seconds off a really quick time that time through. Battling on the...
What's been a massive Plymouth, don't you, with on a slippery track.
Just what's called for, yes.
Just what the doctor ordered.
And that is for the Suffolk team. And the Plymouth is driven by Matt Snowball with Cuda.
They've sort of raced on and off over a few seasons now in this car.
Yes, he has. A few places that it's suitable to race. And obviously appears at the Birkett, such as the rich variety of cars, unless it is into the pit lane.
You're too young to remember Tony Lanfranchi racing a Plymouth Hemi Cuda in the British Saloon Car Championship.
I'm afraid I am. So, these changeable conditions. There's the yes, that's Ethan Simmons, isn't it? I think in the number 3 car now. That's the car that he often shares with Samuel Dennis in the road sports and club enduro races, often with some success.
That's a sweet little car. The William Hornsey. Is it a Saxo or is it a Peugeot? All the same.
Peugeot, I think.
Underpinnings, isn't it? Peugeot 106.
He's been a long time racer in 750 Motor Club and other categories as well, where he can. Yes, so there is Ethan Simmons in that 3D car. He's 19 from Henley on Thames. He's a waiter at the weekends. He's a floor fitter on weekdays, and on Saturdays at the end of October he goes motor racing. And he has done Club Enduro and Road Sports this year, but he's done Kart Masters as well in the past. He was 3rd in Class B in Club Enduro this year. He's been an English and South West karting champion. And he's had a very strong season this year, has Ethan. There's Maxine Nichols out there. Just a brief glimpse of Maxine in one of the front-running cars. I think a podium-positioned car, the MR2 for the Midship Marauders. She's out there at the moment. Martin Orge and Malcolm Edison, the other 2 drivers aboard that team. Porsche and the Honda side by side there down into Brooklands. It's the 64 car that Ethan Simmons is doing battle with. That's 64B. Just checking on exactly who that is in that car at the moment. That is going to be Ben Grucock in his Boxster S. And those cars seemed pretty evenly matched at that part of the circuit. Simmons just getting the better of it, and also I think one of this looked like an MR2 that he was just going past as well. Two minutes 9.626 seconds, still the best lap of the race, but these damp but drying conditions, we're a little way off those kind of lap times now. Quite a few teams that have only had one pit stop, one driver change so far, including the car in 2nd place. That's Vagtech, Jamie Hadley out there at the moment. But we're looking at 12D on screen at the moment, and that is the little MR2 that we're watching. That is the Richard Dale's MR2 Roadster. It's part of Team J-Spec with Andrew Baranowski, Aaron Laverty and Jeff Howarth.
Dan Smith into the pits for plenty in the tank, 48 from 4th place.
Yes, so that will possibly mean that Here We Go could temporarily at least make up a position in Team 37. David Baldwin out there for that team at the moment. That's the Caterham 7 420R based team, managed by John Watts, Felix Ryan, Andrew McMillan and Gary Tutel, the other 3 drivers lining up for Here We Go. Nice to see the Vectra out there, 38C. That's Nick Holmes in the Club Racing UK with Market Delivery Car. Club Racing UK very big supporters of all club racing, as the name suggests, but Nick Holmes there, a 39-year-old from Eastleigh, who's a roller coaster engineer at a theme park. Did one race in road sports this year. Has an issue with his gear stick, I think he's trying to communicate to me. Also did some enduro car racing, C1s and classic touring cars as well. And the Vectra that he's driving is a BTCC replica running a C20XE engine. Here's James Pinkerton just trying to battle his way through some traffic, including past the Sports 2000s MCR. And yeah, he's easily able to dive past slow cars. The MCR nearly got into the side of 116 there. Bit unnecessarily, but now Power's passed it on the exit of the corner. So Pinkerton, I suspect we'll see his lap times improve. He did a 2:20 on the previous lap, but you kind of feel that rain has passed now, don't you? And that the track conditions are coming back again.
That's right. That was 47A had the moment. The BMW nearly had the MCR inside of it. That's 47A. Connor Anderson, that probably was.
Yeah. Right.
I see we've got somebody flashing his lights like crazy here, coming down right by the pit wall. That's a Puma. It's running right in the wet area of the road. Pinkerton dives around the outside of the 33 BMW.
And that's the car in fourth position, yeah.
It's now showing as Brian Branson. It showed as Jess Sapper a moment ago, but it's now showing as Brian Branson. Running in fourth place on 55 laps.
Possibly they're sharing that car. So yeah,
yes.
Pinkerton now at 2:17 on the last lap, so he's found another 3 seconds compared to the lap before, suggesting that conditions are improving. There's a car going a bit more steady on the inside line down the hanger straight there. Didn't quite spot which one that was. But yes, Pinkerton sort of really flying now around Club Corner onto the Hamilton Straight, the International Pit Straight, past the Silverstone wing. And down into the Abbey sweeper, the right-hander. Right, who is aboard car 53 at the moment? Is that still Tom Kerridge out there, or is that somebody else? Let's have a look. No, it is our Claude Bossy, who we heard from earlier on, that's out there. He was chatting to Lewis a little bit earlier on, fellow chef out there with the latest generation Renault Clio. And that team running in 50th position now in Passel and Motor Racing. A bit of a smoky car there. Is that? Yeah, I think that's tyre smoke, isn't it? Off tyre running against a wheel arch that's been dislodged by the looks of things. One of the Caterhams out there. Just behind it, we've got the Mini.
It's getting much worse.
It is. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. You can see the left front wheel arch has been dislodged, maybe a bit of contact there, and that's just
it's tucked down inside the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it has been reported by the marshals as smoking badly, but it's not a fluid sort of spill or anything like that we might be about to see. But I think it has caused it to slow down.
Although it'll be out of the driver's line of vision, certainly better smell the rubber.
That's right. So it is, of course, the MK Indy of Stuart Thompson that's out there, rather than the Caterham. MK Indy of Stuart Thompson, who's going to have to head to the pit lane. He's been a Sports Specials Championship winner as well. But yes, you can see that that's doing the tyre, the power of no good, and yeah, he's going to call into the pit lane to be replaced by one of his baby run colleagues. That team in 25th position on scratch at the moment, 7 laps behind the race leader.
Should be a pretty easy fix to get him out again later in the race.
Yeah.
Fair wind.
Yes, you would think so. Yes, scrutineers will check it, but they will see that it's fouling bodywork on the tyre rather than anything that's going to cause an issue to other drivers in terms of fluid having been spilt onto the circuit. huge number of cars heading down the Hanger Straight, including Puma, Mini, Clio and others.
Top 4 currently 59, 58, 57 and 56 laps respectively.
Yeah, and that changed when James Pinkerton went across the line that time to complete another lap in the 2:17s. So he's sort of
8 seconds away from the fastest earlier in the race.
Yeah. There's Neil Roach in the blue BMW there for Rutec Racing, last year's winners. Probably in the next 4 or 5 minutes or so, we're going to give you another update on the handicap positions after 2.5 hours. Oh, a bit of a look up there, I think, for Neil Roach actually. As he came down into the loop. Rutec International Racing. It's number 18 that's leading at the moment though, 3Js, with the best part of 2 laps over VAG Tech, Team 44 in second place, Cap Team Elite 62 with third, 33 Intersport Racing are fourth, 17 the Jerry Hattricks are fifth, and 48 Plenty in the Tank now with Dave Everson board are in 6th position.
Down in 29th, car 45 is the Roderson Motorsport Skoda Octavia VRS with Dan, but into the gravel. Front suspension looks like it's given out on the Honda. Can't pick up a number on it, unfortunately.
No, it's Marshall very quickly to the scene. Yeah, it says it's going to need a lift. That's the signal that he was making to the observer back on post. We'll be phoning that into to race control, or radioing into race control now, and I expect very shortly I'll see that appear on my race log, that message having been communicated. Right, so we just saw there going through Team 4. The Ginetta and Tonic team, and it is John Dundee still aboard there for that team in 16th position. Keep an eye on that for when Jimmy Broadbent comes out. But we've got another safety car, possibly not too surprising, with that incident there for the Honda. Have we got a number on that yet? Yeah, car 19. It was 19D, and that is Jackson Carden's car for DH Racing. So Jackson Carden, the car with broken suspension in the gravel trap at Brooklands. And there is a replay of the lock-up. So the damage was already done before we got to that point. So again, whether that's just a breakage on the car or there was some contact with another vehicle that happened before we saw that.
It's sort of the ripped out the track control arm or something like that. So,
yes.
Because the wheels at a crazy angle.
So that safety car called with 3 hours and 23 minutes to go, probably, when it went out.
Safety car 4.
Yeah, about 30 minutes of green flag racing, which probably is as long a stint as we've had so far, I think, without the safety car being called. So they're coming fairly thick and fast during the course of this race. Have we got a handicap position at 2.5 hours as yet? Let's have a look. If we do, we'll bring that to you. Not yet. No, give it to you as soon as we can. Jamie Hadley's just coming to the pit, so that's only the second stop for that team, for VAGTech. Jamie Hadley from second place, car 44.
Yep, 60 laps. Hadley in.
So it'll be either Simon Mage, I think it's Simon Mage to go next from the way that they were positioned in the pit lane when Lewis was down with them earlier in his TCR Seat Leon, and then Jonathan Packer will be fourth to go in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, because John Monday's Honda Civic broke, which was the only non-VAG car in that group, so probably appropriate that it's left them with the cars that have given that team its name. I suppose the VAG Tech was the play on the VTEC, wasn't it, thinking about it? Hey, cleverer than I gave them credit for. So they're now without their tech, and they're down to just their VAG.
So sort of a quick glimpse of Peter Thurston's Holden Commodore coming through. The PTR over the rear corner. Car running in 19th place, car 24D.
Still no latest handicap positions to bring you. There's our scratch race leader, Joe Stables, and the safety car has actually picked him up this time. So he's gone back out again, presumably after a change of tyres to replace, or possibly not, possibly just a change of weather rather than a change of tyres, to replace James Pinkerton, who's had a short stint there. So he's the leader. Second is 44 VAG Tech. It is Simon Major now, as we thought in the TCR Leon. Third is 62. That's Carmel Porsche Team Elite James Brodie. Fourth is 33. In Sport Racing Brian Brownson. In fifth place, number 17, the Jerry Hattricks Christopher Wright, and in sixth place, number 48. That is Plenty in the Tank and Dave Avis. And we'll be back very shortly after this break.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
We are running under the safety car here in the Yokohama Birkett relay race, the 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone, organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's our fourth safety car intervention of the day. This time it's because Jackson Carden's got broken suspension. He went straight off at Brooklands into the gravel trap, and his car has needed a full lift, and that has been a setback for Team 19, the DH Racing crew. The order on scratch at the moment is that number 18 is the leading team, 3Js, Joe Stables out there at the moment for them. Second and a full lap down, 44, VAGTech, Simon Major, now out in his Cupra. Third is number 62, that's Cap Team Elite, James Brodie. He's 2 laps down on the race leader. In fourth place, number 33, In Sport Racing, Brian Bransom. Fifth is number 48, Plenty in the Tank, Dave Avis. And sixth, number 37, here we go, Andrew McMillan. The Jerry Hattricks having just dropped back, I think, having made a pit stop behind the safety car. So they've dropped down to 7th position. Have we yet got the 2.5 hour bulletin for you for the 2.5 hour mark? No, I don't think we do. But while we're waiting for those, we can head down to the pit lane. And Lewis.
Thanks, Vin. Yeah, under the safety car, and I found Jimmy Broadbent, Ginetta Gin and Tonics. Jimmy, good to see you here at the Burkett.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here. I've always wanted to do the Birkett. That's one of those events that's sort of always just been on the outside of my sort of peripheral racing vision. Yeah, the Jez and the guys at Race Car Radio said come down and have a go. So I thought, yeah, okay, here I am.
Well, you've got a big smile on your face, enjoying yourself.
Well, I've only done 2 laps so far, which is qualifying earlier on, which is maybe why I've got a big smile on my face. It's been the weather's been all over the place, but I think we should be good from now on. I'm in the car in about an hour's time, so just sort of in the garage getting ready now.
Yeah. All-weather tyres. No, I see slicks and I see groove tyres. Going to be a bit of a decision, isn't it?
They're sort of a semi-slick, so I mean we run them regardless. They're pretty good in this sort of weather. If it gets any worse than this, then it starts getting a bit tricky. But to be honest, it rained earlier in the qualifying session. Now they're completely fine, so I think we'll be okay there. But hopefully it just sort of stays dry now.
So what sort of racing have you been doing this year?
Oh, I mean, I've been very lucky to do quite a lot of racing this year, actually. The main programme has been racing at the Nürburgring in Germany.
Man, yeah. Oh, just the Nürburgring.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the weather's quite similar there as well, so it's good to go from there. We had a really good season, second overall in the entire NLS, so nearly a win, but not quite. And apart from that, other just various one-offs, a bit of classic racing as well, in the Mustang and the old Mini. So yeah, a very good year for me, very happy year.
Wouldn't be with Mr. Brundle, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course, yeah, with Alex. I always think, how badly he hit his head before I thought, yeah, I'll call Jimmy and let him have a go in one of my cars. But yeah, really nice guy, Alex, and always thankful for the opportunity to drive his cars.
Well, anyway, I hope everything go all right for you when your session is, you get behind the wheel. So, good luck.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Thanks very much. So there we are, back to you in the studio as the racing resumes.
Yes, green flag is out again. There's going to be a stop and go penalty for one team for overtaking under waved yellow flags. We'll give you an update on that shortly, but we've now got 3 hours and 14 minutes, so it's about 9 minutes behind the safety car at that time. That's the end of the fourth safety car stint of the race. There is car 58. It is a car that is actually well down the order in terms of overall classification. That's the Breakdancer Racing squad. Just trying to see if I can figure out where they are exactly. Do that in a minute. But Breakdancer Racing, that's the Caterham 7310R of Alan Curtis. It's a team of mostly Mazdas, either RX-8s or MX-5s, and he's probably got the quickest car out there in that team, so hopefully be hauling them back up the order a little bit. Breakdancer Racing, why can't I see them on my list? There we go, 39th out of 67 at the moment. Looking to see who's right at the bottom of the timings actually, and it is Bad Boy Tuning, Team 13, that are bringing up the rear at the moment. They've only managed to complete 48 laps, they're 3 laps behind the Northwich Motors Racing Division with their Mazda 2s and Toyota Yaris's. So I think all has not gone well for the mini-based Bad Boy Tuning team. Look how the Caterham there sort of weaving its way in and out of some of the tint tops to try and make up track position. Field having been concertinaed again as a result of that safety car. There's one of the MGZR teams, that's Team 35 out there at the moment. That is the Brake Late team managed by Colin Cooper. Where are Brake Late in the running order at the moment? Trying to see them. There we go, it's Jake McDermott out there at the moment for them. They're in 42nd position overall. Brake Late also comprising Lee Pearce, Connor Lawson and Jimmy Work, all regular drivers in the MG Owners Club Championship, which has really had a boom year, hasn't it, with big grids of, I think even at one stage, more than 40 cars this season.
Yeah, quite remarkable. And Jim Bainham still fighting it out in his MGB, racing for more than 40 years.
I think he was champion again, wasn't he, this year?
Yeah. And the ZRs, of which there are probably 35 in the pack.
Yes.
Quite something.
Yeah, so that's a championship that's had a tremendous season with a big increase in its numbers this year. I suspect partly as a result of the demise of the MG Trophy, which catered for similar cars. But there's Jake, one of the front runners. His dad Steve, a multiple champion in that category. And that's Tom McFarlane out again, I think, in his Honda Civic Type R trophy car.
Around the Thurston Holden Commodore.
Yeah, it's much more manoeuvrable, isn't it, the Type R trophy car, than is the Holden, which best suited to straight lines.
Car pulling off down the hangar track, it is.
Yes.
Going incredibly slowly. Is that clear?
It looks like it might be. we'll see if it makes it as far as Stoke Corner for us to be able to tell exactly who it is. But there's a white flag waving there. Marshall's sort of letting drivers know that there's a slow car on the circuit.
White flag is because somebody's surrendered.
Yeah,
it probably is.
And you can see the marshals have gone dashing in front of our camera to try to assist that car, which I think is going to probably pull off.
Indication to
here.
The hazard flash.
No, it ought to have turned left there, I think, and it would have got itself out of the way. I suppose it could head to the international pit lane, which is on the entrance, which is on the other side of the circuit, in just a moment. But yes, that's a Clio that's in trouble. 31A is Jake Micklewright. Total BS. They were leading on the handicap at one point, weren't they? Talking of which, do we have a 2.5 hour bulletin now?
I was wondering whether that MX-5 we saw the quick glimpse of was actually up to speed. It looked like he was whittling it from side to side. It was a bit short of fuel potentially. Oh, crikey, look at that. 3-4 abreast up there.
Crikey, yes.
Into the loop.
Right, I have scratch positions but not handicap positions, so I think they're probably on the point of being uploaded as well. And when they are, I will give you those. Scratch positions are not very interesting because we can see those on our screens anyway. There's been some contact, I think. 2 cars involved, cars 59 and 28. 28 being the Mazda Misfits team. That's the front running team, isn't it? And they've had some side-to-side contact, I think, with Team 59, which is the RAF Motorsports squad. There's that Clio. It's still going. Back. Just trying to get back to the pit lane. But you wonder if this is the wisest thing to do. Is it, when you're going at this very low speed, you'd be better off stopping on the circuit than sending another car out, you would think. But there you go. It's got its hazard lights on. Yeah. Who is it? Just try to figure out what the number is on that car.
20D,
I think. So that is going to be the car of. I think we'll go with Chris Morton. Probably, and it's back Creed's car, as you can see on the back. But I think it might be Chris Morton driving it, because I think he was due to be D. But they did all change their letters before the start, which added a degree of confusion. Yeah, Chris Morton, it is in Where Are Your Parents? Where Are Your Parents, Clio. So coming up to 3 hours to go. Team 5 going through shot there is one of the BMWs. That is literally the Team BMW entry. And I think that's Jason Rees out there at the moment in his E92 M3. So driver A for that team, which is currently running in 16th position on scratch. Some 6 laps behind the race leader. Just going to have another refresh on the handicap positions, but we'll give you those after we've heard from the pit lane and Lewis Beals.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, I'm down here with Kev Clark, Mr. Intersport himself, in 3rd position I see on the screens. Doing really well, Kevin.
Yeah, we're not halfway yet, though, are we? And I have been off myself as well, so...
Well, I wasn't going to... Well, we did mention it earlier off camera. What happened?
Times, I'm sure. I never used to have ABS on this car, and I put ABS on, and then you start driving using the ABS, and then when it doesn't work, it catches you out, and there you go. So, slight book of excuses, I found it.
Right. So you're sharing this car with who?
Aldo Ritti, who I've been sharing all year. We've done a few 2-hour races. We've not had a lot of luck, but we won the last 2-hour race that we did, so that was good.
So who's out at the moment? Oh, I know, Brian, isn't it?
Yeah, Brian's out in our team now. Brian Branson is in the F80 BMW at the moment.
What tyres is he on?
Yeah, he's on the Durezas, the treaded tyres. So it's because he just keeps stopping and starting with a bit of rain. It's just safer. Although we've entered slicks and wets, but you can use like a treads, which is like a lower grid really. But we're just decided to go with them for safety.
So Yeah, this is on treaded.
Yeah, it's just so dicey, the conditions, and if you're passing some of the slower cars, no disrespect to them, but they're entitled to the racing line, so you have to move off line, and then you're in a bit of damp, and it's just easy with treaded tyres.
Yeah, okay. All right then. So have you got another session before the end?
I may have another, there may be a shortfall on the cars, so there might be another 15-20 minutes to make up at the end.
Right. Good luck for the rest of the week, the rest of the day.
Enjoying it though.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well done. There we go. That's from Intersport Race and Kevin Clark. And back to you in the studio.
In the interim, we've got a new fastest lap of the race for Joe Stables, a 2:06.955 on lap 65. It's a couple of laps to go. That means that he's lapping, wow, something like 12 or 13 seconds quicker than anybody else.
No handicap positions at 2.5 hours, so maybe there's something to be sorted out there. There's a car pulling off. Couldn't quite see the number on it. That's down at Stowe Corner, but it was one of the BMWs. Trying to see if we can narrow that down. We might get that notified to us in a moment.
Before the little Ginetta there going nicely, and that's Leo Meakin for Ginetta and Tonic, 7th in Class D on scratch, 17th overall, 61 laps down. One of the slowest cars in the field, but it's a car that's going really nicely.
Yep, so coming up towards the halfway point of this race. Not yet has a notification of which car that it was that was stopped down at Stowe, I'm afraid. There's the number 41 BMW just braking for Brooklands. And that is the car of ZZ and Z-Tops. Paul Mercer, the manager of that. You've got Steve Wood, Rickard Elliott Nowobilski, Paul Mercer and Christoph Nowobilski comprising that team. Team 41, as I say. And just checking, because they did. They're good enough to fill in a driver profile. It's the first time at the Birkett. Sorry, their second time at the Birkett. 36th overall, 19th in class last year, 23rd on handicap and 16th in class last year. And these are ex-MSVR Z-Cars Championship cars and drivers. And where are they running at the moment, that team? Let's just have a look. They're running in 35th position. It's Steve Wood out there for them at the moment, who built and run his own car. Typically races the number 82, his dad's number successful small oval race from the 1960s and 70s. And Steveson Jack also races, but he's not why he's a Red Bull Formula 1 mechanic. Of course, he's in Mexico this weekend. And Steve started racing in 2018 in the Z-Cars Championship. There's car 4 heading through one of the Mazdas, which I don't think can be car 4, can it? I think it must have another number on the side of it that we can't see. Pick that up in a minute. Blue light panels illuminating there in lieu of blue flags on the approach to Abbey, and that's a yellow flag at Abbey. So someone's had a spin around the corner. Yellow flag's gone in. I think the car that we saw retire a short while ago, it was one of the Four Amigos cars that had stopped. So who was out for the Four Amigos? Team 9. I think it was Adam Reed who is out there now. It wasn't David Drinkwater's car, so I think it must have been Reece March's car that was out there, possibly. The car that stopped down at Stowe Corner. Car 60, one of the Porsches.
That's classic, wasn't it? The Porsche was diving ahead, then got out-braked by the little 7, and then had more grip going through Brooklands, was able to get back past it.
That's the Cap Boxster boys, Team 60. See where they're running now. Yeah, they are in 54th position with Johnny Cooper aboard. They were the first team to cause a safety car, weren't they, earlier on when Chris Valentine had an off. There's David Drinkwater, so he's now out for the Four Amigos. So he's done quite a few laps already and has been pushed back into service there. Oh, so maybe it was Adam Reed's car that was the one that retired then.
That's the one that was damaged earlier on, wasn't
yeah,
it?
possibly so. Might explain it. Maybe the fix wasn't quite as effective as first thought. So, yeah, David Drinkwater's had to go back out into battle once again in his compact that he's raced so successfully over the years. One team with a green time is Jason Rees, I think that is in the Team BMW entry, in 15th position, Team 5 in his E92 M3, so he's gone faster than anybody in his team has managed so far in the race.
48 in, plenty in the tank. Dave Avis has just got back past 37. Here we go, Andrew McMillan. They're having a really good scrap. They're just a couple of seconds apart now after 66 laps, after a couple of recent exchanges.
And James Brodie is in the pits for Cap Team Elite from 3rd position, Team 62. And not yet showing who he's handed over to, but we've got about a minute and a quarter in hand to Brian Bransom there, so that ought to be enough to make the changeover if it's done efficiently. Because as soon as the car that's coming in drives past the car that's going to go out to replace it, then the sort of the second car can pull out of the garage, out into the pit lane and join the race. So it's, you know, you'd actually have to come to a stop to make the handover. There's Team 14 in Class C.
Yeah, it's 14C.
14 cars, you should say. That's Gareth Moss in the Royal Navy Royal Marines motorsport car. We do now have a handicap position, so I can have a look at that and tell you what that is. Yes, that's taken a little while to be released. But at the end of 2.5 hours, and bearing in mind we've now had 3 hours of racing, so there'll be another update shortly, but at 2.5 hours, the leader was Team 28 still, the Mazda Misfits, Jamie McCann, Stephen Rees, Adrian Johnson, Nico Favo and Scott Hubel. The Four Amigos, who've had a spot of bother since then, were in 2nd place, Team 9, Finley Edwards, Adam Reed, David Drinkwater and Reese March, but I think a lot of the driving had been done by David Drinkwater. 3rd was Team 14, who we just saw a moment ago on screen there. That was Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport, Adam Dewis, Richard Phillips and Gareth Moss. 4th, Team 50, TT versus TRT, John Abella, Matt Pryor, Trafford King and James Hillier. 5th, 66, the Touring Wagoneers. They've been there or thereabouts all the way through this race and we've not seen much of them. Elliot Dunmore, Nick Jackson, David Power and James Poulton. And 6th is 31 Total BS, who were leading, Jake Ricklewright, Amy Worthington and Neil Burrows. Then 2 more cars on the leading lap. 7th, number 20, Where Are Your Parents? Car 20, say, Jordan Newington, Daniel Mehmet, James Birch, Chris Morton, Chris Heathcote and Matt Creed. And Team 29, Miata Maestros, Mary Barnard, her dad Paul, Andrew Robinson, Ian Tomlinson and Martin Vernon. So that is 8 cars on the lead lap on handicap at 2.5 hours, and I think 3 of them at least are MX-5 dominated.
That was a great view, that camera angle there through the flick flack at Maggots into Beckett's and out through Chapel Curve onto the hangar straight past the new Escapade hotel, restaurant. Wonderful viewing gallery in there. Through they come, working their way through Stowe. Quick BMW. Seen quite a lot of that master over the last 2 or 3 laps, and it's going nicely.
Just looking at where the other services teams are So that's the Navy Marines. They're in third on the handicap. Army Sports Car Racing are a lap behind them in 10th position. And where are the RAF? A bit further back, need to scroll down to find them. They're in 35th at the moment, the RAF. They're 2 laps off the lead. So 2 laps sounds a lot, but it's can be caught up in handicap races, because the credit laps may change. You might have your slower driver out first and your quicker driver will be out later on to compensate for that. So a lot still to be determined as far as the little inter-forces battle is concerned. And very shortly we'll have a bulletin, I'm sure, after 3 hours. So we're now well into the second half of the race, 2 hours and 54 minutes left to go. And we will head downstairs once again to Lewis Beals in the pit lane.
Hello, thank you very much, Ian. And then we got Adam Dewis from the Royal Navy / Royal Marines Motorsport. When I looked on the screen a minute ago, you were third in handicap. Pretty good going, Adam.
Getting a bit of a nosebleed that high up, but yeah, we're doing well today. Just try and keep it consistent, keep it on the black stuff. Yeah, hopefully all goes well today.
Which car's yours?
I'm using a team's. It's not owned by myself. It's owned by the team. It's a supercharged Mini. It was a previous member's car that we bought off him. So yeah, using that today. It's going really well, thankfully.
Well, yes, and I take it. The armed forces always go well here. Normally, it's the Royal Air Force, but you seem to be top dog at the moment.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. We can keep it that way. It's a long race, though, so you never know what happens. But
yeah, is the Mini having the front-wheel drive an advantage in these changeable conditions?
Yeah, I mean, when it rains quite bad, this is obviously suited a bit more. You know, less chance of spinning round, he says. But yeah, hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully, sun stays out.
By the looks of it, you're next out.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, literally going to get ready in a minute.
I'll let you get ready. Thanks very much, Adam. Cheers now. So that's the latest from the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport Team 14. And yeah, that's going really well. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Lewis. And we've got 72 laps now in the book for our race leader, Joe Stables, for 3Js. It's very nicely presented Caterham here, just coming through short. That's 37C, which is the car of Andrew McMillan, his Caterham 7410R. That's for Here We Go, and he is in 6th position overall, behind 3G's Joe Stables. Vagtech Simon Major out there at the moment for them. Cap Team Elite being represented by James Brodie. Still, Intersport Racing by Brian Branson. And then in 5th position, it's Plenty in the Tank, Dave Avis. After the top 2, it's a bit closer behind them, because you've got a number of cars together, sort of 4, 5, 6 laps behind the lead. So still lots to play for the final podium position, I would think, before the end of this race.
Yeah, McMillan, you talked about that 37C.
Yeah.
Just done that team's fastest lap, a 2:21.933, and a 2:22.072 for Philip Jenkins, who's back in to bat for Team 27, Cater, Ham, Egg and Chips.
Yes, that lap for Andrew McMillan, faster than everybody apart from Joe Stables and Summer Major on the previous laps, everyone apart from the top 2. Impressive actually here that you've got the Becosted 7, Eddie Moyer, 12th overall for Team 46. That's the Mazda 7 team, so they're going pretty well, I would say. I think they had some dramas this morning in terms of getting all of their cars qualified or whatever. That's Team 46. Eddie Moyer, Ben Dade, Costa Curaitis and Stuart Sellers, of course, the man.
I think they had
Team Sellers Racing.
One of their cars completely failed with some electrical drama, which I think was putting it out for the weekend. They could run it, it'd be fine, sound lovely. As soon as I put it under load, the engine would just die.
Strange. But yeah, they're going very well. The Becosted 7 in 12th position overall. There are different classes within the Birkett as well, based for handicap.
Spinner.
It's drama for Team 41.
41A.
Which is the car of Steve Wood, of course, we were saying earlier on, the ZZ and Z-tops. It's spun a bit like a top there, I think. But yes, there are different classes. So Class D at the moment is being led by Joe Stables. Class C is being led by Here We Go and Andrew McMillan. Class B is being led by VAG Tech and Simon Major. And Class A is being led by Rutec Racing Lotus of Simon Walsh at the moment in 16th position overall. But the main class prizes are awarded on handicap rather than on these scratch positions. As to the MGF out there, that's the sole MGF in a team of MGZRs. I noted earlier on. So that's Eliza Seville in the K-Series Cartel team, alongside the 5 MGZRs. She's driving the only MGF in the race, which is nice to see. Team 59 there, that's the Royal Air Force team. The Fiesta looking a little bit bruised, I would say, so possibly some damage has been picked up somewhere along the race. We're now getting a safety car out again, and I think the reason for that is Team 32. I think they've caused a safety car already today, haven't they? Team 32, it's the Intersport Racing Bandits, and this time it's Class Quaker that is stopped at post 20, which is, I don't know where. Try and figure that out. But it's somewhere around the lap. We might see if we can pick that up on one of our cameras in a moment. But yeah, 32A rather than 32B. I think Tommy Grout caused one of the earlier safety car periods. But with 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, we have our 5th safety car period of the day. You can see that there's another car that has pulled off at the loop, but in a safe place. So
It's been kind of one per page on my lap chart, sort of. We know roughly when the next safety car is going to appear.
yeah, they have been fairly regular, haven't they, throughout the race so far. Not sure if we've kept a record of what the highest number of safety car interventions is within the Birkett relay in the past, but it's starting to mount up here.
The British Racing Drivers Club clubhouse.
It's stiff
under
breeze
renovation
there.
at the moment.
And the BRDC grandstand, what's going on with that?
The grandstand, they're currently using the Brooklyn suite that's alongside it.
Yeah.
As a sort of temporary measure.
Let's see.
To the end of the season, and then next year it'll be up together again, as will fingers tightly across the kart circuit.
Yes, that's looking impressive. I noticed as I drove in this morning.
There's a kart circuit this weekend, which is good. The infrastructure seems to be coming together well.
Yes.
I think it's now going to be launched at the start of next year.
Mm-hmm.
Very thick, dark cloud overhead.
Rather threatening, isn't it?
Over the wing.
Certainly is. So, still not entirely sure where this car has stopped. We've not seen it on our cameras. It might be just out of view of our camera operators. This particular car that has stopped, 32A. But I think it is a mechanical issue rather than a collision. So, I don't think it's too dramatic, this incident that's brought about this latest intervention. Joe Stables still leading, of course, for 3Js by a couple of laps from Vagtech and Simon Major in the TCR Leon. And then Warren Allen's back out for Team 62, Cap Team Elite in 3rd position. Plenty in the tank, Dave Air is 4th. Intersport Racing, that's the sister team to the Intersport Racing Bandits. They're now have Kevin Clark out for them, who we were hearing from earlier on. He's 5th. And here we go, Team 37. They are best of the Caterham-based teams with Gary Tutel now out for them. I can see Marshall's on the circuit with a cone in hand. I did see a report earlier on that there was a cone stranded in the middle of the circuit, so possibly they've used this safety car intervention to recover that. I imagine that had been sort of dislodged by one of the cars, having a moment earlier on. But yeah, looks like we will have at least one more lap behind the safety car while this incident is dealt with, and while we wait for the safety car to be brought back in, we'll have another short break.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Back here at Silverstone, we are 3¼ hours into this Yokohama Birkett 6-hour relay race, the traditional curtain closing event of the 750 Motor Club racing season. We've just been given the handicap positions at the halfway mark at 3 hours, so let's run through those for you while we're still behind the safety car. It's Team 29 now leading, that's the Miata Maestros of MX5. So Mary Barnard, Paul Barnard, Andrew Robinson, Ian Tomlinson and Martin Vernon for the Miata Maestros, and they've actually got a full lap on everybody else now. So second is Team 14, that's the Royal Navy, Royal Marines Motorsports, they've moved up a place there. Adam Dewis, Richard Phillips and Gareth Moss. Team 47 are in third, that's the 116 Assassins, who've been there or thereabouts all the way through. Conor Anderson, Callum Davis, Luke Fox. Fourth 22, St Winifred's School Choir, Matthew Footman, John Glover, Chris Fantana and Mark Chappell. Fifth 31, Total BS, Jake Micklewright, Amy Worthington and Neil Burrows. And sixth 28, the Mazda Misfits, Jamie McCann, Stephen Rees, Adrian Johnson, Nico Favreau. Teams 51, 26 and 49 are also on the same lap. But it's 1, 2, 3 teams out of the top 6 that are comprised entirely of Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, which seem to be the cars to have. And it's the Miata Maestros that are topping the times for those. I'm just having a look at how many credit laps they all started with. The Miata Maestros started with 38 credit laps. Team 4, where are we? The Total BS team, they started with 40, so more credit laps, and Team 28, they started with 37 credit laps. Because the Miata Maestros with 38, so we're in the middle of the two that are currently leading on handicap by a lap.
The reason it's called Miata is that that model, when it was launched in the States, was the Mazda Miata. I saw those racing over there at the Sports Car Club of America National Championship runoffs.
Right, the car that was stopped and caused the safety car, that was off at Copse exit, which is why we couldn't see it on our cameras. And it was post 20, which you kind of think is going to be further around the lap, but of course the post numbers start at the wing, effectively.
That was Klaus Kuiker, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So that's the second of their cars that have needed to be recovered. I'm imagining they're not particularly well up the running order at the moment as a result of that. Although they're one of the quicker teams out there. Well, they're in 22nd now. Tommy Grout is back out for them. It was his car that needed to be recovered earlier on in the race. Team with the most stops now, I'm just having a look down. Is that the Boss Birketteers? They've made 7 stops. So too have Run Baby Run. They've made 7 stops as well. and a few more further down. Brake late. Have made 7. Sator of the random races.
Safety car
3.
lights off.
I found that leaders, it's the Le Mans Impossible with 8 stops. They've made more than anybody else. Team 67.
Looks like we have Neil Glover back in the Radical that we started in.
So I've had about 8 minutes of safety car running as the race gets back underway, with 2 hours and 40 minutes left on the clock.
I saw the one of the Eclipses out there. Is that the Paul Collingwood car?
Yes, I think it will be. I think it's the only Eclipse I've seen all season.
Tends to be a quick one. That's the one with the Honda engine,
yes,
isn't it? And the advanced aero package.
That's right. Yeah, he's racing for Run Baby Run, car 10D. So that will be a very quick car. One of the quickest cars out on circuit, I would think now.
Yes.
Not quite as quick as the Radicals, I should think, but probably as fast as anything else out there. I would venture to suggest in the right conditions. There it is, actually. Paul Collingwood just going for a shot at Beckett's. And about to head back onto the hangar straight once again. There it is, that car, and further back you can see that's the car that is running. Where is that team running now? Which has got the second Radical.
That's a long way down, isn't it?
It is a long way down, which is why I'm struggling to find it, I think. It's
Looks
a
like
mixed
it's
team.
out of the top 30.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Oh yeah, 32nd in fact, random races too. Neil Glover out there, we've mentioned. Let's head down to the pit lane once again and let's find out who Lewis Beals has got to talk to this time.
Thanks very much, Ian. And yeah, you were running through the top 3 or 4 or 5 in the handicap, and we're just trying to pick up them. And we've got Callum Davis from the 116 Assassins with me, and I think you were 3rd at the half distance. Callum, that's pretty good.
It's actually better than what we was anticipating. So for a couple of us, that's our first time trying. We're lucky in the sense that the 116 trophy is endurance based anyway. So we were supposed to be a team of 4. That got reduced to a team of 3 halfway through the week. So instead of doing 45-minute stints, we then increased it to hour-long stints. And these cars are just bulletproof. They just absolutely love the long distance. They just go and go. So, yeah.
Well, the car can do it. What about the driver?
It's been very tricky with the weather today. So half of the lap we're dry, the next half we're wet. Plenty of safety cars, which doesn't really help us. As soon as we lose a little bit of temperature, it's just trying to find a line again. So, and as you've seen, we've had 5-minute showers, 10-minute showers. So, yeah, we'll hope that we can hang on in there. So we've got our quickest guy out at the moment. So hopefully he can build up a little bit of a lead for us, ready for my next stint, so we don't drop out of 3rd place. So.
Well, Callum, good luck to you. So, didn't you say it's the first time you've done the event?
Yes, it is. Yeah, never done the Birkett, so I only got invited to do it by the team 4 weeks ago. So it was all a little bit last minute, where we had a driver drop out. So we turned up this morning, not really knowing what to expect. Watched it on YouTube a couple of nights ago, so we knew what we were going to do. So, but it's fantastic. The respect between the drivers with the speed difference and everything else. When you're on circuit, it's absolutely brilliant. So it's really good fun.
Oh, it's really good to hear. We hope you're going to come back again next year.
Definitely. If we can keep the same team together, then it's definitely an event I'll book in for again. So it's good fun.
Okay, Callum, as we can see your car's there, so you're going to be next on grid. We'd better let you get suited and booted.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Back.
That's Callum Davis going out next in the Davis Plumbing and Heating BMW 116. We mentioned Paul Collingwood for Run Baby Run, and he made his presence felt by getting up into the top 30. His last lap at 2:19.923, which was quicker than everybody bar the leader, who has now improved that team's best lap to a 2:06. 206.947. 206.947. 219s for Paul Collingwood last time round. He's going to be coming up the order pretty rapidly if he can maintain that progress.
Yes, absolutely. He's still 30th at the moment, but lapping a lot faster than cars ahead of him, by which I mean 20, 25, 28 seconds faster than some of the other cars that he's going to be catching. So that car will move up the order, I think, than the Run Baby Run team. It won't be able to do a desperately long stint, though, I don't think. They've already made 7 stops, so probably get about 20 minutes or so before Paul Collingwood needs to come back in, maybe half an hour at tops. Depends if there's a safety car, I guess. That will be very much a part of that consideration. But yes, impressive lap time into the 2:18s for Paul Collingwood that time through. The car we've just seen on screen there was Warren Allen in Team 62 for Cap Team Elite, the best of the Carmel Porsche teams. He's in 3rd position overall, a couple of laps behind Vagtech and Simon Major.
He's working lap 76.
There's the 116 of Saturn's current representative. That's Luke Fox out there at the moment for the Assassins. And the sort of turquoise car. Just coming down the start-finish straight, just being passed by one of the Jaguars, which are making their presence felt here this weekend. Very well turned out team of cars. There they go. There you can see Escapade Complex in the background, just at Maggots and Beckett's. Let's go back down to the pit lane, and Lewis Beals has got something to tell us.
Well, just as what we're going to do is to explain the pit stops, and here comes the leader at the moment. He passes the pit, and as he passes, the next car goes out. Oh, normally the lead car, the one that's come in, goes in at the halfway point, just around here, but he goes in at the back and comes round the back. So actually, it's an exchange. As I showed at the top of the show, that is how it's done now. So one car goes past, the other one joins in behind it and goes out on track. A really smooth transition, not like the old days with a sash or a baton, but these times that everyone is on transponders and away you go again. The only problem is, if someone breaks down on the circuit, then you have to be informed by the marshals or whoever to send the next car out, and hopefully your car which is broken down gets recovered, because if you have 2 cars on the track, you get penalised those number of laps. So it can be quite expensive. But that is how the pit stops work down here in the pit lane.
Thanks, Les, and it was very well timed, that, wasn't it? Because just as we came to you, we saw Joe Staples come in to make his stop. There's that 62 car again, one of the quickest cars on circuit, and going past some of the Type R trophy machine just behind it, and Honda Civics. And
charging past what that was 19B, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which is Luke Emmons.
You can see that Simon Major's just in the best lap of the race for that team, in 2nd position for Vagtech.
Collingwood's now down into the 217. It's 217.934 for Paul Collingwood in car number 10D, now 29th, and making up ground hand over fist on the next group. But he's got to then go some. There's a couple of cars up the road. We've got Clayton Sampson, and he's almost a minute ahead of Giles Hansen.
Yeah, it'll get a bit hard to make up more positions after a time. Getting this great view of the cars as they sweep through the S's, through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and back onto the Hangar Straight.
A car with high downforce, that's really quite demanding on the body.
Lots of changes of direction, isn't there?
Yes. And high apex speeds as well for certainly for the radicals out there. These 2 sevens are having a great tussle.
Yeah, 46A we can see there. That is the car of Eddie Moyer, the Birkett 7, so it's a Mazda 7. Where are the Birkett 7s? They were 12th at one point, they are still 12th. That is Eddie Moyer now driving them. They're 7 laps off the lead. And they are 26 seconds or so behind the car in front, which is Charles Redmond's Caterham. But it's interesting that these Mazda 7s are taking the fight to the Caterham 7s there as well. Pick up on that more a bit later on, but for now, with 2.5 hours of the race to go, let's head down to Lewis.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, we actually just watched Joe Staples change with John McLeod, and I've got Joe with me. Joe, you're part of the the leading team at the moment. What were conditions like out there during your stint?
The first part of the stint, it wasn't too great. I was on wets and it started drying, so I had to come in, or else we'll just ruin them. But this stint went pretty good. Yeah, it was nice conditions out there.
Is the track fully dry?
Yeah, I'd say so. The first corner's still got a bit of grease on it, but for the most part, it's good.
Yeah, that's a bit of a brave corner, that, in the Cops, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to take your brain out for it sometimes. Put it like that.
What's that like with one of the faster cars, lapping the slower car? Because I take it you're lapping cars all the time.
Yeah, it can be a bit scary when how close you get. You come up to them, so you've got to be careful all the time. Making sure you know where they're going and they can see you, but as long as you just take it steady, it's all right. It's not too bad.
Yeah, have you done the event before?
A few years ago, yeah. Yeah, I didn't have very much luck last time though, unfortunately.
No, well, so you're not a novice, so you know how to weave the car in and out.
Yeah, I've been on a few track days as well, so yeah.
Yeah, there is a similarity, isn't there?
Yeah, very, very, very similar. Although these people actually look in their mirrors.
Yeah, always helps, doesn't it?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I take it. In the faster car, you let the slower car take the line and you try to weave your way through.
Yeah, that's it. Just assume they're going to take their normal racing line and then just find your way around them, basically.
All right, Joe, a good session. You back out again before the end?
Should be, yeah. All being well.
Okay, best of luck, and hopefully we'll chat to you at the end of the day.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks, Joe. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Yes. That's Joe Stables out there. Car 31 has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Car 31 is a bit further down the order. It's the Total BS team. It's one of the leading handicap teams.
That's going to be applied at the end of the race. But
yeah.
I think, yes, post-race penalty.
There's a car off Beckett's there into the gravel trap.
Oh, yeah.
Which not yet been given notification of the number on that car.
One or more than one?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Marshals are on the scene.
In some number.
Yes, try and deal with that. Car 40A,
oh, here we go.
I'm hearing. It's spinning its wheels as it's trying to get out. But 40A, that is one of the Pure Track racing cars, and it's Matt Adams with his Renault Megane. I do have some information about the Pure Track racing team, which I'm digging through to try to find. Stacey Dennis is the manager of that team as well, it would seem. So he's managing two teams, Stacey. Don't have any information about that particular driver. Safety car's coming out though. Matt Adams is the driver concerned. I do have some information about his teammate James Ford, but not Matt himself, who finds himself in the gravel trap on his own at Beckett. So safety car again with 2 hours 26 to go. So I think we're going to manage about 14-15 minutes that time through. So this is safety car number 6 of this 6-hour Birkett relay race. But yes, in a pretty dangerous position, that car, right at the edge of the gravel trap, so you can understand why it does need to be recovered.
Lots of marshals on the scene, but even their best endeavours couldn't shift it because it was up to its axles in gravel.
Jason Rees has just moved Team BMW Team 5 into 12th position with the best lap of the race for that team at 2:25.016, getting ahead of Eddie Moyer in the Beckett 7 for the Mazda 7 team. So they drop out of the top 12 into 13th position, team 46.
This is not going to help Paul Collingwood's quest, is it? He's a couple of places ahead of Neil Glover in the Random Racers 2 Radical, and Collingwood was on track, I think, to make it probably into the top 25.
Yeah.
He had a long way to go, but this might well see his session out.
Yes, fastest driver in that team, and you don't want your fastest driver out when you've got a safety car, but such is the frequency of safety cars today, it's inevitable that that's almost inevitable that it's going to happen at some point, that you'll have it out at a time that is inconvenient to you. There's that Matt Adams car. It's being hooked up to the snatch vehicle. It will be taken away.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long to clear.
No. Which has been the way of things. I mean, none of the safety car periods has lasted more than a quarter of an hour, I don't think, so far today. Mostly just a couple of laps, less than 10 minutes, that they have taken, which is pretty much the shortest period you could get, I think, in this race. So it's John McLeod now back out, as we saw him leaving the pit lane a few minutes ago, leading the way again for Team 18, the 3Js. From Vagtech, Simon Major in second, 2 laps adrift, Cap Team Elite. Warren Allen is third, Team 62, fourth is 48, plenty in the tank, Dave Avis, fifth 33, Intersport Racing, Aldo Ritty, and sixth, number 37, here we go, Gary Tutel. First of 3 successive catering teams with the Jerry Hat-Tricks and Kate Ham, Egg and Chips. Just behind them, Motion Motorsport, James Pickford now out there in the Audi is 9th, and the Boss Cats, another catering team, is in 10th place. So let's head back down to Lewis with more from the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Ian. Just to keep you updated, this is the Four Amigos BMW car number 9, and it's Adam Reed, who we spoke to earlier. Sadly, he broke down on the on track, and there's only actually 2 cars, isn't there? Because Finley Edwards and Reese March, their car packed up this morning, so that just leaves Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. Adam broke down on track, and so David's had to go, and he's all on his own. And they were doing really well in the handicap section. The latest I can give you on this, I think it's the crankshaft sensor. Obviously, we had a little bit of body damage, modifications this morning. So, sorry, that was an early part of the race, wasn't it? And that's it. Meanwhile, the Bad Boys tuning car with, I think it was Matthew Hibbard in the number 9. If we turn around, we can just see the 13 car there in the distance. That's broken the second drive shaft of the day. And I can tell you, Matthew is very, very upset. And I think he's got a point there. He's done 4 laps and done 2 drive shafts. So that's the update here at the back of the paddock, which is getting more and more busy as the event goes on. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lewis. So few drivers in trouble, notably the 4 Amigos, who are really down to the 2 Amigos and the 1 Auto at the moment. Where are they running at the moment? So just going to have a replay. This is what happened to the Megane. Hard to see in the distance exactly how that started, but there was the quicker Radical of John McLeod just behind him, which may be coincidence, but either way, the Matt Adams Renault Megane ended up in the gravel trap there.
I think it's one of those things where you can, in that situation, look into your mirror, see something bearing down on you very rapidly and think, and then you miss your turn point. And in adjusting the trajectory of the car, managed to spin it.
Yes.
Could easily happen.
It can do. So safety car's picked up John McLeod now, so that's a sign that we may be able to go racing again relatively shortly. There's more stop-and-go penalties being published for drivers that overtook under the safety car.
Being meted out.
Yeah, so we saw a few of those in the first safety car period, and again in this 6th safety car period, so A few drivers being caught out by that.
It's elegant colours, that Porsche.
Certainly is, very intricate.
Reminds me of Tony Lanfranchi's crash helmet in the 1960s. Blobs of colour.
It's the view from Club Corner up towards Abbey and off the Silverstone wing. See the safety car light panel flashing on the left-hand side of the circuit there. Supplement the flags that are shown by the marshals. Track's now clear, I'm hearing, from Beckett, so we should be able to go racing again very soon. Just having a look to see if we've had our 3.5 hour handicap positions yet. No, we've not, so can't give you those just yet, I'm afraid. Bring them to you as soon as we get them. Should be out in the next few minutes, I would think. Certainly do our best at the end of the race to give you the handicap result, so I don't think we managed to do that last year on the live stream, because it did take a while to get published. Hopefully we won't have those delays this year. It partially depends on whether there's a late safety car period. Safety car lights are out, I think. Yeah, they are, so the safety car's going to pull in, and for the 7th time the race will get back underway.
146 laps was the winning total last year.
Yes.
What are we doing now? We are working 86, and we still have 2 hours and nearly 19 minutes to go.
Yes, could get there yet, couldn't we?
Could be close.
To the 146 from last year. Just depends how much more safety car there is, I suspect, in this race. That clear that was getting sunny earlier on, that seems to be up to speed now. I wonder if that was just an intermittent sort of electrical type issue on that car. It's sort of into a limp mode or something like that. And there's the 63 A car just going through shot, which is that of Clayton Sampson. That was the car that was rotating earlier on. And Team 4, yeah, Janetta and Tonic in 17th place. They've still got Leo Meakin out there. 61E is just coming into camera shot as well. That's Kyle Wells in his Porsche Boxster S. And you can see they've also got the Caterhams going through.
We don't seem to have Paul Collingwood now out on track, so got to the end of his session. It's a shame to have such a quick car out there at a time when lap speeds are necessarily restricted.
Yeah, Nigel Brown's gone out instead. Yep. Stalwart of the 750 Motor Club.
So I can barely remember a 750 meeting without Nigel Brown.
40th year of racing in various kit car championships, 16 years of the Birkett as well. 65 years of age, from Birmingham, self-employed electrical engineer. And it's a 2-litre Ford Duratec powered Silver Phoenix. Paul Collingwood, who I think we saw once this season at 750 Motor Club Racing, has been mostly doing the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship this year. As we watch BMWs head down into Brooklands once again, and there's Simon Major you can see going through too in the Vagtech car. One of a few drivers from sort of Road Sports and Club Enduro doing the race, as is I think the car that he's putting a lap on there, which is Team 8, I think I wanted to say. Yeah, it was Edward Christie's E36 M3.
BMWs in all shapes and sizes going to there. Dave Avis's car, beautifully turned out with those blues on the white background. He charges past a compact and a less meaty M3. Nice Alfa Romeo in the middle of that. I think it was Kevin Clark was chasing around the middle of all that as well.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Bills once again.
Thanks very much there, Ian. Yeah, there's a really big scrap going on for 4th place and scratch, and one of the contenders is Here We Go, and I've got Andrew McMillan with Andrew. Yeah, doing quite well with your Caterham crew.
Yeah, we're not too bad. I think quite a bit of a look. It's down to the safety car and obviously being consistent, and I think we're getting there. Our main job is to try and beat the other guys in the same cars as well.
Definitely.
So, no, great fun, and let's hope the weather continues as it is.
You like the intermittent stuff?
Yeah, it's more fun. Yeah, it brings the better driver out, I think.
What kind of tyres do you use?
Toyo road tyres. They're Toyo tyres. Obviously, if we put slicks on or something like that, could be considerably quicker. But no, that's what the class in 7 racing. So everyone with these, we're just running those, which is good. It's good, competitive.
Well, that's good stuff. And yeah, you've got a real battle for 4th place. There's lots of people. I just looked at the screen. Everyone was on 80 laps, so it's all to play for. You know. Do you fancy chances?
Well, if we get the reliability and the others don't, maybe we're in for luck, aren't we? We'll see. But I'm sure we're getting there.
So what's Fergus in the car, ready to go out?
Yeah, Fergus is next. He's going to do a short stint, he says. Bless him. He's not been out all year, so... Oh, he has. He's done 1 round this year, so... Yeah, let's see how he gets on.
So who's in the car? Who's on track at the moment is what I should say.
Gary Tootle. I've got to be careful with him.
He's a bit quick, isn't he?
No, he falls off every so often as well. Sorry, Gary. All right, I'll leave it at that. All right.
OK, Andrew, thanks very much. Cheers now. That's the information down here in Garage. Whoa, we're in Garage 15. But back to you in the studio.
Super, thanks very much indeed, Lewis. And shortly we'll have another update on the handicap positions. Just refreshing that to see if that is there. It's not quite there yet. We'll have another look in a moment. But yeah, there is, I think, the car that we were from the team that we were talking about. That's the Here We Go. They're down to 6th place now with Gary Tootle aboard. A little bit higher up earlier on in the race, but a big battle going on. There's now been a 90-second penalty for car 33, which is for a stop and go penalty for a safety car infringement. So team 33, so that's Intersport Racing. That is the team that's running currently in 5th position, and also a 30-second stop and go penalty for cars 17 and 40. Team 40 is Pure Track Racing, and 17 is the Jerry Hat-Tricks as well, one of the teams campaigning for Caterham honours, in 7th place overall.
Yeah, they're running in 7th place, as you say, and just 2.6 seconds adrift of Here We Go with Gary Tootle. That's a class tussle, really tight class tussle.
There's James Pickford out there in the Audi now. What lap times is he doing? He should be pretty quick. Yes, he is. He's done a 2:21.590, just in the best
just come
lap
up
of the race for that team.
Yeah. He's not been out for very long, James Pickford.
Yes, so he's 8th overall now for Motion Motorsport. So that's the car that Wayne Lawson was driving in the first part of the race. Now got the Expedition Touring Car Championship driver in. Oh, and they're not going well today for Team 13. And you've got another car limping into the pits. They're in 67th position. There's 7 laps behind the next car in the timing scheme. That's Emma Dawson now that's limping in for bad boy tuning. We're hearing earlier on from Lewis that one of her teammates had also had a problem, handicap classification. We've just spotted that now that we have that live. We will give you the latest position in a minute or two, but first let's go down to Lewis.
Well, one of the leading teams in the handicap is Mitre Maestros, the Mazda MX-5 team, the 29 car, and I've got Martin Vernon here. Martin, the MX-5 seem to be going, all of them seem to be going really well in the handicap section, and your team in particular is going well.
We always seem to do well with the handicap, but this particular year we're actually running a couple of seconds a lap slower than what we were last year. So I think we're taking into account the temperature and the race actually track temperature. I think that's affecting us really. And we've also had quite a lot of traffic with the safety car coming in and out. We've get all bunched up, and then all these quick cars are coming flying past us. We've got to get out of the way, and it's like, where are we? You're 3-4 abreast and looking all around and wondering what on earth's going on and where to point it, really. So you say we're doing well, but there's a long way to go yet, but it's been good so far.
So who's out on track at the moment for the team?
Paul Barnard's out at the moment, which is Mary's dad, and then Ian's doing the final leg.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, so there's only one more change and you should be done.
Yeah, we're one change left and then that's us done for today, hopefully.
So what you doing, about hour and a half?
Hour and 15, hour and 20, yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? Yeah. So
the needle's well below the empty anyway by the time we get back in the pits, so...
Does that give you the opportunity to sort of build up and, get quicker or more efficient?
I think it depends when the safety car's in and out, really. If the safety car's interrupting your session, then you get back into the mix of every other car, which I suppose it keeps you alive because in these little Mazdas, you're one of the slowest cars on the track, so you are just sort of tootling around. But when the safety car goes out, and then all of a sudden you've got an M3 and a Caterham coming at you, you're all over the place then, and eyes all over the mirrors rather than looking for the apex, really.
Oh, Martin, thanks very much for that, and I'm fingers crossed the rest of the day.
Fingers crossed, yes. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And you boys. Thank you very much, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Got a yellow flag at Stowe Corner, so whether we've had a car pull off there just outside of our camera shot remains to be seen. Possibly it's because there's a car in the gravel, maybe. Just seeing notification, and that could be car 4A. That could be Leo Meakin in the Ginetta for Ginetta and Tonic, if that is accurate. So that might be why we have the yellow flag there. So we'll keep an eye on what Team 4 are doing and who they're going to bring out into the race next. Just found the latest positions. This is at 3 hours 50 minutes for Handicap, so now getting updates every 5 minutes. So St Winifred School Choir now into the lead at 3 hours 50. This is Team 22. They're on 100 laps. Then second 29 the Miata Maestros, third 31 Total BS, fourth 26 Midship Marauders, fifth 47 116 Assassins, sixth 6 the Cock Wombles, and seventh 28 the Mazda Misfits, all on 99 laps, second down to seventh. St Winifred School Choir at 3 hours 50 were just about a lap ahead of the rest. We'll try and keep you updated on that as the race goes on. And just explain some of the other fantastic bits of information that TSL provided. I can tell you that we've had exactly 1 hour 5 minutes and 40 seconds behind the safety car in this race so far. 13 laps of safety car running so far, and 2 hours 46, nearly 2 hours 47 minutes of green flag racing so far.
That's interesting. We've got leaders now on 90 laps, working 91. A new best lap for James Pickford, Motion Motorsport number 3, car 3B, the orange Audi. But McLeod on 90 laps, Simon Major for Vagtech on 87, working 88. They're a lap ahead of Cap Team Elite, Warren Allen in to bat for them in the Porsche Cayman. And then we've got several cars on 85 laps. We've got 48, plenty in the tank, Dave Avis. 33, Aldo Ritchie for Intersport Racing. 37, here we go, Gary Tutel. 3, Motion Motorsport, James Pickford. And 17, the Jerry Hattricks for John Reed. They're all working lap 86 at the moment. And Caterham, Egg and Chips, Tom Overton, cars 27. They are 9th on 84 laps. Now 85.
And the safety car is out once again. So for the 7th time, actually I think technically the 8th, because of course the race started behind the safety car, but that was not due to an incident. But this is the 7th time it's been called for during the race, and this I think is probably because of the Leo Meakin car that spun into the gravel trap. Yeah, it's disappearing down the timing screen, so I don't know if they've got another car out yet, the Ginetta and Tonic team, to replace Leo Meakin. But at the moment it looks like they don't. And we have another safety car period underway with just over 2 hours of the race to go. And here's the safety car. Hope it was well fueled before the start of the race.
If it had been an electric one, it probably wouldn't still be running.
Exactly. Because of course it's not driving necessarily in a particularly economical fashion, such as the nature of its duties. So the safety car is making its way down the hanger straight now. We'll pick up all of the cars behind it. I was about to say, I think the incident is at this part of the circuit, just as the snatch vehicle went clattering in front of our static camera here, and off to the scene of the action, which is somewhere a little bit further to the left, around the corner on the exit of Stowe Corner. That car needs to be cleared. So with just under 2 hours and 5 minutes of the race left to go, we'll take a very short break.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Still under safety car here at Silverstone in the Yokohama Birkett 6-hour relay race. This latest one was caused by a spin into the gravel trap for Leo Meakin in his Ginetta for the Ginetta and Tonic team. Just had a report of a spin in the pit lane as well, and that was for the Club Racing UK team. Talking of action in the pit lane, let's head down to Lewis Beals.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Yeah, I've got St Winifred School Choir. I've got Matthew Footman. Matthew, yeah, you said a minute ago, yeah, we're doing quite well in the handicap. Actually, what on the screen was before we walked down it, you were leading it.
Yeah, we were leading overall, which I don't think we've ever done before. But it's been good fun. Tricky when the rain came, but that's part of the Birkett really. I think there's always a bit of weather around. But John's out at the moment, doing some good laps, I hope. Chris has come in, he's done his stint. Mark's done really well, started the race, done really well. I've done 70 minutes, fought through the rain, and when I come back we were leading overall on handicap, and first in Class D, which is good.
Well, that's pretty good news, that is. But what it means is that you're beating the handicap really with the conditions, so good for you.
Yeah, well actually I'm slower than I was last year, so it's not bad to be at the top. So when there's more pace in the car, we should be even further ahead. But I think we've dropped down to third or fourth now. But it's been a while since I last checked.
Well, actually, when we came down, you had gone back up to the front, so okay. Top of the time. But where do you race the Puma?
Road Sports, 750 Road Sports, BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, BRSCC Production Cup, but mostly Road Sports is where this has done most of its racing, and where I've done most of my racing.
So, good luck, and I've got one more session to go.
Yeah, I've got one more hour to do. I think it's an hour. It depends what Chris decides as he's team manager. We do as we're told, but we work well together. Me, John, Chris, and Mark have done this for 3 years as a combination, and we work really well. So we just get on. Do a job and we have fun at the same time.
Okay, Matthew, thank you very much, and I'll let you get suited and booted for that last session.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. There we go. That's the information back down here in the pit lane. Back to you in the pits.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, and the situation in the handicap is that the next update after the one we just gave is that the St Wilfrid School Choir dropped back again to 6th. So closes the handicap, and Total BS had retaken the lead in the handicap. But that's on the sort of 5-minutely updates that we're now able to get, which are a bit more prone to sort of sudden chopping and changing depending on when a car crosses the line each time. So we'll keep an eye on that. The St Wilfrid School Choir still there or thereabout, named by John Glover, who is also out in that team in another Puma Cup car as well. But we are green flag racing once again, with exactly 2 hours on the clock as I look up to it. So 2/3 of the way through this race. The race being led by number 18, 3J's John McLeod from 44 Vagtech, Simon Major in second, third is 62, Cap Team Elite Warren Allen in third, and there are 3 laps between John McLeod and Simon Major, and another lap between Major and Warren Allen, by the way. Fourth is 48, Plenty in the Tank, Dave Avis. Fifth is number 3, Motion Motorsport, James Pickford, and 6th is number 37. Here we go, Fergus Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. And the Motion Motorsport car, James Pickford, absolutely flying at the moment, moving up the order since James got into it. And that orange Audi TCR is a cracking bit of kit.
Paul Plant in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta that's coming towards us now. There he is, turning through the first corner at Copse, which is now Jimmy Broadbent out in the Ginetta and Tonic car, though that is just in front of Paul Plant on the circuit. So I'm sure that will start to attract a bit more attention on our YouTube stream. There is Jimmy Broadbent now, as he was explaining earlier on. He was invited to take part in the Birkett for the first time. He's been racing at the Nürburgring for the most of this season, has Jimmy, and the BMW GT4 in the NLS series. She had some sim racing success. 2022 Praga champion as well, alongside Gordy Much. Made his race debut with the 750 Motor Club a few years ago in an MX-5, I seem to recall. I say race debut, real Inverse Commons race debut up at Donington Park. But good to see Jimmy out there now, having taken over from the stricken car. That was the car that was just being recovered of Leo Meakin for his teammate. So Jimmy's team now down in 34th position. Keeping an eye on the handicap situation as well, because that will now have updated itself again. And yeah, just to show how choppy and changey it can be, the Miata Maestro is now leading with St Winifred School Choir in second. And I say, because a lap here for most of these cars takes around about, well, it's a high 2-minute, nearly 3-minute lap for some of these cars, it can make quite a difference, because you might only do either 1 or 2 laps in any given 5-minute period, so the order can change quite quickly.
The change, a couple of changes actually. Richard Neal into the 62 Cap Team Elite Porsche. That's car 62D running third, and fourth, Plenty in the Tank, has Kenny Coleman back out there in 48D, running in 4th place overall.
Question asked on the YouTube comments, what is Gordy Much up to now? Well, of course, this year he won the Radical Club Challenge, which runs as part of the 750 Motor Club's regular championship season roster, having a perfect run of results during the course of the 2025 season in Class C for the Radical SR1s. There's Jimmy Broadbent making his way around the circuit. He's just lapped one of the C1s, because they're well used to doing long distance endurance races here at Silverstone, 24-hour race we've had for the C1s in the past. And that, looking a bit threatening on the back of Paul Plant's Giulietta, is the 33D car, and that is the Intersport racing car of Aldo Ritti, isn't it? Who's in 8th position at the moment.
Yeah, drop back a little bit. That's a shared car, isn't it? That's the Kevin Clark car, yeah.
That's right. It's making its way into the right-hander at Stowe. Paul Plant, that car regular in the Alfa Romeo Championship, which is the permit's been held by the 750 Motor Club this season, but it's been running mostly HSCC events, and I think does so next weekend here at Silverstone as with its finale as part of the Walt Hayes Trophy meeting on the national circuit. A meeting that I think Alpha Life will again be streaming next weekend, so you can tune into that. Oh, and here's a tight battle involving the Yaris, also one of the Here We Go cars of Fergus Run, trying to squeeze between the Yaris and the BMW 116, which heads into the pit lane, thankfully. And there also you've got the Aerial Nomad back out there again, looking faintly ridiculous for this kind of activity.
It looks about as useful for this as a sort of a Caterham would be for Baja Desert events.
Yes. It's not an obvious match, is it?
No. But hey, good to see.
Absolutely.
Something different.
Yeah, and that's the great joy of the Birkett. You will always find something different being thrown up. There's the 29B car, and that is the Mazda Miata Maestros, I should say.
We used to have everything from sort of Austin 7s, 750 Formula cars, vintage Bentleys, AC Cobras, Chevron B8s. The whole shooting match, didn't we? Back in a long time ago now, probably 30 odd years ago.
Yeah, well, it is a bit tight, but no, I think my first Birkett was pretty roughly 20 years ago, and I remember commentating from the Beckett's commentary position, and that was one of the last years when we've had things like Austin 7s and Fraser Nashes and Citroen 2CVs in the race as well. But the event has grown since then, and we've obviously moved on to the Grand Prix circuit from the national circuit. We've had a stint on the international circuit as well for 1 or 2 years in the middle.
Yeah, some of those old cars do not like running flat out for long periods of time, do they?
Not well suited to that. There was a flirtation one year with putting on a sort of historic Birkett, but that didn't get off the ground, unfortunately, to try and find a home for the older cars that might not feel sort of suited to racing in this particular event these days. But maybe there's another opportunity for that in the future, although there are various other sort of historic longer distance and relay events put on now. There's the race leader, John McLeod, looking to try and score another win to add to his tally on scratch in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. It's been successful over a few seasons now, one way or another. He's been the scratch winner in at least the last 3 seasons.
James Pickford for Motion Motorsport up into 4th place now with the Audi.
That's a good effort, because he was a lot further back than that, wasn't he?
It was a long way down, absolutely.
And he's lapping still the 2nd fastest man on circuit, isn't he, I think? Yeah, he is. He's lapping a couple of seconds a lap faster than Richard Neal in the Cap Team Elite car, although I think they were a lap apart. So we need a lot of laps to try and make that up. But as you'd expect, a very competent driver, James Pickford, in a quick car, one of the quicker cars out there, and he's sort of brought the Motion Motorsport team further up the order.
If I remember correctly, he used to do the Formula 600
He did.
Jedis.
Yes, he did.
In the early days, that sort of
way back.
became F1000.
Yeah, sort of evolved, didn't it, into F1000
something
over years.
smoking.
It's the Jaguar, isn't it? 56E. That is looking a little bit unhealthy. So that is the car of Charles Jackson. It's the diesel.
That's the diesel one.
It is the diesel one, yes.
The diesel taxi.
And they've got a nice variety of Jags now. They've got the Estate, they've got the diesel, got the XJS, the S-Type type
running
bar.
in this sort of livery that's reminiscent of the TWR Jaguar Group
Yes.
C cars.
Yeah, and they're all, I think they're all branded the same colour, but that's a heck of a lot of smoke that's putting out. And also this Porsche as well, which didn't quite catch the number of that before it disappeared behind the barriers, that's heading into pit lane. Try and figure out who that is, if I can. Oh,
It's just pulling off at the side here.
Don't think we can see the number. It it's one of the Cap Supertune Apex Hunter cars. It's Stuart Warner, I think, Team 23, I reckon, looking at the timing screen.
23A.
Yes, as I thought.
Says he, looking out of the studio window.
Yes.
Craning his neck round to the right.
Yeah, that's as I suspected. Handicap update. It's the 116 Assassin still ahead at 4 hours and 5 minutes. From 28th, the Mazda Misfits. It's changed again now at 4 hours 10. It's at Winifred School Choir back again. So it just goes to show how close it is. At Winifred School Choir from the Miata Maestros and the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport at 4 hours and 10 minutes. We're going to need to be careful with that when we get to the end of the race, because it can chop and change. And you think one team's got it, and it might well be that it goes in a different direction at the end. There's a couple of teams getting penalties for unsafe releases and yellow flag infringements, I can see. Very much part and parcel of this race.
Wayne Spiller has just popped in a best lap for the Rocket Dog Racing Equipe, the 2:30.496. Wayne Spiller in 54A. 54A. Normally drives a TCR car, Wayne Spiller, doesn't he?
Yes, often has done. Craig Attard, the team manager of Rocket Dog Racing, there is a story about the Rocket Dog Racing team name. So it comes from their initial Toyota Supra race car they had back in 2007. The team arrived at a test day with the car not fully finished, and some panels were still in primer, with different colour bonnet and doors, odd wheels, and another competitor complained about the dog being allowed on the track. The car was the fastest thing there by miles, hence the Rocket Dog was born.
Excellent.
So yes, appearances can be deceptive. Don't judge a book by its cover and all of that kind of thing.
Pickford's just banged in a 2:19.833. Not quite as quick as Simon Major for Vagtech in second place, car 44.
But a pretty impressive.
There's James Pickford on our screen now. In the Wayne Lawson Audi. Do they flick that between hand controlled and?
I'm not sure how they deal with that. I would imagine they must do. You'd have thought, unless James has got a depth at driving with the hand controls that Wayne has to use because of his disability.
Oh, there was a sort of conundrum, wasn't there? You could see Caterham driver thinking, do I try to go between them here, or shall I just be more prudent to wait? Chose the latter.
A wise decision, I feel. Hour and 3/4 or so left to go. The conditions here seem to have settled down a little bit from the changeable weather we had for the first sort of half of the race.
Just seen the Intersport Racing 33 Aldo Ritchie came diving in.
There's the Toyota Yaris just doing battle with the number 29 car, which is one of the front runners on Handicap. Handicap positions at 4 hours 10. Yes, it was still St Winifred School Choir that were ahead at that point, Team 22. From that team in second, the Miata Maestros number 29. And then Royal Navy and Marines Motorsport 14 were third. 28 Mazda Misfits were fourth. Midship Marauders, the MR2s, were fifth, and 47, the 116 Assassins, were sixth. But we're watching James Pickford going through again. Last time through was a 2:20. Had done a 2:19 on the previous lap. headlamps on. Just getting an update from Lewis Beals there about the misfortunes of Team 13. I think probably are now completely without cars due to various dramas that they have had. A turbo issue, a clutch issue, a drive shaft issue have afflicted Team 13.
Oh dear.
Completely. And
unlucky for some.
Bad boy tuning.
Unlucky for some. Team 13.
They should have known better, shouldn't they?
They should have done.
To enter with that. I wonder. I have to look back in the Birkett record books if there's any history of the Team 13 having particularly bad fortune during the course of the relay race. Of course, that Yaris we've been seeing occasionally is the Northwich Motors Racing Division car of Robbie Boot, who's in 66th position. That's the last of the cars that is still, we think, circulating.
It is going well, though, isn't it? Every time you see it, it's having a battle with something above its weight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's lapping the 249s, but it is not by any means the slowest car out there.
Get the metaphorical trumpet out now, because the 3Js, Team 18, are scratch leaders. Represented by John McLeod, it's won the race for the last 3 years.
Yes.
Has just clocked up its 100th lap with 1 hour and 44 minutes to go.
And you were saying that 146 laps was a number completed last year,
yes.
So sort of a target, if you like. Still just about on, I think.
Just about. It's in the balance, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, as to whether we get that. A long safety car or two would scupper that, I think. 43 we're seeing it through there. That was the MG ZR, and that one was being driven by Josh Addison, K-Series Cartel. I imagine Josh is related to possibly a son of Rob Addison, who's raced in MG Owners Club racing for a long time. Stand to be corrected on that. There's the Suzuki Swift as well from the TT versus Type R. The 50 car, of course, is that which James Hillier is in. Is he in that particular one? I think that's Matt Pryor that's probably out at the moment for Team 50. We'll check on that in a second. But I think there's some more handicap positions to bring you. I'm looking at the positions after 4 hours 15 minutes now on the TSL live timing, so that's telling us that Mazda Misfits at that point were ahead, 28, but maybe the Miata Maestros, I'm just having a look at those, which is who we're seeing on screen now, are they ahead at the 3.5 hour mark? Oh, sorry, 4.5. Well, we're now 4 hours into the race, aren't we? Beg your pardon. And yes, at the last official bulletin at 4 hours, it was indeed the 29 car that was ahead of the 2019, the Miata Maestros, but on the latest classification they've dropped back to 6th, so that's how tight it is. But at the 4 hour mark it was the 29 car from the 22 car, 31, 6, 26 and 47, but things have moved on a little bit since then, such that it's now the Mazda Misfits, the big rivals, that are ahead at the 4.25 hour mark. Team 28. There is the Army Motorsport Clio heading into Brooklands Corner. And that is the car that is running in 17th position on scratch, the Army Sports car, on Handicap, the Army Sports car racing team, so they're a little bit further back down than they'd like to be, I'm sure. There's that smoky diesel Jag coming down towards Copse Corner, keeping out of the way of Martin Gambling by the looks of it there in the Rutec Racing Elises. How are they doing? Team 2 are in 15th position in Rutec Racing Lotus cars. Car 32 on screen now is the Intersport Racing Bandit car. Is that Tommy Grout that's out there at the moment? No, it's John Cockerton, isn't it? And it's smoking. They've not had a lot of luck, that BMW squad, have they, Marcus? And another car that's off.
One of the RX-8s.
54D.
54D, yeah.
That's just pulled off to a position of safety. That's Wayne Spiller, isn't it, who we were talking about earlier on in the Mazda RX-8. Three J's now leading by 3 laps over the rest of the field. Kind of what we expected, I think, isn't it? With just the one radical dominated
team. I think we were
team.
thinking that had it been dry and uninterrupted, they'd have probably won by, or not been, haven't won it yet, but they'd have probably been in a position to perhaps cover 10 more laps than anybody else.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's to be hoped that maybe in future years we have more radical teams back again, or maybe for the good of the race, no radical teams at all, because it would certainly be a better and more a dynamic race, wouldn't it, if we took...
It's what we find also with the historic Spa 6 Hours, Ian. I mean, it's been running since 1993. The highest number of GT40s, in inverted commas, in the race, of which I think was 18 last year, of which about 16 were late built. This year I think it was down to 14 or 15. But the entry itself was down to late 70s, where it has been well over 100 in the past.
Yeah.
And it's been dropping in recent years. But I think take away the GT40s, and the people with MGBs and TR4s and things like that will come back.
Yes.
And so for the good of the race, we're better off without them. Have a separate race for them on Friday night.
Yeah. Sort of one way of looking at it, isn't it? 24B coming through shot now. That is the Matt Nossiter car in the Porsche box. So that's the Random Racers 2 team, which is the same team as we've seen Neil Glover out in the Radical earlier.
BMW racer, wasn't he? Matt Nossiter for quite a while in the Club Enduros and Road Sports.
Yes, and he's in 24th position now in Team 24. Jimmy Broadbent just coming through ahead of the next couple of cars here, battling Mini and Clio. The Clio is 40C, which is that of Stephen Watson in his Renault Clio 200 for the Pure Track racing team, as you can tell from the livery that's plastered on the side of that car. So that's certainly one to watch. Hour and a half or so to go in this race. It'll be getting pretty dark by the time they finish. Of course, we changed the clocks tonight. The clocks go back overnight.
We've had times in the past, we've actually had a championship finals event on the Sunday, haven't we? With a much shortened day in terms of available light. I'm really not sure why they do it these days.
No.
I'm not sure why it's done these days. I can't see. I've heard arguments both ways, but generally there's not a lot of benefit.
No.
Tractors have lights these days.
That's right. And I was hearing some debate about that recently. I know it's something that in Europe they're certainly considering not effectively changing back at 1 October and leaving the clocks on daylight saving time. There's the race leader, so that's James Pinkerton back out now, having taken over from John McLeod. I think just on that lap, looking at the lap time he's done. So we've had that change of car for the leader. I think we'll see a bit of James, a bit more of Joe Stables again before the end of the race.
100 laps up for Vagtech, Simon Major. 3 laps down, lapping in a 2:21 last time. Richard Neal working his 100th lap for Cap Team Elite, the Carmel Porsche Team Elite, and Motion Motorsport James Pickford a lap behind him, as is plenty in the tanks Kenny Coleman. So it's 3 and 48 teams chasing. They are about 40 seconds apart, with Kenny Coleman dropping back from James Pickford.
Yes, give you an update of the handicap positions in a moment. We've got these updates every 5 minutes, and it has been a change to the Hyundai Coupe team, Team 51, with Seoul in the name. They have moved to into the lead on handicap from 47, the 116 Assassins, and 49, Paul Sheridan Motorsport. They've not really been in contention there previously, but that's the more modern Mazda MX-5s. And it's changed again at 4 hours 25 minutes. Le Mans Impossible now ahead from the Turin Wagoneers and St Winifred's School Choir. So constantly changing the handicap positions. But Le Mans Impossible actually now in a pretty good position because they've got a 2-lap lead, it would seem, on the rest of them. I think the handicaps probably will shortly be finalised. No more change to them after as we enter the last 90 minutes of the race. There's the 44 car that's in second place, Simon Major, in the car that's been very successful in Club Enduro and Road Sports this season. There's plenty of race wins it has had. And he's got the car of James Pinkerton going past him now to put another lap on him, so that'll be a 4-lap lead now that the 3Js have over the rest of the field. Vagtech second with car 44, and then it's Cap Team Elite, Richard Neal for Team 62 in third position. It's on scratch, of course. Fourth on 5 laps down is Motion Motorsport with James Pickford. Fifth, 48 is plenty in the tank, Kenny Coleman. Sixth, 37, here we go, Andrew McMillan. The 63 car there making a move on Matt Pryor in the Suzuki Swift, and there's a bumper in the road. Who has that come from? And where is that? That is at Luffield, isn't it? Corner.
Yes. Yeah, just before the pit entry. But not in a place it can be retrieved very easily with cars spread.
No, it's gonna. If they are going to retrieve it, then it will need an intervention
of some description.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame. Let's head down to the pit lane once again, and Lewis Beals is down there with someone else to talk to.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, eventually we've got hold of John McLeod. John, every time we've come past you, you've been sitting in the car, but you've just come out and finished your stint, and James has gone out in your place. Yeah, 6 times winner. He's looking good for a 7th.
So far, yes, but it's the Birkett. There's an hour and a half left. I think we're 3 laps up, so even with safety cars and running 2 cars at once and all those kind of things that can happen, we should be okay. But I didn't say that, just in case.
Well, it was a very close call last year, so you never know.
Do you know, last year, I was thinking about last year, it's an absolute privilege to race in a race, any race, where you finish that closely. That's never going to happen again. It never happened before, it'll never happen again. 6 hours, and I think the difference was 0.95 seconds.
Yeah, it's less than a second.
Absolutely crazy. Brilliant.
Yeah, so sadly we haven't got another radical team with you to give you a battle.
Yeah, that said, I thought there were a couple of teams that I thought might do it. If the weather stayed wet and the safety cars kept catching us out, every time we pulled out a gap, it sort of just narrowed back down. But yeah, we need the 3 or 4 sort of teams that normally run. But yeah, they're not here today, sadly.
Yeah, but if that had been wet, the old TCR cars are really, really quick, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They really are. And like I said, if the weather was different, that might have made a bit of a difference.
I noticed your car's been pushed out. Is that? Are you done for the day?
Possibly, yeah. There's talk of gears and GDUs and things not quite working right, so that looks a bit expensive, doesn't it, when they do that? Could be. We'll see. It's a car. Yeah. Sooner or later it breaks. So
that's the nature of the beast.
It certainly is.
Oh yeah, John, thanks a lot, and hope we'll have a chat later in the day.
Hopefully, yeah. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And there's John McLeod, 6 times winner, 3 times on the trot. He just said maybe I'm going to make it 4, but we have to wait and see. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
And there's the car of his teammate, James Pinkerton, making his way around the Maggots and Beckett's complex in car 18B. And yeah, he's actually still 3 laps ahead, isn't it? I thought it might be 4, but I think it's 3 laps ahead. Still that he is. I think he was effectively nearly 3 laps ahead, and now he is actually 3 laps ahead.
Yeah, they're going away probably 10 seconds a lap, something like that, over the Bagtech VWs. The conditions have been stable for quite a long time, haven't they? So we're into the last hour and a half, so we're 3/4 distance, 75% down, and 106 laps to our leaders.
That's right. The handicap situation, this is unofficial, now has Vagtech in the lead of the handicap part of the race, who are 2nd overall, Simon Major, on 113 laps gross. 2nd on 22 is car 22, St Winifred School Choir. 3rd is 49 Paul Sherd Motorsport. 4th is 14 Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport. 5th is number 3 Motion Motorsport. 6th is number 29 the Mayata Maestros. So the best of the Master teams is now 6th, whereas we had 3 of them in the top 6 at one point. But that's Vagtech that are leading the way.
We've had a fair run though since the last safety car, haven't we? And that's
yes.
They're probably the Mazdas, etc., are less disadvantaged, shall we say,
yes.
by the hiatuses we've had.
Yeah, that will have had an impact, no doubt about it as well. But we'll keep an eye on those handicap positions as they do come in. There's the lights flashing on James Pinkerton's Radical SR3 as he tries to warn slower cars that he's coming through. And those lights will be starting to take more of an effect soon as the sun starts to dip away. Still blue sky overhead though. It's just going past there one of the Porsches, and now that the Team 13 are still circulating, so that is good to see. They've managed to find one car that will still circulate, because I was a bit worried about that. And that is Emma Dawson that is back out there at the moment, possibly the last car still standing for the Team 67. No changes in position on our timing screen on the last lap or so. There are some fairly close battles where you've got cars on, within a second of one another. For example, for 27th and 28th, Royal Navy and Royal Marines Motorsport, and ZZ and Z Tops, Adam Dewis and Paul Mercer, they were only 3/10 apart on a lap or so ago.
Those 2 Caterham teams, Boss Cats and Boss Birketteers, are still within a lap of each other.
They are, but they're sort of now effectively disputing 4th position amongst the Caterham outfits, aren't they? Although I think they're sort of 3rd within their class of Caterhams, because they've got Here We Go, Caterham Chips, and the Jerry Hattricks above them.
5th and 6th in their class.
Yes, in Class D.
Because the bizarrely the Radical's in D as well, according to this. Yep. As is the Porsche team that runs 3rd.
There's 26A, which is I think that's Martin Orger in that particular team for the cars, the MR2s, which I'm just trying to find the information sheet for.
Here we goes. Andrew McMillan has popped in a 2:21.384. That's the best that Here We Go Team 37 have done.
Yeah, just looking back at Martin Orger, 39-year-old management consultant from London. Been racing the MR2 Championship this year, his first season of racing, although he's been a successful karter in the past. He's out there in sort of black and green MR2 at the moment. Jaguar, that diesel Jaguar is very fast into Brooklands, isn't it? But it does get turned in as well, just ahead of the BMW that's chasing after it. Putting up the smoke screen for the others behind it as it goes. 30B we can see on screen now for those of you watching the live stream. That's the Callum Gray E46 M3 for the Britannia Auto Recovery Team, Bart, as you might abbreviate that to. .44 going through, that's Jonathan Packer. He's now out there for VagTech, isn't he? So he's just taken over.
That was his outlap.
Yeah.
105.
So it's his first time we've seen him in the race, with only an hour and a half, or just under an hour and a half now left to go.
Could potentially run to the end.
Yeah, I mean there's 4 of them, and he's joined with about an hour and a half to go. I think that's how they've split it, isn't it? They've done an hour and a half each, roughly, so far, and that might well be the plan, to see him all the way to the end.
We're about to get 4 abreast down onto the Hangar Straight, and here comes the TCR Audi down the inside.
Yeah, that's James Pickford still circulating in 4th. And lapping in similar lap times to Richard Neal now, who's the next car.
It's getting busy ahead of him. We've had one BMW rattling over the curbs at the end of Vale. That's the white one in the middle of your picture. And diving up the inside looked like Richard Carter in the 42D car for Boscats. 10th place overall. That's like yellow, iridescent yellow Caterham.
A great plume of black smoke put out by the Jag. This is the view now with the low sun of the cars as they flick right and the hairpin, then left at another tight left-hander. They go left again onto the Wellington Straight through Aintree Corner. Just out for this static camera shot. And back up the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands and Luffields.
Team 25 been given black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. That is the slipstreamers. Steve McDermott, Chris Lawson, Reece Lawson and Greg Thomas.
There's a moment a short while ago at Copse for car 46C, which is Ben Dade in the Mazda 7 for Becosted 7. Car through the gravel but continued at Copse Corner. There's the 43C car, that's Josh Addison. We saw him a little bit earlier on. He's got just ahead of him, just behind him I should say, the number 40 Clio of Stephen Watson, the pure track racing car. Looks like they're having a pretty good dice, and they've got the 2 Caterhams ahead. Cars 37, which is it's Andrew McMillan out again, isn't it? And just behind him is the 57 of, is it 57?
Yeah, Andrew McMillan was brilliant through the complex up there at Maggots into Beckett's and out through Church, through Chapel onto the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, it was for Team 57, the other Caterham I could see.
Just slice through, got the Vectra back out again with its bonnet chattering. $110 laps down for the lead Radical team. 106, working 107 for the Chasers, led by Jonathan Packer.
.35D in the middle of the shot there. That is the car of Jimmy Work in the MG ZR.
That's the Elixir Inc. tattoo car.
Yeah, it's the team's first time out at the Birkett. Brake late is what they're known as. Lee Pearce, Conor Lawson, Jake McDermott and Jimmy Work, who's done some motorbike racing in the past as well.
Got their Triad Motorsport stickers on the boot lids.
All ZR 170s, 1.8 litre cars in this team, having raced in the MG Owners Club. Conor Lawson only did MG Owners Club racing. Jake McDermott did it for about 3 years, and the lead driver Lee Pearce has done some mini challenge racing as well in the past.
James Pickford has got inside 220 at 219.524 for the Motion Motorsport Audi number 3.
Let's head down to the pit lane and we'll hear from Lewis Beals once again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I've got Will Puttergill here from Motion Motorsport, isn't it?
It is Motion Motorsport, yep.
Yeah, second on the handicap list, I believe.
Yeah, second on the handicap list. I think we're also fourth overall on the scratch. So it's all going very well. We had an incident earlier with myself driving where someone hit us under the safety car.
Well, that was very rude of them.
Immensely rude of them. But yeah, so the stewards have sorted that out, and other than that, it's gone well. All the cars gone well. The pit stops and the changeovers have gone perfectly. So just fingers crossed the last hour, there's no problems.
Well, Will, much damage on your car?
A little bit. So the problem was it hit the oil cooler at the front, so we lost all the oil pressure, so we had to come in early, and that just meant a longer stint for the other drivers who've had to do an extra sort of 10-15 minutes each to make up for that. So we've pushed the others on fuel a little bit more than we'd have liked to. But that was it really, and that's the joy of these relay races. If you do have an issue, you can still make it up. So yeah, it's all going well.
Well, you got 6 drivers, so I take it that's an hour each, roughly.
Yeah, broadly, roughly. And we've got 2 Civics, but then 1 TCR Audi as well. So now that the handicap's settled in a bit, that Audi's making up some decent time with James Pickford behind the wheel. So yeah, he's doing immensely well there.
I take it that's the quicker of the 3 cars you got.
Yeah, by a decent margin. So the Civics will go round in about 2:24-25, whereas that TCR will go round in about 2:17-18. So it does take a bit of time off some of the other cars.
Well, yeah. Are you limited to how many laps of the car can do?
It's got about 15 minutes of fuel left in it. So it was brimmed to the absolute maximum when it went out. And then when that 10-15 minutes is coming up, then Chris will go out. But Chris is a fabulous driver, so he'll get the most out of that Civic, and then we should be able to still carry on moving up.
So have you got one more stop? Will that be the last stop?
Yeah, so Chris is going to be the last driver out. So once we're in, he's fueled up for the full remainder of the race, and see if we can make it to the top.
Okay, Will, good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And thank you too. There we go. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And a slow car there is Team 53. And that's car A that is in trouble, I'm afraid. That is the Claude Bossy Renault Clio Gen 4 car. And Claude, the well-known chef, sharing that Pastel Motor Racing entry with Tom Kerridge. Looks like that car is in trouble. Where is that car in the classification at the moment? They were in 35th position. With 96 laps under their belt, and on handicap, where were they? A bit further back than that, I think. Not particularly featuring particularly highly on the handicap. Yeah, 51st they were on handicap with. It's about an hour and a quarter of the race left to go, Marcus.
Yep, absolutely. 1:17, just under. And 1:12 is the lap count for our leaders. The fastest lap of the race at 2:06.947. Way back on lap 78. Field hasn't really thinned down very much, has it? We've lost 1 or 2, I think, back, but.
Well, you say that the car that I thought, or the team that I thought had retired completely, is still circulating. Emma Dawson, and indeed, it's the Slipstreamers Team 25. that are now propping up the rest of the lap chart. So it'll be interesting to see if we can find out what's happened to the slipstreamers. That's the team comprising Steve McDermott, Chris Lawson, Reece Lawson and Greg Thomas. I think another team that's been making their debut of MG Owners Club regulars. Looks like they've had a bit of a disappointment on their Birkett debut. All of the MG Owners Club drivers, Greg, Chris, Reece, all first timers, and Steve, more experienced driver, multiple champion in the MG Owners Club. But they're propping up the scratch race classification, so I think they may have had a few too many dramas. MR2 coming towards us, followed by the Type R. Type R is for Team 36, which is the Random Racers 3. So that's either, I think that might be Keith Fryer out there again, looking at it.
2:18.674, new best lap for James Pickford and Motion Motorsport. He's down to within 1 minute and 17 seconds of Richard Neal's Porsche in third place overall, car 62, 62D. So he's unlapped himself from Richard Neal, but is still probably towards half a lap behind, and doesn't have a great deal of fuel left, as we were hearing from Will Pottergill.
That's right. So here's that battle. We're going to get Caterhams going past these sort of tin tops again. You've got the BMW in there. The Caterham is 27A, I think, which is Lewis Tutel in the Caterham 7420R. Finding a way past. Here they come down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner with just under an hour and a quarter of the race left to go. Let's head down to the pit lane once again, and Lewis.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, well, after speaking to Emma through a crash at several times today, I've actually got her with a helmet off. Emma, you're part of Bad Boys Tuning.
Yes.
It has been a challenging day for you, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yeah, it's been a bit mental. Like, we got some good places this morning, and then we lost one of our cars. We don't know where it went. It genuinely went missing. And then another car was broken. I think we went back out. Like, these minis, the passenger side drive shaft always goes, so we come with lots of spares. But I think the grey one, he's been having the driver's side, which we don't have many spares for. We've had the exhaust was leaking, we fixed that, and now there's a problem with the clutch. So basically I was doing that last stint in 5th and 6th, so that's not ideal for this track.
But you're still going.
Oh yeah, always, till the bitter end.
We're not going to give you now.
No, never give up. We're not last anymore, apparently. I've not seen the timings, but we're not last, so that's the best, right?
That's okay. Anyway, you tell me, you've come a long way. How long was the journey down today?
Yesterday it was 11 hours. It usually can be about 8 or 9, but we got stuck on the M6 for about 2 hours, just in roadworks and...
Just because it's the M6?
It's the M6, yeah, exactly. So it was a long day yesterday, but...
You're all the way from Aberdeen, you said, but what do you normally race in?
Well, previous years we've been racing in Mini Challenge Club Sport, and then we've also done road sports with 750 before. So yeah, this is actually our first race this year, because we've had a year out this year, but we can't miss the Birkett. This is our 3rd year doing the Birkett now.
Well, that's absolutely, and it's great to see you back there. Yeah, you're right. You just can't miss the Birkett.
Yeah, exactly. Such an iconic track, such an iconic race. We love to do it, so it's great to be back.
Okay, Emma, and good luck to you and the rest of the team. Hope everything holds together and you make that checkered flag.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers now. Thank you very much. There we go. That's some of the challenges that the teams face just to get to the finish. Anyway, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. Now, on the inset, the picture that we saw while Lewis was doing that interview, we saw the car of one of the Handicap front runners head into the pit lane, and that was, or retire I should say, that was Gareth Moss. No, it wasn't. It was Adam Dewis in the Mini Cooper S that's pulled off onto the side of the circuit somewhere. So that does not bode well for them, for the Royal Navy and Royal Marines motorsport team that were right up there. There was second on the handicap classification at 4 hours and 45 minutes. There is that car on screen now. It's not moved, it's not going anywhere, and it looks like it's going to need some outside assistance to get it going again, which is unfortunate. Now, whether they've sent out another car already, they've only got 2 others to choose from: Richard Phillips in his BMW 1 Series or Gareth Moss in his Mazda MX-5, but that's going to be costing them dear as far as handicap positions are concerned, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's with an hour and 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, so 66 car going through there is the Golf, which is the Nick Jackson car for De Tour and Wagoneers. They've been there or thereabouts as well for the handicap classification for much of the race.
It's taken a while for James Pinkerton to hound down the Richard Carter Caterham. A couple of laps ago we saw an object lesson in Caterham's reading traffic into the flick-flack at Beckett's. One advantage going in, one advantage going out, but of course it's out speed onto the Hangar Straight that's so important. Now you've got the quick cars going past the massive Plymouth of Matt Snowball.
And Martin Orger going through in his MR2, I should say. Another of the leading runners on our handicap. A reminder that we're not actually going to be able to bring you the final official handicap classification on the live stream. That will come at the awards presentation after the event, which is going to take place at around about 6 o'clock in the Club Racing Fan Zone, wherever that may be. That's where the presentations are going to be held, and the handicap winner will be confirmed. So we'll give you the update at 5.5 hours, and we'll give you the update with 5 minutes to go, but we won't be able to give you the official final handicap result, because you're going to have to wait, if you're here at the circuit, to have that confirmed at the presentation afterwards. And for those of you that aren't at the circuit, then you'll be able to get the information via the TSL timing, published results, tsl-timing.com, or via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. There's a big cat prowling around again. It's the 56 C car, so that's James Wall out at the moment for Auto Reserve Jaguar Racing. And where are they running at the moment? Just trying to have a look on my screen for them. 47th out of 67 at the moment on scratch.
Christian Walker going quickly now for Cap Dads and Lads, car 65B, 2:28.240. That's that team's best lap on lap 104.
Looking at how the Forces teams are doing in the handicap classification at the moment. We saw that issue for the Royal Navy, Royal Marines. Well, they've dropped down in the classification now to 22nd. They're still ahead of the RAF though, and even further ahead of the Army, who are in 28th, Army Sports Car Racing. There's Jerry Donahue in the number 10 MEV for Run Baby Run. See those cars out in their own specific class in the Sports Specials Championship, which is for sort of 2-seater sports cars of varying descriptions, sort of Caterham type cars, Westfields, maybe either be front, rear or mid-engined as well. Struggled a little bit for numbers this year, but there's so many cars that are eligible for it, so hopefully there'll be more cars out next season in Sports Specials. The weather's certainly looking a lot more settled now. I think it should be dry for the remainder of the race. He said touching wood. Seeing Team 2 go through there, that's the Rutec Racing Lotuses.
Pickford's been absolutely flying. He took 9 seconds out of Richard Neal that lap, so it's down to 61.6 seconds. But he doesn't have the fuel to continue to the end.
No.
So, as we've heard, and he's the quickest driver in that team.
No. Yeah, he must be on the verge of needing to come in, you would think,
Yes.
now, from what we heard in the next couple of laps. And it'll be, I think, was it Chris Freeman to bring that team home? Team 3, isn't it? Chris Nyland, I should say, in the Honda Civic Type R. Take the Motion Motorsport team home. One driver has green next to his name. It is Jim Benson. That's not, if I read the wrong line, it's Christian Walker.
Again.
Cap Dads and Lads Porsches.
Yep, he did, I think, a 228 last time, 226, 119 this time. So he's absolutely flying.
Yes, and we've seen him very often be a front runner in the Carmel Porsche Trophy races.
Unfortunately, he's got to make up almost 80 seconds to gain a place.
Would seem to be the way of it.
But they are 4th in Class B. Vagtech Jonathan Packer has pitted from P2.
Yes, and so that's car 44. So that will be to hand over to presumably Chris Freeman will go again in that car. But let's go down to the pit lane once again and see who Lewis has got this time.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, I've got Tom Overton here with Caterham Eggs and Chips. These are the highest placed team we have yet to interview, so we've come to see and talk to Tom. Tom, you're one of the 3 Caterham teams sort of in the same sort of pit garage, and yeah, it's a battle between the 3 of you as well as everybody else out on track.
Indeed, it is a battle, and there's plenty going on out there, and I think we're in the middle of the 3 at the minute, but hopefully catching up. And yeah, it's for us, it's all about these 3 teams really. Who's gonna come out on top? And Here We Go is on top at the minute.
Yeah,
only just.
That's right. It is nip and tuck. So have you got your fastest driver to go?
Well, there's a pretty fast one out now, and then there's Matt, and he's no slouch. So yeah, see what happens.
So how long can you do a session
We can do
on a tank?
5 minutes on a tank, and that's what we've been doing, just right on the edge of that.
Yeah, that's pushing it, isn't it?
Yeah. One of them was coming in, it was running out on the last lap. So,
yeah, that's the Colin Chapman in you, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, because it makes such a difference when you're 100 kilos.
I know that feeling. My driver's the same. I run a Europa. You know, trying to battle someone who's 65 kilos
it makes a difference.
Cool, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to have a much better car, you know, to make up that 35 difference, haven't you?
Except in the wet. Then it's better around corners.
Anyway, so how did you find the earlier sessions?
Good, yeah. Second one went better than the first. Really enjoy this because you're going through traffic, and that's a whole different thing. Normally, our racing's a formula, so once you're in your race with the people you're about the same as. But here you're negotiating all sorts of things, and there's all sorts of stuff going on out there.
Is that the enjoyment of the Birkett?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you get loads of time in the car. Our championship races are more like half an hour, and we get 45 minutes. So here, which is great.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much, and best of luck in your inter-Caterham battle, as well as for overall position.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. And back to you in the studio. James Pickford just popped in another best lap for that team to 18.510, 58 seconds. He is behind Richard Neal now, but we've got Chris Freeman in for Vagtech in number 44 team. He's running second, 5 laps adrift of the
leading Radicals. And we've got Graham Crowhurst back in for plenty in the tank. He has replaced Kenny Coleman in the 48 team. They're running 5th overall, ahead of Intersport Racing, which is John Stack now. And they're being shadowed by Andrew McMillan for Here We Go, who's absolutely flying in 24s at the moment. McMillan, actually, as I speak, moves up into 6th place ahead of John Stack, who comes into the pits.
Okay, so we're into the last 61 minutes, very nearly into the final hour of this Birkett 6-hour relay race. Motion Motorsport car on screen there. That is the leader on Handicap at 4 hours and 55 minutes as well. It's in 4th position overall, and that's, I think, largely thanks to the efforts of James Pickford in the last hour or so. Whether that team will be able to maintain their position into the final hour of Handicap racing race between St Winifred School Choir, they are 2nd, 22, 29. Miata Maestro is 3rd. The 51 team of Hyundai Coupes are 4th. 5th is 49 Porsche Motorsport, and 6th is 47 the 116 Assassins. So that's the order at the Handicap race with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. So we won't be able to bring you the Handicap result on the live stream because that will be only officially confirmed at the presentation at the Club Racing Fan Zone after the race. But it's been a great stint this by Pickford in this Audi. Very talented driver indeed. Looks like he's going to come into the pits this time, is he? No, one more lap, but he must be. No, he is into the pits, and that's the end of his stint. And I was going to say it must be very tight on fuel now. And with just about exactly an hour to go, he's going to hand over to Chris Nyland in the Honda Civic Type R for the final stint of the race for Motion Motorsport. And that car into 4th position overall. Christian Walker continuing to set some good lap times, doing another personal best lap at 2:25.004. in that number 65 Cap Dads and Lads.
Yeah, he's down from 28s to 26s to very, very low 25s. And he's going to find 5,000, so he'll be in the 24s. Clear lap could do that.
Certainly could. Just watching the one of the Mazda MX-5 teams go through shot there, that bright yellow Mazda MX-5 for Team 31, which is Total BS. I think that's Amy Worthington out there. This is Amy Worthington at the moment, former stock catch racer.
Is that the Bossy and Kerridge car ahead? I think it is.
Let's have a look. See if we can get a view of that in a moment. Yeah, it is. So that's back out there again. And who's at the wheel of that now? Let's have a look.
That's 53A, I think, at the moment. That's doing 3 drivers.
Yeah.
A, C, and E.
Yeah, it's Claude Bossy then. Claude Bossy at the moment that's showing. So I think he was into the pits, but back out onto track now by the looks of things. So into the final hour of the race, and we have gone pretty much an hour now without having a safety car, which is a dangerous thing to say. But it's been fairly clear. Look how that Golf there was up on 3 wheels, wasn't it? 66
dangling its wheel in the air.
It was. That's Nick Jackson's Golf. Relatively early model Golf, isn't it, that one? And that's got the Matt Creed car being driven at the moment by Chris Morton, though. Just going past it, the Clio. The number 20 car, Where Are Your Parents? And that's running in 28th position overall on scratch. There's the 44 car then, that's Chris Freeman, so he has gone back out in the VagTech car. Chris started the race, didn't he, as well? He's now, I don't know if he's going to finish it, because there's still another 56 minutes or so to go, but there's a chance that he could finish the race himself.
Did a 2:20 last time round, so that's a pretty competitive time. Chris Nyland is a 2:50 out lap. That's the problem there. It's cost him. So he's lost kind of half a minute with that stop.
Yes, even with the way the pit stops are designed to be, relatively efficient, you can still lose quite a bit of time because there is a sort of 60 km/h, 38 mile an hour speed limit in the pit lane. So inevitably some time is lost. Looks like it works out at half a minute or so.
64C still has no working transponder. That's one of the Cap Birkett Wurzels, for whom Vince Brewer is currently out in car B.
A brief pause out at Beckett's for team 46, but the car's got going again. That was the Bickerstead Sevens, of Mazda 7s, and that was car A, so it was Eddie Moyer that's out there at the moment for them. Where are they running now? Because they were 12th at one point, they're 13th, so they've pretty much held where they were for the last couple of hours, really.
Kevin Clark's back out for Intersport Racing.
Matt Snowball has just made up a place on scratch for the Suffolk team in the Plymouth Barracuda, getting ahead of Max Bunting's BMW.
Yep, into 17th place.
Of course, at this late stage of the race, there are relatively few change of position for scratch, although there has just been one, because Jim Benson in the Rutec Racing's Lotus has got ahead of the Bickerstead 7 of Eddie Moyer. So, having said that, they've been in 13th position for a long, long time. They're now down to 14th position. So that's been a change.
That's right. They are currently lapping. That was a long lap. Was that an out lap, I wonder? The 2:53 was possibly an out lap.
Maybe.
Let's just see who comes round next.
Oh, no, that makes sense. That with the message I read out, which car, that car had stopped briefly out on circuit. Yes, a minute or so ago, so that makes sense. That was
56 has a post-race 5-second penalty for track limits. Car 56. Oh, 46A. Struggling in the grass.
Eddie Moyer, so that's the Bickerstead 7 car, which was off at this part of the circuit a lap ago. So I wonder if there's a recurring issue. Yeah, maybe. Might be wise to visit the pits, but that has cost them one place already. Shouldn't cost them. Well, no, it might cost them because the next car in the queue is Christian Walker, who is absolutely flying.
56 is the auto reserve Jaguar team.
Okay.
They've got a 5-second post race penalty. It's Graham Crowhurst just ahead of that EP3 Honda. Graham Crowhurst in 48D, the striped car, sort of aping the art car that went to Le Mans with Andy Prio and others about 15 years ago. That is running 5th overall and 5 seconds a lap quicker than the car ahead of it at this moment.
Ooh, that was tight, wasn't it? Jim Benson in the Lotus up on the inside of Mark Witherington's Clio. Benson is flying up to 13th position for Rutec Racing's Lotus.
LR2, Jim Benson.
He had a BMW before. He was in BMW Car Club before. I think it's the first time I've seen him out this season.
Yeah,
anyway.
I've not seen that. I can't remember seeing that car before.
No.
Got a sharp colour scheme on it.
Yes, nice looking piece of kit.
123, 5 laps the gap between the front runners. Chris Freeman has done 100 and taken that team's total onto 118. Richard Neal and Chris Nyland both on 117 for Cap Team Elite and Motion Motorsport respectively. And Richard Neal 9 seconds quicker, so it's out to 139 seconds, so that's not going to change in a hurry.
5 hours and 5 minutes into the race. Motion Motorsport still leading on Handicap from Here We Go, St Winifred's School Choir, Mighty Maestros, Porsche Motorsport and VragTech. Give you the official bulletin when it is available. Team 41 there on screen at the moment. That's the ZZ and Z Tops entry for the former MSVR Z Cars racers. Fairly short-lived championship specifically for those BMW Z4s.
Kevin Clark has just done the Intersport Racing team's best lap, a 2:17.926. He's taken 6 or 7 seconds out of Here We Go, currently represented by Andrew McMillan in 37C. And at that rate of progress, it's not going to take him too long to wind back the 17 seconds deficit between 7th and 6th place overall on scratch.
Just looking at the scratch positions, it looks like we have had some teams really struggling and have dropped back. So last year's winners, Rutec, seem to be out of contention because they're 39 laps down now.
They lost that wheel on one of the cars,
did,
didn't they?
They did. And also Team 35, which is Brake Late. A bit further up the order, but they're getting a 14-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, I can tell you. So that's the team of Lee Pearce, Connor Lawson, Jake McDermott and Jimmy Work. There is the St Winifred School Choir car, which is still well placed in handicap terms, 5th at the last handicap update. That's not on the official bulletin though. But now leading the handicap, TT versus TRT. Team 50. So that's John Labella, Trafford King, Matt Pryor and James Hillier, the Audi TT race winner. How many drivers or competitors have we had that have won both the Isle of Man TT, I think it's an Audi TT, the Isle of Man TT and the Birkett Relay? That was a quiz question, probably not many. And it's not over yet, that's for certain.
Oh, there was a touch going out. The orange Mazda clipped, I think it was a Clio, going through.
Yeah, so Marshall's now
running.
heading off to the scene. So looks like at least one car is off the road down at between Abbey and Farm Curve, the left-hander. But let's head down to the pit lane for the moment, and Lewis.
Okay, Ian, yeah, just to keep everyone up to date, the VAG Tech team running second on the road had a little bit of a mishap. Here is the 44E car, and 44E is Jonathan Packer. And sadly, the VW Golf has coughed up a limp home mode light. So the car was brought in very early and will be no more today. And Chris Freeman was sent out in the TCR Leon. So that's why Chris is out at the moment, and Jonathan Packer's car is sitting here, getting to be ready to be put on the trailer and taken home. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Right, there is the aftermath of what had happened, and it's the 53 car, and it's also
the radicals off. The leading radicals involved in all that.
That's James Pinkerton's car. Now, of course, we saw the car on another of the team's cars being loaded into the trailer, didn't we?
We did, and we saw John McLeod's car being pushed away, didn't we? Now, they've got a 5-lap lead.
Yes. Joe Stables is out there now, by the looks of it.
Yes, Stables is out there now. So we've had a drama on lap 125.
And safety car is now out as well. But yes, it looked like there was some contact there.
What appeared to me was that there was an orange Mazda clipped the Clio, but the Clio may have braked in reaction to the radical being already out there. I don't know. that was out, would have been out of my sight. Then you saw the marshals running in that direction.
Yes, so
that was the bossy Clio, wasn't it?
Yes, it looked like it. Whether it was him aboard or not, he was the last time we saw that car. Let's see if he was at the time of the. It may well have been replaced. Yeah, it's still showing as Claude Bossy at the moment, being in that car. Yeah, this is the 8th safety car period, and I think we've had about an hour or so of green flag running, but there's now going to be some cars that need to be retrieved, including that of James Pinkerton by the looks of it. But say quick work by the 3J's team to get Joe Stables back out on track for an slightly unscheduled early appearance. But the question is, can he go to the end? Possibly he can. 45 minutes ago, and it will help that there's some safety car now.
You'd want to think so, yeah.
So that will help matters. So the order at 45 minutes to go is 18 the 3Js with Joe Stables out there at the moment. From 44 Vagtech with Chris Freeman on track, 4 laps adrift. 3062 Cap Team Elite, James Brodie back out there for that team, Team 62. 4th number 3 Motion Motorsport, Chris Nyland. 5th number 48 Plenty in the Tank, Graham Crowhurst, he's back out again. 6th is 33 Intersport Racing, Kevin Clark having just moved up a place ahead of number 37. Here we go, David Baldwin in 7th place. 8th was 27 Caterham Egg and Chips, Matthew Reeve. 9th 42 Boss Cats, Andy Grant, and 10th number 17 the Jerry Hattricks, David Brio. Give you the handicap positions in a moment, but first let's head down to Lewis.
Yeah, just keeping you up to date, Ian and Marcus, with the 3JSs. As you can see here, the John McLeod team working feverishly on the Radical. It's got a gear selection issue, but hopefully they're hoping that Joe Stables will be able to finish off the will have enough fuel to finish off the race with his PR6. But at the moment, John, we can see that more and more oil's being put into the gearbox. The under tray stroke diffuser's off, but the team are working feverishly there. John is getting himself ready. He's there. Yeah, he's just getting himself his air plugs and everything in. Yeah, it's a bit hectic down here in the 3JS pit, but they are hopeful that Joe will be able to go to the finish. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. So still behind the safety car here, 8th safety car period of the race. The 53 car, the Clio, did continue after that contact. It was side-to-side contact between the Clio of Claude Bossy and the 18 car of the race leader James Pinkerton. Meanwhile, car 49 has spun into the gravel as well, which I'm not sure which one it was, but it's one of the Porsche Motorsport cars. It's off into the gravel trap somewhere as well. I don't think we've yet got the official 5 hour handicap positions. No, we've not. So I'll give you the ones from TSL at 5 hours 15. Let's just have a look at something that happened a moment ago. Oh yes, contact there between the two members. That's Kevin Clark, wasn't it? Into the number 5 car at Brooklands.
There we go. There's the side-by-side contact. We saw the Radical nose into the wall, into the barriers there.
That's right. But
and that was just ahead of the Mazda, which we didn't see at that point.
Yes. So in the handicap classification at 5 hours 15, unofficially, Motion Motorsport number 3, the leaders from 22 St Winifred's School Choir, 29 Miata Maestros, 50 TT versus TRT, 34 Galois Z4 was 5th. Here we go was 6th, team 37.
So it's Mission Motorsport back on top.
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion Motorsport. Yes.
Motion Motorsport.
Yeah, back on top. But as I say, that's the sort of TSL updates every 5 minutes. It's not based on the official bulletin, which I'll certainly hopefully be able to give you the 5.5 hour one, which will be the last official one, but we've not yet had the... Oh, we have got the 5 hour one now. I'm just going to open that up, so it's obviously a little bit earlier than the one I've previously given to you. But it's an official document, if you like. So at that point it was Motion Motorsport. So they have been leading for the last 15 minutes of the race. The Pinkerton car's being recovered by a snatch vehicle. Second at 5 hours was St Winifred School Choir, by the way. Here we go with third, 37, so 3:22 and 37 at the 5 hour mark. As I say, we won't give you the official handicap results because that won't be known until after the timekeepers have done all of their calculations, and in particular because we've got this safety car in the final hour. That's always the nightmare scenario for the handicappers, because they need to adjust the handicap credit laps to take allowance for the laps behind the safety car, which hopefully will come to an end.
They're waving everyone
soon.
through now to pick up the leader, which will be Joe Stables. Again, he's had this before, hasn't he?
Yes.
The black Radical.
He must be well down this queue because I've not seen him come through yet.
No, that's right.
He may not even be in the queue at this point. So he might still be trying to catch the pack. But yeah, 5 lap lead despite
I think
that.
that's the Sports 2's back out again. There's Stables in the middle of the
yep, you're right.
pack now, behind the yellow BMW.
Just coming through Stoke.
And the red and white Lotus.
So how much longer we'll have behind this safety car remains to be seen.
Those who've been waved past have scarpered, as they would.
Yes. Yeah, we saw that replay a moment ago of Kevin Clark getting to the side of one of the Team 5 cars, wasn't it? Which was the Team BMW squad, BMW Car Club regulars, masterminded by Neil McDonald. Right, just time for a short break before we go racing once again.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Still under safety car here at Silverstone in the last 40 minutes of the Birkett 6-hour relay race, sponsored by Yokohama. Safety car lights are still on, so they're waving through cars. They've just found the race leader Joe Stables, so they'll do one more lap with Joe Stables behind them. I think the cars are now cleared, and the race will get back underway with 33 minutes to go. See, there's a problem for car 54. Some loose bodywork has been recorded on the Rocket Dog Racing Mazda RX-8. Who is out there for Rocket Dog at the moment? Let's have, if we can have a look. Try and find them on the TSL.
Boss Birketteers, William Redmond's come in, made a pit stop. Boss Cats, Andy Grant, a couple of places ahead of them, 5th in D, but behind Here We Go and Caterham and Eggs in the C-class cars.
The 54 car, by the way, is Luke Beardmore. So he's got some potentially loose bodywork on his Mazda RX-8. So 8 safety car periods so far during this Birkett 6-hour relay race. Now that's not looking particularly healthy. That's Maxine Nichols in her late father's MR2. It's putting out a lot of smoke there. And where's that coming from? I think she's probably realised there's a problem there now. It's pulling to the right hand side of the circuit. Of course, other cars can't actually overtake her underneath the safety car. So maybe she'll pull into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I think she probably would have been expected to go to the end of the race. Now I think that team were planning to do stints of 1 hour apiece, times 2.
I think she might be continuing.
It looked like it, didn't it? Whether she'll be able to do that for much longer remains to be seen. But Max has had a really good season in the MR2s. Change of car to her father's old car for this season, and something really seems to have clicked this year. She's had some excellent overall results in the MR2 Championship races this season. Safety car is still on track. It's just going through club corner at the moment, so still got half a lap to go before it gets back to the start line. I think the safety car lights will go out shortly, and the race will be back underway for hopefully just over half an hour of racing. Touch wood, assuming no more dramas. So Joe Stable's out there at the moment, leading the way. Should be good for fuel to get to the end of the race. VAG Tech, Chris Freeman at second. Cap Team Elite James Brodie.
Yeah, they lost a lap and all of that, didn't they? With that sort of hiatus. The lead team was 5 laps advantage, it's now 4.
Motion Motorsport still ahead on Handicap at 5 hours 25 from TT versus TRT and St Winifred School Choir, but those 3 separated by only 5 seconds. Of course, that is behind the safety car, so gaps will be a little bit shorter than they will be than under racing conditions. Safety car lights are out though. It's sort of accelerated, hasn't it, now as it heads towards the pit lane. So it can be for Joe Stables to lead them across the line.
33.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we're not going to get to 146 laps this year, are we? Because there's only 33 minutes to go, and this will be to complete lap 129. So he's not going to be able to do 17 laps in less than 34
We'll get into
minutes.
the 140s, I think, when we just about.
Yes, yes. So race back underway. And again, we've got this bunching of cars, so there'll be quite a bit of overtaking to be done in the next lap or two, while sort of quicker cars force their way through from the back of the gang, back of the group. As the Chris Nyland car that he was sharing with Will Puttergill, who we heard from earlier on in the race, a little bit bruised, that car, after earlier contact. You can see how Joe Stables has pulled away from the rest of these cars. Clear track ahead of him, so wouldn't surprise me if it was one of the best laps of the race. Let's head down to pit lane. Lewis has got news.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. As we can see, the breakdown truck has just brought the James Pinkerton leading car back from the accident it's had on circuit. That's something you don't see an awful lot of, but the breakdown crew here and the Silverstone Marshall team do an excellent job. We've brought the car back. Not such a big bump, but it's done the front the bib and the top bit. Haven't seen James. I believe if he's hit the tyre barrier, he may well have been taken to the medical centre, but we'll wait and see. But there's 18B back in to the team. Don't think it's moved the wheel. Don't look as though it's moved the front wheel at all. But yeah, he's done a fair bit of body damage. hopefully James is all right. It was a relatively small bump, but anyway, when I see James, or when James comes back to the garage, we'll have an interview. Hopefully I better get him and have an interview. Hey, back to you in the studio.
Thanks. Yes, it'll be a routine visit to the medical centre after any kind of connection with the barriers, and hopefully all well with James Pinkerton. Various cars being notified of stop-go penalties for pit lane speeding infringements, 12, 41 and 35, all being called in. So 41, that is the ZZ and Z-Tops team. Team 35 is the Brake Late team, and team 12 is, flicking through the paperwork, the team J-Spec team of MR2s.
Yes, it's the 130 laps. That's the best lap of the race by Joe Stables, 206.838.
I did think it might be with that clear track in front of him, and the conditions now as good as they've been all day, aren't they? It's been dry for probably 3 hours now, I think, since we last had any rain. So the track is, I should think, in pretty good condition. Cool, which probably helps, although it's a fine line between not enough grip and sort of keeping it cool to keep the engine running to its optimum. Yeah, 206.838, the best lap of this particular race. Just looking back, have I got that information for last year's Birkett Relay? Yeah, the best lap last year was by Team RSR. And which particular driver was it that set it? It was James Lay who did it last year, 205.497, so it's about 1.4 seconds off last year's fastest.
Yeah, he may bang another couple of quickies now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a relatively clear lap this time, so
206.828. That's consistent.
Yes, it's just a smidgen off, just a few hundredths off, wasn't it? Or was it 100th off the previous mark? So we'll see if he can bang in something in the 205s, maybe.
That's a hundredth of a second. Super consistent work from Joe Stables.
I imagine he will probably on this lap start to catch some traffic again, though. That's the only problem, which you won't have had on the first two laps from behind the safety car. Into the last half hour of the race, still 44, 62, 3, 48 and 33 completing the top six. Not seeing any place changes for track position on the timer screen amongst the top 30 cars that time through.
No, closer seems to be about sort of 2.5 seconds between cars. That's right down the back end of the top 30.
Yeah, so not too many changes for scratch position now, but still plenty of scope for changes in handicap results, I would think. Been another good season for the 750 Motor Club. I think their average grid size is again very high and probably as good, if not better, than any other organising club this year. Across the full portfolio of the club's more than 20 series and championships. I'm sure very soon we'll be hearing about the calendar for 2026. Final details will be announced soon for that, about which circuits and when 750 Motor Club will be heading to next season. Certainly look forward to another good season of racing. Just before the next February, it's the annual awards night to celebrate the championship winners and podium finishers. Look forward to that as ever in a few months' time. And there's one more racing event organised by 750 Motor Club in 2025. That's the Plum Pudding Race at Mallory Park on Boxing Day. So if you haven't already, why not think about getting your entry in for that one? It's a very Good day's racing, 2 15-minute races for any kind of saloon or sports car. In front of a big and appreciative Mallory Park crowd on Boxing Day, with motorcycle racing thrown in as well. Meanwhile, back in the Birkett, say the scratch position is largely sorted, although there has been a change for 25th. Paul Shood Motorsport have got ahead of Ginetta and Tonic, so Ed McDermott now ahead of Mark Burton for 25th position.
Christian Walker's got into the 224s, 224.388, and James Carey for Cap MTD, Team 63, 230.688 personal best. Talking Mallory Park as its big anniversary, 70 years from Mallory Park next year, isn't it?
Yeah, 1956 was when the circuit was opened. So yeah, 70th anniversary season next year for Mallory. Leicestershire circuit doesn't host as much racing, motor racing, as it used to, but it's still a very popular venue.
I think I first went there in 75 or 76. Raced there in the 80s, which was good.
It's a great little circuit. I know, speaking to Trevor Gregory, who works in race admin, volunteers in race admin, he was racing there last weekend in Hot Hatch, his first time there, and he absolutely loved it, was really raving about it. It's a bit of a hidden gem really these days, Mallory Park. But it always provides great racing, as it did last weekend. Just a shame.
The classic Wednesday morning track days, test days were the ones to go to. Cars in the morning, bikes in the afternoon.
Yes.
It was always a very entertaining day out. You got lots of laps in for your money, and generally learnt a lot.
Yeah, and sadly, no more of those Wednesday.
Oh dear!
Oh, that is
They've got a bonnet up scenario.
There's a few that have threatened to do that today. It's the first time we've seen it happen. That's car 16. That's the Northwich Motors Racing Division. It's one of the Mazda 2s, isn't it? Who is out there in that team at the moment? It is Joe Jacob in the F car that is afflicted by that bonnet being in his face. Joe, who is a 39-year-old professional motivator from Oxfordshire, took a year out of racing this season, but making a return for the Birkett. He's raced MX-5s and the Mazda 2
Here we go.
in the past. And not being able to see where he's going, he's stopped. Marshall is going to say, yeah, just drive through there behind the barriers and you'll be out of harm's way. And I'll help you put the bonnet down while you're doing that. That's a shame for the Northwich Motors Racing Division team. They were against 62nd on scratch. So we lost the 4 Amigos. I think they ran out of cars basically. We've lost Slipstreamers, Steve McDermott's team. I think we've lost the Intersport Racing Bandits. Rutec 1, I think, probably are still circulating, but a long way down last year's race winners. And Bad Boy Tuning, when we heard from Emma Dawson, anyone, they were just delighted not to be last. And there's a few teams behind them now.
Also Mazda MX-5 careering off onto the edge, hard standing.
Gareth Moss for Army Motorsport, I think that was. For the Royal Navy, Royal Marines Motorsport, should say, get the right service.
It's David Baldwin there in the Here We Go 37C, and is chasing down, which car is that? 52. That's Mark Lanyon, isn't it? The pale blue car.
Okay, yes.
For the Boss Birketteers.
Yeah.
We are a lap apart by the looks of things. A couple of laps apart.
panel there, which suggests that there's a yellow lighting panel at the marshal's post before, which means there's a car off somewhere down there, but I don't know who that is or where that is exactly. Maybe that was that where the Mazda 2 was being covered, possibly.
They're having a whale of a time, aren't they? Mark Lanyon and 37B, which is it's not David Baldwin anymore, is it? It was 37C. 37B is the car by the looks of things on track.
37B is David Baldwin, it says.
Yeah. But he's shown as. It was shown as 30. Oh no, it's Class C. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yes, David Baldwin there at the moment. So he's been in that car for a while now.
Yes, he's done 127 laps. The Lanyons have done 125. The brothers Lanyon. So they're two laps apart.
Yeah. So we've got the 52 car there coming through. CSEC stickers on the side of it.
Black and orange flag, a meatball for number 26 for excessive smoke.
Yes, that was Maxine Nichols, wasn't it?
Yes.
So she obviously had decided to head into the pit lane and now has been told to. Into the final 20 minutes, just having a look, see if we've got the official 5.5 hour handicap positions available yet. We do. So this is the last official handicap bulletin that I can give you. I'm just loading it up now. But before I do that, let's have an interview. Down in the pit lane, here's Lewis.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, I'm sorry to butt in there. I heard you say the four Amigos had stopped, and I've got David Drinkwater. David, there is a reason, a very good reason why the four Amigos are not out there. Explain.
Yes, it didn't start off so well today. Our third car broke down right at the end of qualifying, which we've not managed to get to the bottom of, so that didn't get out. And the two drivers that were sharing that car obviously didn't qualify in another car, so they couldn't use anything else. Adam and I had done our relevant swaps. Adam, unfortunately, was in an accident. Got the car fixed, but I'd done an hour and a half, swapped to Adam again, and then he had another problem. And I did another hour and a half, but then we reached the maximum 3 hours in a 5 hour window.
And that's all you're allowed to do?
Yeah, as one driver, so we can't get Adam's car back working. Something gone on, it's electrical, we think. We've done the usual, changed everything we would normally, but so far it won't work. And Adam didn't qualify in my car, so he can't go out, which is the only one surviving.
Well, that's a real shame, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. You enjoy the weekend. It's great fun. The Birkett's amazing. You know, it's a lot of fun, lots of different cars. You do it with friends and family, but unfortunately this year is not for us.
Well, I think that's the first time I've heard of that that situation, but I'm glad you've explained it really succinctly for us.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't think it would come up too often because you always have a number of drivers, but yeah, it didn't start so well. It didn't, and it's obviously not finished very well either. So next year, always next year.
Yep, and that's why the car's on the trailer. It's okay, but you just ran out of time.
Correct, yeah, so I can't go back out really, so I'm done. I could probably maybe just take the checkered flag at the end with a lap, but it's just, it's done.
Okay, David, thanks for that, and yeah, hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, we'll be back next year.
Cheers now for that. Okay, back to you in the studio.
So simply run out of taco time.
Basically, that was it, wasn't it? On the inset there, we saw the Jim Benson Rutec Racing's Lotus. That had stopped somewhere. That car is now been replaced by Simon Walsh in Team 2. They're running in 16th position. Handicap positions at 5.5 hours. So this is the last official bulletin.
Car 35, stop-go penalty, 12 seconds, pit lane speeding.
Okay, the last official bulletin before the end. 29 Mayata Maestros leading the way by 29 seconds from number 3 Motion Motorsport in second. So the Mayata Maestros is Barry Barnard, Paul Barnard, Andrew Robertson, Ian Tomlinson and Martin Vernon. Motion Motorsport, Will Putskill, Wayne Lawson, Chris Nyland, Ethan Simmons, James Pickford and Travis Patterson. Third, 37 is Here We Go, Fergus Ryan, David Baldwin, Andrew McMillan and Gary Tutel. 4th, 22, St Winifred School Choir, Matthew Footman, John Glover, Chris Fantana and Mark Chappell. Maxine Nichols' car is now stopped out on circuit rather than heading to the pit lane. And 5th, number 50, which is TT versus TRT, John Labella, Matt Pryor, Trafford King and James Hillier. Those 5 cars all on 138 laps on once adjusted for the handicap. And then there are another 8 cars 1 lap behind. That's 51 Hyundai Coupes, 47 116 Assassins, 49 Porsche Motorsport, 28 Mazda Misfits, 65 Cap Dads and Lads, 43 K-Series Cartel, 54 Rocket Dog Racing and 34 Galoa Z4. I guess the one to watch there actually could be the Cap Dads and Lads. They're a lap and a bit behind going into the final half hour, but they do, I think, still have the very rapid Christian Walker aboard, who's the fastest driver in that team and is in the 224s again on that lap. So you'd think it's going to be between the 5 on the leading lap, the Maestro's Motion Motorsport. Here we go. Is it Winifred School Choir and TT versus TRT? But maybe Cap Dads and Lads can spring a surprise. On screen now we've got the Maestros and it's Ian Tomlinson, front runner in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, that's out there for this final stint for the MX5s. Oh, and problems for the race leader. It's Joe Stables. His car has ground to a halt and is stranded on the side of the circuit with 14 minutes of the race to go.
So have they got the McLeod car fixed?
Is the McLeod car fixed? That is the question. It was still being worked on last time we saw it in the pit lane.
Working on that gear change.
And there's just about time for Chris Freeman to do 5 laps that would put him ahead of Joe Stables. There's 14 minutes to go.
John McLeod was togging up, wasn't he, to drive even the car. And what's happened? He ran out of fuel or just something?
And that's not even close to the end of the race. If that is the case, though, if they thought they'd get him there, let's head down to Lewis.
Yeah, well, we're right here in the leading pit, and John McLeod is just sneaking forward. I believe that he's now everyone's now trying to get confirmation that he can take over from Joe Staples, who you've just said, as you can see on the thing. Yeah. Right, and there we go. John's now going out in a car that's not actually in the best of health. And while I'm here, we were going to have a word with James Pinkerton, who we were going to... Right, James, first of all, are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine. It wasn't too big. Although it looked dramatic, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's done a lot of cosmetic damage on the car.
They're designed in a way that they can rub and get repaired quite easily, so yeah. But yeah, it's unfortunate. We've made up an awful lot of time. We're weaving through the traffic quite nicely, and unfortunately just one chap didn't see us and turned in and clipped our rear corner, and yeah, we just went straight off. But yeah.
Simple as that.
Simple as that, unfortunately. It's racing, but yeah, it sucks a bit, but we're still in the lead. Looks like there's been a bit more drama, like another car's just stopped on track, but we've got John out, and I'm sure we can keep the lead, so that's the main thing.
All right, James. The main thing is that you're okay. That's the main thing.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, poor old John, we're giving him a heart attack, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I know. We're making him work for it today.
Anyway, good to see you're okay.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
And thank you very much. So that's the that's the drama down here in the I think it's the 3JS's pits. And so back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis. So just as well that they were able to get John McLeod's car back out, because if they'd not been able to, there was enough time for Chris Freeman to unwind the 5 laps that he was behind in the VAG Tech 44 car in second place. And we could have had a dramatic late change of leader.
And that's just gone past the other SR3, isn't it? The one, is that green? In the car that Glover...
Jason Green, 30th position.
Car that Glover normally drives, or was driving earlier on.
I mean, the thing is now is that this John McLeod car, it wasn't in the best of health, but he just needs to...
It was a gear linkage issue, wasn't it? Or gear selection issue.
He's moving around a bit. Is he just trying to get some heat in those tyres, I think, down the straight?
Ambience dropped right back, hasn't it?
Yeah, so and he can drive well within himself now and still win this race, can't he?
Oh yes.
So it's just a question of bringing it home for his 4th win in a row and 7th win in all in the Birkett. But he will certainly have not wanted any this late drama. I don't think he would have been hoping not to have to head back out there again. But it's certainly created a little bit more drama.
Got the rather cheeky flashing lights, haven't they? The radicals that press a button and the sort of barrage of light flashing.
Nice little Clio battle heading down the Hanger straight here. 2 evenly matched cars. But it looks like it's the Creed car. Yeah, it is Matt Creed now, the Where Are Your Parents number 20 car, who's ahead. You can see the lights of the car behind reflecting on the tarmac underneath Creed's car as it was coming down the Hanger straight.
That's the sort of one of the pretty eras of Clios.
Yes.
They've grown in size over the years, but with that sort of duct in the roof, looks very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Stable's car. You could just see parts on the edge of the circuit at
End of Vale.
At the end of Vale, yeah. And it's out of harm's way, so we've not needed a late safety car to account for that. And Joe was able to, no doubt, dash to the safe side of the barriers as well. Into the last 10 minutes of the race. Handicap-wise, at 5 hours 50, it's the same sort of kind of teams that are all there or thereabouts. Within a couple of within a lap or so of the lead, the ones we've mentioned before at the 5.5 hour mark, they're all more or less there, I think. And as a thought, Cap Dads and Lads might make an appearance inside the sort of top 3 on Handicap in the end. That's still on, I think. Christian Walker's still out there for them.
52D had a very good lock-up. Was Tim Bishop for...
that's a broken car, and that is the 23 car, which has got a broken front left corner. That's the Super Tune Apex Hunters. And which one is it? B, I think, which is Tony Levy's Porsche Boxster S, just to confirm that it is Tony out in that car at the moment. Yes, it is, in 36th position. That's well off the road at Brooklands, isn't it? But so we'll see if the officials are happy to leave that there all the way to the end of the race, or whether they're going to want to get the snatch vehicle to haul that out of the way. And if so, whether they're going to want to do that behind a safety car, because there's only 8 minutes or so to go now. Ideally, wouldn't finish the race behind the safety car.
It's not over till the checkered flag goes out.
It's not, is it? John McLeod's circulating. The last lap was a 2:17, so well off pace that he could be doing. But still, just doing what he needs to do to bring the car home for the scratch race victory. Checkered flag will go out the first time the leading car crosses the line after 6 hours, and that will be the scratch race winner. Handicap result is based on laps done within the 6 hours, and that's why, or one of the reasons why, we can't give you the official result until all of the calculations have been checked to make sure that the right overall podium and class winners have been determined. There'll be lots of sort of inter-team battles as well. The armed forces, they'll no doubt be disputing who's going to be top dog between the Army and the Navy, Marines and the Air Force. A number of teams competing in MX-5s, competing for their own honours. Right, that's how that car ended up with a broken front left corner. That is the 19, is it 19 car that it collided with. Yeah, it's the DH Racing team car. Who's out for that at the moment? Tom McFarlane's out there now. It wasn't Tom that was involved. So the previous driver would have headed to the pits. It may well have been Jackson Carden involved in that, but apologies if it wasn't. But it looks like we're going to continue to the end without the need for safety car intervention. I think they've decided that car is in a safe position. Or safe
this is a great tussle between these two guys in the Caterhams. One of them is Tim Bishop. I think the other one is Christopher Wright's the Jerry Hattrick 17 and Ross Burketteer's 52. 17 car is actually a lap ahead on classification, but they're going at it. Look, interesting. Do you see that?
Yeah.
He braked. I think they saw a yellow flag ahead. He saw a yellow flag ahead, and the black car went between the two.
Yeah.
Before he got to the yellow flag, by the looks of things.
Yes. It's difficult because there's yellow flags and the lighting panels as well illuminated, as well as the flags being waved by the marshals. Who's just in their best lap of the race? The 2:29.238. That's just been done by Paul Sethi, who's living up to his team's name in Team 57. He really is extremely fast. And that is
the Rapid Settees.
The Rapid Settees, yes. That's the team of Caterham 7310Rs plus Ross Oliphant's 420R. So he's got some green time on our timing screen at the moment. Probably one of the last drivers to do a personal best lap in this race. There's only 5 minutes of it left to go now. And still there's several drivers in contention for the handicap honours. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are in contention, I think, within a lap or so of the lead. So I think likely the handicap win will go to one of Motion Motorsport or Here We Go or the Miata Maestros or Portrait Motorsport or VagTech or TT versus TRT or St Winifred's School Choir. I think it's most likely one of those that will get it.
Ian hedging his bets.
I certainly am. But wouldn't want to commit to it, but likely one of those because they're all within a lap of the race lead. But to find out, you need to get along to the Club Racing Fan Zone where the presentations have been made around about 6 o'clock after the race, or indeed check out the results on tsl-timing.com or at 750mc.co.uk. I don't think we're going to be able to bring you that on the live stream though, unfortunately, or on the commentary here. So you are going to have to check out the website for results if you're not at the presentation itself. Still those yellow light panels to cover that car that's off of Brooklands, the Porsche that's broken there. As we go into the final few minutes of the race. Tom McFarlane in his Honda, just ahead of the 52 car, which is the Tim Bishop Caterham 7 Road Sport. 61, which I think is 61F at the moment.
It is, yes.
Jason Brown's boxed up.
It's scuffed around the edges.
It is. It's been a great representation of Porsches though here today in various derivations. I'm not totaled up to see which is the most numerous mark in terms of the number of cars that they've had on the grid for today's race, but they'll be up there, I should think. Quite a lot of MX-5s as well. Loads of BMWs. Great shots these as well, with the low sun giving the pictures an orange hue as the cars making their way through the complex, through Village and the Loop, and now through Aintree onto the Wellington Straight.
Vince Brewer's just put in personal best for the Cat Birkett Wurzels, Team 64, 230.282.
There's John McLeod turning his way into Luffield Corner. He's going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one, just under 2 minutes of the race to go, and he's 4 laps ahead. So he can't lose now, can he? On scratch. So it looks like John McLeod's going to take a 4th scratch victory in a row in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. Last year it was as part of RSR Motorsport, as it was in 2023, and in 2022 it's part of Raw Motorsports Rob's Roggins. So last year he was with Ben Stone and James Lay, the year before James Lay and Ben Stone again, so the same trio. And then for 2022 he was with Chris Preen and Ben Stone. But this year, a different lineup. James Pinkerton and Joe Stables have joined John McLeod in his bid to extend this winning run in the scratch element of the Birkett 6-hour relay race. Among the Radicals, he's just going past a Skoda Octavia there, obviously, as he heads down to the Vale for the final time in this race.
We haven't seen much of the Skoda Octavia, have we?
No, well there it is. We just saw a brief glimpse of it, but arguably not as we would have liked, not as much as we would have liked to see of it. We've seen quite a bit of that Toyota Yaris. There's the Octavia, and it does look like it should be, as I think was said, acting as a taxi. There's Paul Collingwood just ahead of the race leader in his Eclipse, with the sort of diffuser on the attached to the back. Looks like McLeod's going to go through that. It's not been straightforward, has it, with two late dramas for the 3J's team. First, James Pinkerton getting involved in that contact with a slower car and ultimately into the barriers, and then Joe Stables stopping.
Yellow's here till the end of the race, so
he's going to have to sit behind them, isn't he, until he goes past the green. But not a problem when you've got a 4-lap lead, really.
No, exactly. I was thinking more about the battle ahead of them.
Exactly.
Because, it looked like it was going to change.
Anyway, here comes John McLeod out of Woodcote, up and over the line. He will go and take the checkered flag, and for the 4th time in a row, the 7th time in all, a winner in the Birkett 6-hour relay race for 3Js, the first time that particular team name has won the Birkett relay. So 3Js, John McLeod, winners on scratch of the Birkett 6-hour relay race by more than 4 laps, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. We thought it would be a reasonable margin given the team makeup, but we weren't anticipating quite so much drama between the start and the finish. In fact, it was lap 137, only kind of 6 or 7 laps from the end that problem occurred with Joe Stables. We still don't know what the problem was.
No, exactly.
All the cars had trouble at one point rather of the race.
Yes, they did. Maybe Lewis will be able to find out. So VAG Tech 44 have come through in 2nd place now. Chris Freeman bringing them home to win Class B as well. That's a tremendous result for Team 44 in actual fact.
They've done 139 laps. James Brodie for Carmel Porsche Team Elite will be 3rd on 138 laps.
Yeah, yet to come through.
Then 137 Chris Nyland, 137 Kevin Clark will be in a moment. But
I can see that Class C.
Nyland has finished.
Class C has been won 7th overall by Here We Go, David Baldwin bringing them home. And Class A has been won by Rutec Racing's Lotus Simon Watch, another team that had various dramas along the way, including towards the end of the race for Jim Benson, but they were comfortably the best team in Class A. And shortly we should have Carmel Porsche Team Elite James Brodie over the line as well. I think this is him coming up now. Yes, there he is over the line to take 3rd position on scratch. There's only one team in the top 30 yet to take the checkered flag. And that brings to an end pretty much the Birkett 6-hour relay race. For tremendous event as always. We had, 8 safety car periods in the end. It can't give you the official results of the handicap race, but there's, I can tell you, probably going to be something like 7 or 8 teams within a lap of the victory at the end. So it's going to need some very careful scrutiny by the handicappers and the timekeepers just to make sure that the right winner is announced. But we've got a good idea of who was involved going into that final half an hour. So whether it comes out, it's the Mayata Maestros, Motion Motorsport, Here We Go, St Winifred School Choir, TT versus TRTR, Soul, I finally said it, and 116 Assassin was there.
This one we do know. But what's interesting, I think, also is that those Caterham teams, here we go, 7th overall winner of Class C, Team 37. 27th, Caterham, Egg and Chips were second in that class. They were 8th overall. 9th overall, Boss Cats, for whom Jeremy Adams finished. 10th overall, 17th, the Jerry Hattricks, Christopher Wright. And 11th overall, 52, the Boss Birketteers. They were all in there, weren't they? All together. Different numbers of laps, but a very good performance.
Yeah, just looking to see where the Mazda 7 team finished, the Birkestead 7s. Stuart Sellers brought them home, eventually in 20th place. They were up in 12th at one point.
And the next group of Caterhams as well. The Sofa King Fast, the Speedy Settees.
Yeah. Anyway, John McLeod there, he's chatting to Lewis off mic at the moment, but let's see if we can throw down to Lewis now, and he will see if he can have a word with our top drivers from the 3 podium finishing teams.
Well, here we are down in, well, sort of the podium place, where we're going to do some presentations, not the presentations for the results, but we're going to talk to the 1, 2, 3. Currently, we have the winning car, the second car. We're just looking for the third place car team, should I say, which is the 62 Cap Team Elite. Yeah, I was just talking to John, who came in with the lead car, 4th time in a row, 7th overall, but we'll wait to see if we can go the 3-2-1 at the moment, and we can see the rest of the 67 cars, or whichever ones are remaining, are finishing the event. I think that's a low cost. Probably a Mazda powered low cost. Then we got a Caterham, a Janetta, another Caterham, Mazda MX-5s, which kind of like dominated the handicap, certainly the top few runners. They're really doing well. Looks as though the inclement conditions in the early part of the day really played into the hands of the Mazda MX-5 teams. We are still waiting for the basically, I'm not quite sure who was in there. It was Richard Neal, John Lovell and Warren Allen in the Cap Team Elite. The 62 team, quite sure, quite there. Here comes one of the big VA cars coming through to finish. Kay Borland. Some of the Renault Clios coming through. Here's the Rotec Porsche 26 car. We're still waiting for our third place car. Dear me, the Jaguar was making an awful lot of noise with the transmission. And here comes some of the, there's one of the Hondas. And the Porsche. Everyone's coming through. Here's one of the faster BMWs. I think that's one of the Intersport cars. It is, it says so on the side. Here comes Neil Glover in the 24 Radical. He just finished off. Now this is what happens at the end. John there, who took the flag, so he was on the first there.
He's the guy who runs the team. Miles away.
Yeah, we're still looking for our third place car, and we are going to do it in reverse order. We'll do the 3-2-1 for the 74th, or the 75th running, but the 74th anniversary. Don't ask questions because there was two in 1 year. I'm sure Ian and Marcus have spoken about that. Oh, there's the 62 car. The Cap Team Elite. It's Car C. It's Warren. It's Johnny Lovell. So here we go. Well, Johnny.
James.
Well, looks like we've lost the feed to the pit lane just as we're going to speak to James Brodie, but we'll hopefully get back down there in just a moment. As you can see, we've got that car being recovered from nearly in the gravel trap at Brooklands. The Porsche that was there after contact with the Honda late in the race. Reminder that our top three was John McLeod for 3Js, the race winner, from Chris Freeman for VAG Tech VagTech second, and Cap Team Elite we were just about to hear from James Brodie in third place. Hopefully we'll be able to head back down to the pit lane very shortly to have a word with our successful drivers at the end of that Birkett 6-hour relay race. Reminder that the handicap results, they will be announced at the presentations post-race in only around about 15 or 20 minutes time or so. Those are going to be held at the Club Racing Fan Zone, and you'll be able to get the results as well from the 750 Motor Club website and TSL a little bit later on. But let's head back down to the pit lane and Lewis.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we just had a bit of a technical issue there. Yeah. We won't say that. I think we need to do ourselves in the. James Brodie, you've just brought the car, the 62 car home to secure third place for the Cap Team Elite.
Yes, I'm over the moon. Bless it, it's Richard Neal's car. He very kindly lent it to me, and I hadn't driven it until qualifying this morning. The first thing I did was drive it out of the trailer last night. So very alien car, Richard, but everyone's done a great job. It's been a brilliant effort by Cobbs, by Graves. Obviously everyone did a brilliant job, so we're just so pleased. Last year we had a result, we came fourth overall in the Boxster, now we're third overall, got a podium.
Well, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So who was it? Richard Neal?
Richard Neal and Warren, who did a brilliant job.
Yeah, that's Warren Allen, isn't it?
Yeah, Warren Allen, yes, did a brilliant job and just over the moon for everybody, really. It's great news.
Yeah, and it's great to see the Brodie team, Brodie name, should I say, back on the podium. Because, for us old ones, your dad was a magic man.
Yeah, he's my hero, and this is just, he'd love this. So, yeah, it's a shame we lost him last year, but he's my absolute hero, and this is massive. So, it's great news.
Many congratulations.
Third
place, well done.
Thank you.
Good to see you back again. Well, there we go. So, and Run Baby Run, going to come back out next year. Right, second place is Chris Freeman in the 44 car. I've got to get to me right.
And you boys. And you boys.
Yeah, we've got to get to the right page. Here we go. It's VAG Tech and.
VagTech.
What?
VagTech.
VagTech.
Oh, I bet won't say you're not.
Well, I didn't really know.
He named it. What a name.
And Chris, I spoke to you before the race started. I spoke to you during the race. I'm speaking to you at the end. So you seem to get most of it. But many congratulations on second place.
Yeah. Overall, we've. I think the whole team has done a good job. I don't know what to say really. But speech.
Where's the rest of them? Well, let's have a look. It's James Hardy and John Mundy, Simon Major,
Simon's down there,
and Jonathan Packett. So we're.
Yeah. Jay Adlet. 3 drivers.
Okay, come on, have a word then. So, and you are
Jonathan Packer.
Jonathan. Oh yeah, your car had a bit of problem in the end, I believe.
Yeah, we had a little problem with an oil pressure sensor that it put it into limp mode. So I cycled ignition, got it going again, but it just returned. So a little pressure sensor that's probably worth £5. I got a 30-minute stint rather than an hour and 30-minute stint.
Such is the way of the Birkett. But, you know, Chris Kane.
Curse of the Birkett.
Chris Kane, your rescue?
He did, yeah. I said get him ready, fuel him up, and then I'll cycle the ignition one more time, and if that doesn't sort it, then send him out. And he was ready, so that's it. He went out and took the glory.
Well, many congratulations on second place. And you are?
Jamie Hadley.
Jamie, yeah. Must be delighted. First saloon car home.
Yeah, we did well between us. Yeah, good stints. Mega pleased with it. Good fun.
Guys, would it have made a big difference if it had been wet all the way through?
Yeah, we're fast in the wet.
Yeah, because the TCR cars have won this event, haven't they, in the wet?
I believe so, yeah. We've done really well. We probably would have won that.
The rain dance didn't work.
No, unfortunately not. It did rain on my stint and I visit on the grass a couple of times, so it's good.
Anyway, guys, okay, many congratulations on the second place. All right, where is our race winner? Here it is, John McLeod. John, well, you've done this before a few times.
I think this is my ninth attempt at this race.
7 wins?
7 wins. Team has got 3 on the trot, which is pretty good. Team did brilliantly today. They didn't make a mistake. They had a good strategy. They executed the strategy pretty much perfectly. We had a couple of things to contend with, like changing weather. We found ourselves on the wrong tyres. We obviously had one car involved in something, and another one's decided to stop. And in fact, that car shouldn't really be running. It's got a gear drive unit problem or something, so we had retired it and then brought it back on. So no, the team have done great. So yeah,
it's been everything looked to be going well. We even had a little chat, didn't we? I think after about sort of. Didn't you say there was 90 minutes to go? Everything was looking good, and I said, "Yeah, you're on for your 7th, weren't you?" Whoa!
Don't talk about it until the checkered flag. You're not allowed to.
Well, no, because then James had a bit of a knock.
Can't start falling off. Right? There's only 3 cars in our team. We had one that GDU failed. The other one got taken out, and the other one's just pulled over. So no, we don't claim it until it's.
Well, I can't see anybody else from the teams come down, have they?
You know what I mean?
So they've left you all on your own. Anyway, many congratulations.
You were going to do another interview. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done. Congratulations to you and the 3JS team. Anyway, so that's the top 3 in the scratch race here at the Birkett Relay Race. And from me, Lewis Beals, I'm signing off and handing you back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Lewis, for all of your hard work out in the cold and occasional wet today, up and down the pit lane. Very much appreciated. Many thanks to you. A quick thank you to all of the marshals. We've also had to stand out in the cold and the rain all day. Really, really do appreciate your support, especially in such good numbers for the Birkett 6-hour relay race. Marcus Pye alongside me. A few final thoughts on this year's running of the Birkett.
It always delivers, and the 75th anniversary issue or edition, 75th edition, has been a cracker from beginning to end. Absolutely ends the season on a high with the 750 Motor Club.
Absolutely. We've had a great season of racing with the 750 Motor Club. Remind there's more action from the 750 Motor Club at Mallory Park on Boxing Day for plum pudding, and details soon to be announced of the 2026 calendar. Next weekend here at Silverstone, it's the Walter Hayes Trophy, HSCC in charge for that one, for one of the biggest Formula Ford 1600 events anywhere. There's another big one going on this weekend at Brands Hatch, the Formula Ford Festival. That's also going to be live streamed on Alpha Live as well. David Addison and team will be with you for that one. But for now, from Marcus Pye, Lewis Beals, myself, Ian Simon, Will, and all of the other team that have been running the Alpha live stream here at Silverstone today, thanks to them. And from Silverstone and the 750 Motor Club, we'll say a very good night to you. See you soon. Bye-bye.